Hey everybody, welcome back to the Fish Tank. My name is BaddestFish80 and this is the 7th time we've done this introduction due to some technological issues, but hopefully we've fixed it now. Now, we've got a tournament today and I am joined by Cosmic Vortex 42 and DfogoX. We are going to be having a 1v1 tournament. It's the GGtoor Knights Duel number 4. It's a $500 prize pool tournament. It's supported by Betadwarf, the developers, and Team Mana Frenzy. And I am looking forward to some awesome action today. Lots of changes in the game recently. Defogo, how are you looking forward to this tournament today?
I'm looking very much forward to it because we've just had lots of changes 2 days ago. The game is basically something completely new. Lots of cards were changed, some factions were changed. Ascension, which we previously saw as being very strong, has been heavily nerfed. So particularly, I'm very curious to see if we are going to see more Ascension, if Ascension is still going to take the podium as a very strong combo, as a very strong faction. Lots of other cards might now be more used. We have for sure very interesting matches coming right up. These cards, this new patch, even without wild cards, it promises a lot, I think.
Yeah, big changes, Cosmic.
I think I'm really excited with the changes. I think that people being able to practice for tournaments in the actual ladder is going to potentially boost tournament play across the board. And I'm also interested to see how Razor Squadron specifically performs, because there aren't any spells that directly counter it anymore aside from Hypnotize. So I think that we'll either see more Hypnotizes in decks, or people will just choose cards other than Razor Squadron. But you can use Razor Squadron as a removal instead of a defensive spell, and have it work just as well.
Yeah, so interestingly, if you haven't been keeping up to date with all the news, wildcards have been removed, at least temporarily, in the game. So that means you can no longer run multiple copies of a single card. Now, most tournaments have wildcards banned anyway, because the highest level of play is seen when wildcards are not present. So, although the rules are not going to change for the tournament, we have seen some old pros like Memfisto and Flo Florian. They've come back. We've seen them out there on the ladder now. Memfisto is in this tournament as well. So it's really good to see these big greats from past times coming back to the game. And hopefully that speaks volumes for the reasons why these changes have been made. Because, you know, there's some people out there, Cosmic, that are unhappy with wildcards being removed.
I get that, because there are some strategies that are ridiculously fun to play with wild cards, but it doesn't necessarily boost like a competitive environment. It's like, for instance, like me and VTech played 2 decks that were basically as many bats as we could stuff into a deck as possible. So you played Apep with triple bats and the bat spell, and then I played Morelia with double of the bat spell, so I could reduce both of them and then one. And so I think our record was like 36 bats on the field at one time, which is absolutely hilarious. But it's not necessarily conducive when you can also, if you wanted to, just do 6 versions of like Razor Squadron, for instance. Like, that's going to just go through and push it out, and people who enjoy the competitive aspect of the game aren't necessarily going to like that. It's also incredibly difficult to balance wild cards with the 1v1 ladder and the 2v2 ladder. And so when you're looking at the game from like a balance perspective, like if you want to make a card balanced, you either need to have separate card effects for both 1v1 and 2v2, or you just need to take out wild cards. And it's much simpler to just simply remove wild cards, at least for the time being, while they think up another solution. And I think that that's why they've chosen to go with that specifically.
Yeah,
very true.
I think we've all known for a long time that with wildcards in the game, it makes balance very, very difficult, because as soon as you get a card that's a little bit too strong, then people just abuse it and just wildcard it, and then it gets out of control. And then the devs will keep that sort of thing in their mind, so they will be careful not to make a card too strong. So then you end up with cards that are kind of too weak because they're concerned about them being wildcarded, and then you get the situation where you feel like a card can't be played with just one copy, and you almost, if you want to play it, you feel like you have to play multiple copies. But hopefully without that situation, hopefully the balance will be something that the devs can really work on. And we might see, if they decide to keep this, we might see some of the cards that have been affected by that, like Thelic, for example, where you rarely see one of them, but you often see three of them. Maybe now that you can only play one of them, maybe Thelic will get some kind of a buff because it can no longer get out of control.
That's a very good fact, especially also Guardians. We see lots of people wildcarding Guardians before, and now with one, we might just see more cycle-based Guardians. Guardians were never affected by mana surge, so how people play around it now can also be very interesting, just to give another example.
Okay, so we've had, unfortunately, a few tech issues here, but we're trying to just get everything smooth. Hopefully we got all the tech issues out at the start, and we will push through them. So we're going to start off with a very exciting match. We've spoke about Memfisto, one of the previous greats, coming back, and if you see him talk in the global chat in the game, you'll see he's got a yellow name and a trophy next to it. And if you look at some of the King Puff skins, one of them is a Memfisto skin celebrating one of his previous tournament victories. Now, it's going to be interesting to see, and I'm sure you guys will agree with me, it's going to be interesting to see how, because I don't think he's kept up to the game for a long time, and it's the first time I've seen him back for a long time. So it'd be interesting to see how his ability is compared to how it previously was. Maybe it's just like riding a bike, but of course, so many things have changed in so many patches.
I would say tech is one of the more difficult things to get a grasp of, because tech changes the way that basic trades work, and so I think that a lot of it, like I would say of all the new concepts that would have changed, I think the one that's going to be most difficult is if Memfisto has not played around with tech, and like if he doesn't completely understand it, then he could get really shut down by a good tech. Because they could be forcing, like, you know, for instance, like a bad beam or a bad toss, but if that generates tech and then they get it out in a scrapyard, then it doesn't necessarily matter because it just gets converted into units.
Okay.
Yeah, and tech also has the peculiar aspect that it can be used by two different things. You can use tech to support units that consume it instantaneously, like the Vulture Prime, or to keep Razor Squadron alive. But you can also just save up your tech to get a full big-ass push with the Scrapyard. So different ways to use tech, even managing all that in a match, can also be quite hard. Sometimes you don't want to consume tech as you want on the Scrapyard. Sometimes the moment you play Scrapyard, you lose all your tech, so now you cannot get something with tech. It can be hard to manage that, and players do need to be skilled at managing that extra resource, as to say.
Yeah, there's a lot that's changed. But I'm sure, you know, I've played against Memfisto a few times on the ladder, and he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. But we'll see how that drops into the tournament. And he's going to have a very hard match to start off with against BlackHunter. Experienced tournament player for sure, very high-level player. We'll get into our first match as soon as possible here. We'll just find out. I think we've got some bans in. Let's have a look. Okay, so, Dfogo, do you want to take us through the bans that we've got so far for these guys?
Yes, now that we are aware of the bans, so BlackHunter banned King Puff, Defensive Chopper, and Shockrock. Memfisto banned Setsu, Wrecked Walker, and Defensive Chopper. So Defensive Chopper is banned to both players. Already says a lot about the cards and how strong they are right now.
Very much so. And also, just to clarify the ban situation, each player gets to ban a master for their opponent and ban 2 specific cards. Now, that's a ban for their opponent. They can play those if their opponent doesn't ban them back. And, of course, that is each time.
Very interesting how we were talking about Outlander tech and if Memfisto is aware of it. And he banned Wrecked Walker, which is an Outlander card. So...
While Wrecked Walker is an Outlander card, I would say that banning Wrecked Walker is a much easier way of dealing with the Wrecked Walker Once Bitten, which I would say is probably the strongest combo. And I was actually talking to you and some other people in Dingus Boys yesterday, DeFogo, is like right now, if you're making any kind of deck with a master whose perk cycles, your staple 4 cards are Wrecked Walker, Once Bitten, Stint, Plasma Marines. And if you just drop those in any kind of fast cycle deck, they're at home. They give you a frontline tank, they give you backline DPS, they give you bridge grab, and they take up 4 slots in your deck, which gives you the 6 other spaces in your deck for things that you can actually use to have your deck focus about.
Okay. They are at home.
Right, so we'll see if the guys are ready for the first game. Got some latecomers, but I'm not sure we can get them in or not. Okay. Just getting word from Sinobii. Okay, so I'm ready to spectate. I've got Memfisto ready to go there. Who's going to join me on this first one? Let's have a look.
Kids.
Sure, yeah.
Looks like it's going to be Cosmic. Okay, so we're going to have our dual deck technology, of course, so you guys can see everything that's going on. We are...
I have a feeling of deja vu. Didn't you literally do the same dibs last time?
Yes.
God damn it.
It's like nose toes. Like...
Fair.
Okay, hold on. Are we... Someone's going into a game, but they're not both going into a game.
No, they're in.
Okay, looks like they're both going in. Okay. Well, let me just finish setting up this caster cam.
Let's get this duel started.
Alright, so we're starting Memfisto playing Setsu with BlackHunter playing Ratbo.
Game number 1. Let's go. Okay, there we go. Cosmic Vortex 42. Okay, so Memfisto against BlackHunter. First time we see Memfisto in a tournament for a long, long time.
Now we do see Frostfeather Flyby in Memfisto's hand. Now that did get changed to where they are a lot slower now.
Yeah, they're a lot slower, so they're a lot easier to counter with either a spell or just ranged units. So, interesting to see Ratbo. Ratbo doesn't seem to get much love on the ladder at the moment. It's interesting to see Ratbo drop here in the first game of the tournament.
And I think Ratbo's main strength now, I would say, is probably in their Daka. Which makes it an interesting choice, because if you're going to have a master for basically like a single removal spell, typically it's better to go Valorian, because you can also get boosted off the healing, which the healing did get nerfed.
With the Daka, it's a huge removal. Do you think you struggle in the high ranks with it because players are aware, they're ready for it, they're ready to play around it or try to soak it or something else?
Depending. Because you can know what cards are in their hand based on cycle. And so you can kind of use the Daka to force them to get their deck out of rotation if they defend wrong. Which I think is going to be an issue for Memfisto, because this Daka, when it comes out, there's not a single unit. Like, the Plasma Marines are the only thing that would necessarily be a good Daka, but one Plasma Marine is not going to do much against the cards that BlackHunter has.
Okay, so just to confirm, this is best of 3. I know it's justified on the screen, but it's best of 3. We've seen a lot of damage come out already, and that's unusual. Setsu is normally the one trying to put on the pressure and do the early damage, but BlackHunter's done a lot of damage, and whilst doing that, has got an XP lead.
Yeah, and I think another thing that BlackHunter is using is the Soul Stealer ATG are both air units, which typically don't take bridges, but I think the main advantage of Ratbo now is that you can use air units to still take bridges because it spawns the scrap, which will then go. And so I think that is Ratbo's strength now, as opposed to just creating Swarm, is that you can use those air units for bridge grab, in quotations.
Okay, so let's see if Memfisto can get back here. So there we see the Wrecked Walker into the Werewolf. Werewolf, of course, got buffed from an attack speed point of view in the last patch. That's very nice. They no longer inherit the buffs of the unit that they've been played on, so you can't get a raged wolf from a raged unit and things like that. So that's a nerf, but the balance inside of that is that they do have the extra attack speed. And the wolves are very strong at the moment, Cosmic.
Yeah, no, wolves are very strong for sure. And this particular matchup, I would say right now Black Hunter has a slight advantage in battlefield presence. But I think that that's going to quickly change once Memfisto gets perk 3, because that stun, if Setsu can stun Ratbo, then the Daka won't work. So right now, Memfisto can't just jump on face, because then they'll just get Daka down. Oh, but now we see a Colossus coming out from Black Hunter, which I did not see before. Now the disadvantage of Colossus is that they will get really screwed by Jolo.
Sniper's going to wail away. The Colossus is slowed, so the Sniper's going to get a lot of hits off. Now we see Memfisto getting back in the game now. XP's leveled up, and Memphisto's got some. He's got a raged wolf on face. He's going to do some decent damage. That Colossus didn't really achieve much at all. Are we seeing a swing here, do you think? Into Memphisto's favour?
Yeah, I would definitely say so, because perk 3 for Setsu, getting that stunning piercing shot is going to be great for dealing with the air units and just the extra swarm that comes from Black Hunter's perk 3.
I feel like the Setsu perk 3 just completely outshines Ratbo's perk 3.
Absolutely.
Of course, every time BlackHunter's spawning something, he's getting extra strats out, but what can
against things like Whirly and Grenade Scrat, and the piercing shot from Setsu isn't necessarily the biggest thing.
It's just going to be a lot of face damage. Setsu on face, Setsu reloading with the spell. 605 HP left, not very much. Oh, this is what Setsu does. They just get to this. You need to get to perk 3, and then you just need to keep cycling, jumping on face.
Now this Colossus on bottom could be pretty huge though.
There's a nice little trick you can do with Ratbo is if you time it right against Setsu, you can nail the Setsu with the Daka as it lands, but that's a very high risk strategy. But here we go, so much face damage coming out.
Ooh, Shock Rock!
HP! Memfisto taking huge damage on...
And they retargeted!
Oh
my goodness! The retargeting from Black Hunter with the Shock Rock was huge, because the Shock Rock itself did not stop Setsu, but they were able to drop other units down in such a way where Setsu retargeted off at face, because I would definitely say that was Memfisto's game, but that excellent play when Memfisto rushed face to just pull that aggro off was absolutely incredible.
I saw DfogoX with his head in his hands at one point at the end there.
Wow, no, that was like insane. I don't think Memfisto needed to risk there. That was a push easy to defend with Setsu on base. You could even keep reloading by just throwing spells on face. You deal some damage, you get a reload, you do the Colossus. There was no need to risk it. I think it was just the point where you are so secure, like, yeah, there's no way, 600 health, easy jump for Setsu. But Black Hunter had the tools. Wow, that was just like so well played. Like one small mistake there again just flipped the outcome of the match. It was insane. And oof, like, I was not expecting that one.
So one of the things with I think the real skill with Setsu is to know when to jump at perk 3, whether to jump on face or to drop and defend. And it seems like maybe Memfisto made a miscalculation there. And as you say, maybe instead of trying to close the match out, he could have just played it safe, could have shredded everything whilst doing face damage and taken the win. So do you think that was a mistake at the end there from Memfisto, Cosmic?
I don't think so, because with the way that the units were coming in, the XP was tied, and Black Hunter had the advantage with both the Shock Rock and the Colossus, because the Shock Rock would stop Jolo from dodging, which would guarantee that the Colossus pushed in. And so at that point, I think Memfisto saw the end, and they knew that their only chance was to race. But Black Hunter was absolutely ready for that with a Shock Rock, and just played it well. I think that essentially Black Hunter was planning for exactly that scenario that happened, where they were pushing in with the Colossus, And then they just had Shock Rock in hand for a Jolo defense, for a Setsu defense, just all those things ready, and got a little bit lucky with the targeting there, and kind of used it to push in. And another thing that's really huge with that last thing is they used the Colossus to completely shut down the Werewolf from the Wrecked Walker, which is a 3-mana commitment, which was just instantly shut down and gave them a lot of momentum.
Okay, here we go. That was quite the game number 1 of this tournament. If the rest of the tournament stacks up like that, we're going to have some incredible games. Now, here we go. We're going to be loading into game number 2. Let's bring this up on the screen here for you. So we've got Memfisto. He switched to Ratbo. BlackHunter is playing Mordor. Now, there's no conquest rules at this point of the tournament, so later on in the tournament, once you've won with a master, you won't be able to continue to play that master. But here in the best of 3 matches, there are no restrictions like that. So Mordor could be a good matchup against Ratbo, since he can start stomping through any strat board that's coming towards him.
Okay, and we see, so if you're used to Spirit landing on you and automatically making it a super hit point tank, we see with the Arcanist at the top, that's no longer the case. And before you could make things like the Arcanist and the Snipers super meaty tanks, but now Spirit only shields 10% of the max health fish, correct?
The Spirit is 50% of their health, 50% max health. So Sniper 50 HP gets only 25 HP from the Spirit, whereas previously they've got 200. So Spirit has now, I don't know if you would say it's been nerfed, but it's been changed, and the units that it's beneficial on are the bigger units rather than the smaller units, especially flying units, because flying units used to get the restriction of only half the Spirit, whereas now they get the full Spirit.
Yeah, but Spirit before, like your goal was to essentially get like a Scrat Horde and a Spirit Mancer and then combo those two together, whereas now Spirit's more of to assist heavier pushes. Like Spirit on like Brothers of Light or Stoutheart units now is massive compared to what it used to be.
Yeah. I feel like that's a healthier place for it to be in. So,
oh, for sure. I much prefer this version of
the Snipers are supposed to be like a high DPS unit that's kind of difficult to play against, but they need to have some weaknesses. The problem with Spirits and things like that is that it removed the weaknesses. And that's why we had that Sniper meta where Snipers were just so strong.
Yeah.
So we've got XP about the same here, and you tend to see with Mordor that the XP is maybe a little bit lacking at the start of the game, but it starts to ramp up as we go through. Now there were some changes in the last patch, so Mordor will only res now once the Tombstone is 50% charged. Now that's going to take 10 seconds. Which some people say is a nerf, some people say is a buff, because if you get a res, it's going to be a 50% res, rather than a minimum 25% res, so...
Yeah, it's a buff for like the bigger unit Mordars, which kind of went away last patch. And it's a nerf for the faster cycle Mordars, which BlackHunterx is trying to play here, which I don't know if they practice with this one too much in the ladder, because they seem to be like playing around the Spirit, but I don't think they're getting as much value out of the Spirits as they necessarily wanted.
See, there we saw the Spirit drop on the Sniper, but the Flyby just chewed through it anyway. Perk 3 coming up from Memfisto now, and that's going to give him better bridge control. We're going to see scraps all over the place. And whilst Mordor will start stomping them, of course, that's only on this side of the field. It's helpful from a bridge control point of view.
This Scrat tank is getting some work done against the Sniper and the Arcanist, because BlackHunterx having to play melee cards against it.
Okay, so Good XP lead from Memfisto on the blue team at the moment, but can BlackHunter start coming back? Once he gets below 3, anything that gets raised will have pace. That's not really getting much work done.
Ooh, Shockrock missed saving the sniper on the bottom there. Now Scrats won't necessarily do too much to face on Mordar because Mordar will start ramping.
Okay, they're at 3 now, but Memphisto's got a massive XP lead. Even if BlackHunter holds the bridges from now on, he's going to struggle to get here, get to around the same time.
I think this Scrat tank is really carrying Memfisto right now because that's shutting down most of what BlackHunter has.
Okay, you got the res there. Spirit drops on the aimbot. Mordar stomping the Scrats, but as you said earlier, it's only on his side of the field, so the bridges are just blue this whole time. Bridge control has been comfortable for Memfisto. BlackHunter's 60 HP behind, 60 XP behind, and Memfisto's about to go into Mana Frenzy, and he should be able to close this out.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think at this point we're gonna see cards like Scrat Tank and Daka just get massive value as the game progresses at this point. Like BlackHunter could potentially, you know, have pulled this back if the XP lead wasn't quite so steep, but I think they kind of are relying on getting good pulls from that blind date and rezzing those good pulls, but they just weren't able to stack enough value from that.
These pushes while you're trying to on Mordar's DPS and everything terribly well, sorry. And then you can build up things like snipers in the pocket, but now you can't steal them. Very difficult. BlackHunter down to 300 HP, and he's so far away from his own mark, there's no way he can hold on there.
Yeah, and any hope of guarding in the pocket is gone, just because Daka will even target units in the pocket, which is just intense.
Memfisto takes his first game of the tournament. He's back. 1 game all. Ratbo in control there, DfogoX.
It was very curious because from the startup, I look at the master and I'm like, okay, Mordar versus Ratbo. Unlike the previous match, where Memfisto had advantage in terms of master matchups, now BlackHunter has the advantage. And then the deck starts showing, and we're like, this Mordar deck is very nerfed right now. It's much weaker. And there's the thing, it was not going to be able to handle. And as Cosmic was saying, that Scrat tank was even insane value, literally carrying the game, because even if Mordar is just shooting out his basic attack in the whole area, Scrat tank has the lead down, does not care. He reaches the Mordar face, basically full health. Even if he was taking damage, he would still be quite healthy, but he's full health. It's even more. Scrat tank and Whirly just going on towards Mordar area, and he cannot deal with them. He does not have the tools to handle them. Spears don't do enough. Those units are strong. And then there's also the other aspect that Cosmic mentioned, that it happened the whole game, which was BlackHunter was defending cards instead of letting them deal damage to his Master Tower. You have 5 Scrats coming. Why play the Jolo? Why make the Jolo lose stacks of dodge instead of letting the Scrats do like 100 extra damage, if that much? And then you capture the bridge, you focus on the bridge. Why responding to cards that don't need to be answered as you are Mordar? And that's what confused me the most. And what I think that made BlackHunter stay the most behind. He had a very good advantage in the beginning until the second perk. If he had focused more on bridges and less on defending cards that did not need to be defended, he might have had a chance.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, we always say that the HP of your master is a resource, and the best players utilize that as well as possible. And you know, as you say, sometimes you don't want to be using your Jolo and, as you say, soaking up his, or effectively wasting his dodges just on Scrats when your master could just take a little bit of damage and deal with them. So maybe a small thing there. But how do you feel? That was a deck that was really based on small units and spirit, which is not really something that's working at the moment. Do you think that that's maybe it's a deck that hasn't been updated for the latest changes?
I think that it's partly that it hasn't been updated for the changes, and then also partly due to the fact that Black Hunter never really got Spirit on that Groggy Woodsman, which I would say is the best target for Spirit in that entire deck. And it just never really happened. So they didn't really get like their best thing, and then plus with defending pushes that didn't need to be defended, plus with just that overall Spirit nerf really hurt that deck, I would say.
Okay, here we go. Remember, this is best of 3, so the winner takes this. This is a dual elimination tournament, so whoever loses drops down into the redemption bracket. So now we've got Memfisto with Stormbringer, we've got Black Hunter with Valorian. Valorian got some nerfs. How do you feel about the changes to Valorian?
I think Valorian was brought a little bit more in balance, because the heal is still valuable, but it's not like completely changing. Like for instance, like the Zealots with the Valorian heal was insane because you basically automatically got a free extra hit on both your Zealots just by simply playing Valorian, and now that's definitely not the case.
Okay, so here we say we've got this crossbow guild getting shredded pretty savagely.
Yeah, no, that ATG put on an intense amount of pressure. I think that this is a massive first push from Black Hunter.
Oh my goodness, look at his HP just dropping. The ATG drone hasn't taken a scratch yet. There's not much DPS on it. Stormbringer's going to struggle to bring it down. Memfisto taking over 2,000, almost 2,000 HP damage, and is falling behind on XP. That's a massive start. Black Hunter.
Yeah. Yeah, Memfisto might be able to come back, but Stormbringer's whole thing is that they're able to just keep pressure going towards the latter end of the field. And I would say Valorian is a pretty solid counter to that.
Oh, the Cannonball was doing a great job with it. Black Hunter had a counter for that. Smite drops down and removes it. Memfisto needs to stabilize here. Needs to get some value out of the crossbow guild. But it's going to start getting DPS down. Okay, you got the wolf out. That's important.
That was a really good wolf, because the brother of Light will immediately smack that walker, so being able to get the wolf was nice, but still not able to get any value out of the actual crossbow guild.
And then we see the new artwork for the wall, and that reflects the fact that the wall now hits back. 50% return damage to melee attackers now. It has only 400 HP instead of the 700. Are you a fan of the change to the wall, Cosmic?
I am. I think that it makes it more of a utility, whereas before it was, again, just another cheap card that you could throw in fast cycle decks. And I think that now it's a much more focused card. But I think wow. Here, game going to Black Hunter, I think this is kind of a reflection of what Memfisto's dating did, because they viewed Crossbow Guild as like a very strong Stormbringer, but I think if they would have gone tech, that would have done much better against what Black Hunter was running. Like if they would have had like a beam for the brothers or a Taz for the ATG, that could have completely changed the way that the game went.
Yeah, that game was almost over after that first push there, DfogoX. You're muted, I think, sir.
I think it's an example of how meta changes, and Crossbow Guild will not deal well if you are constantly under pressure. If you don't have a leeway to play it, you are going to be in a very tight and rough spot. And that's what we saw. Just ATG, brothers, and even that, Black Hunter also had a Blastmancer, which Blastmancer in the beginning just did such a good job countering Crossbow Guild, even if there was no ATG there. So at that point, just pushing Memfisto so behind, I felt like it was game. Just deck matchups. There was very little that deck could do. He would need to sustain the pushes, maybe not play Crossbow Guild until he was really into the mid-late game, and then start getting value out of it, because otherwise he would just suffer a lot. Divine Warrior would not have help with ATG, only beat with brothers and just delaying them. So I don't see many tools in Memfisto's deck that could deal with what Black Hunter was playing.
Well, I think it's mostly just the ATG. Like the only thing, because Memfisto wasn't running any removal spells at all.
True.
And with Black Hunter just opening with ATG, that's the card that's going to have the most impact against Memfisto. And they just never were able to get in. And then like typically what you could do is like after you get a couple crossbow dudes that you could maybe wall and kill it, but with Wall's hit points removed and with not having that XP boost to like actually get the damage from you know, Stormbringer to help pull down the ATG, like that was just such a massive perk one. Although even without that, I think that the ATG ultimately would have just won the game because all you need is any kind of tank in front of it, and it would have shredded anything that Memfisto had.
And Memfisto also had Divine Warrior to tank, but that's the thing. Even if ATG, the moment ATG is on phase, even if you use Divine Warrior, it's still going to target phase. It's not like another unit that you can distract out of your phase with the taunt from the Divine Warrior. Like, no, ATG is locked on phase, ATG is going to stay locked on phase. You can place units behind it to make it so that less shots will target your Master Tower. But Memfisto did not have hordes or cards with large unit count. So at that point, it was just nothing he could do. And I'm pretty sure he was aware of that because at one point there at the end, he was just like, nah, no use playing here. He still had some mana, but ATG was already on phase. He just let it go.
Yeah.
Okay. I must apologise, Cosmic. I did have your name spelt wrong on the overlay. I was trying to figure out why it didn't fit, and then I just realised, well, Satan realised that there was a spelling in there. So sorry about that, but we fixed that. Right. What we're going to do is we're going to find out what our next game is. Remember, if you're if you want to keep up with the bracket at home, we'll put the link in the chat for you. Go check it out. We'll bring it up here and have a look to see what's going on. So we've seen our first game. We've got some big names in here for sure. We've got Katt, we've got Batowski, Nerzl, Kairuya, DeathShoot, Memfisto, of course, BlackHunter, Cornish Burps is also here. Nataraja, Lazur, Niprax, Satan. We've got some big names here, guys. And of course, if we look at the previous tournaments, Dragon won the last Knight's Duel, Deadshot the previous one, and Lazur, I think the Mega SBI was the Knight's Duel #1. So we've got some previous tournament winners here. So we've got some good matches to go. We're going to find out now what our next match is going to be. Yeah, if the music's too loud, let me know. Some people seem to say it's too loud. Some people say it's too quiet. I just don't want it to be too loud so you can't hear the commentary. Okay. So, let's find out what our second match is. Now, it looks like there's some matches still outstanding, but we're unsure of whether they've been completed or just waiting to be updated or not. Just a reminder, this is GGtoor's Night Duel #4, supported by Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. Go find out all about GGtoor. We'll put a link in the chat. Check them out. Big shout out to everyone supporting this event. Right, so...
It's very interesting to see how every single one, if I'm not mistaken, of the round 3 has a big name on it. Probably Katt is going to go for round 3-1. We have Nerzl probably going for round for 3-2. DeathShoot is in 3-3. BlackHunter is now going to 3-4. Dragon is in 3-5. Nataraja and Anno are on 3-6. Lazur is probably going to go to 3-7. And Satan and Niprax are going for 3-8. Wow!
I wouldn't necessarily count DarkCrow out because while Lazur is a good player, DarkCrow is an excellent deck crafter, I would say, and he might be able to catch Lazur by surprise. While I do think that Lazur probably plays better, I do think that DarkCrow's deck building will probably at least get him 1 win, but could potentially even get him that 2nd win to pull him into that winner bracket. 3.7.
He's one of the ones you'd call alchemist, no Cosmic.
Yes, the good old alchemist.
I do think the advantage of those players.
Yeah, everyone has their advantages.
These players that are always used to crafting new decks and so on, like the changes come up and they are more used to adapting to like, oh, okay, if these changes, then I can now do this. Oh, this I did that before I could not do, now I can do. It's like people that are used to always just having this type of mindset, like crafting weird stuff, going around what no one's expecting, they are more prompt to adapt to new changes and just come up with something that will completely destroy you and you have no idea how.
Right. Now, Sinobii normally tells us where we're going for the next match, but haven't heard from him yet. So I'm just trying to contact some of the players, see if they have started their matches or not. So one of the things that may have been a little oversight from me, and it'd be interesting to see what you guys think about that, is that obviously we had a patch a few days ago, and now we've got a big tournament. Now, when I was thinking about scheduling the event, I didn't consider the date that the patch was going to go. Do you think that this is an issue and something we should avoid before next time, or do you think it's something that kind of shakes things up a little bit?
I think having it not the same week, but the week after the patch is best, because it gives people a little bit of time to practice, but it's still like a little bit surprising, and there's still like, because at that point, like, it's not like super crazy. Like right now, I think that people have had like what 3 days to practice with the new changes, and so like people are still learning everything. Whereas if you did it next week, you would see like the more niche interactions that people haven't figured out yet come and show themselves off in the later rounds of the tournament.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to go for a round 3 match. Nataraja against Anno Arinkas. Now, if I check my results, Nataraja was second in the Mega, not the Mega SBI, in the Knights Duel number 2. So, it's definitely going to be a tough one for Anno to play. And based on what I've seen from Anno and what he plays, I expect to see a Ravager deck at some point from him. Okay, so let's set this up here. Let's see if we've got some ban information. Do you guys see any ban information for this game?
Yep, we have the bans. Both players banned Wrecked, Once Beaten, and Anno banned Rock Rivals. Nataraja banned Plasma Marines.
Okay, so Once Bitten banned by both players. It's something we spoke about earlier. Once Bitten very strong at the moment, especially when used with something like the Wrecked Walker, and the fact that Werewolves did get a buff recently. So both players clearly concerned about that. It'll be interesting to see if they're unable to play that. Of course, what they replace it in their deck with. Because, you know, a lot of these players will have a deck set up and then they'll get into the ban situation and then something will be banned from it. And sometimes your deck can really be thrown out just by one ban like that.
It's interesting banning something like Once Bitten over Wrecked Walker though. Like, because of the Wrecked Walker Once Bitten combo, I would say that the Wrecked Walker is the stronger of those two things, because it's an instant bridge grab, it's a light tank, it generates tech. Whereas Once Bitten can be used outside of Wrecked Walker right now, but it's nowhere near as valuable without the buffs transferring. And I think that it's not necessarily worth it unless you're specifically going for, you know, just a flat wolf strategy. But then that has pretty easy counters that, you know, just fail to most decks if you just line up your heavy hitter units right.
Like, Once Beaten just feels like a weaker band versus Wrecked Walker. I do like the plasmas though. I guess as you were even saying before, usually if you're going for control, you have the plasma stint combo, you have the Once Beaten Wrecked Walker combo, and Nataraja just kind of locked those two combos.
Yeah. Now the one advantage that I would say maybe, and Nataraja might be poking for this, is Once Bitten is a cheap spell. Which will fit into both Milloween and Setsu decks. So they could potentially be trying to shut down any other alternatives for like a slight adjustment to one of those decks. But if you know Anno does not typically play spell heavy decks. Anno prefers unit decks.
Now, having played Once Bitten and Wrecked Walker on the ladder, we have these decks where that's the combo, the Wrecked Walker into the Once Bitten. And one of the beautiful things you can do with it is you put the Wrecked Walker down, that will ignore everything and walk onto the bridge, then you can Once Bitten it and get your werewolf. So you get the bridge grab and the werewolf. So that's one of the nice things you can do with it. But also, sometimes your deck gets into a position where the Wrecked Walker and the Once Bitten are not together. And the Once Bitten, it's one of those cards that if you react quickly with it, you can grab werewolves in situations that previously you would just lose out on. So, oh, my Grenadier's about to die. Wallop, I've got a werewolf. And, you can really react quickly and make some good decisions with that card. So I think it is a very strong card.
Let's go!
Well, here we go. We're going to load into game number 1 of this best of 3, winners bracket round of 3. Anno Rinkas against Nataraja. Let me bring up the screen and see exactly what's going on here.
Yep, we see Nataraja playing Stormbringer and Anno playing Minion. Bridge buddies, capturing the bridge quickly.
We saw
War Dancers.
Stormbringer really struggled earlier.
It does look like we are seeing a Crystal Stormbringer with lots of those crystal cards that are still very strong. Always that Arctic. Wow, that's very good value. Now she's gonna grab the bridge.
Remember, the crystal units get the mana surge. That's 6+ mana. Get that attack speed, and that's what enabled the Arcanist there to do that.
And this might be scary because this crystal guys just got a very solid tank in front of them. Wow, great hypnotize.
See, on the ladder advantage. Very strong spell.
Oh, wow.
So of course the Rock Rivals is when you play it the first time, your opponent gets a statue. Only the first time though. So when you first play it, you've just got to have a plan. You've got to try and just not kill yourself by giving them a statue. You can get through that first one without being too far behind the next team. Then going forward, you're going to be in a stronger position. Here we see that Veil. Sorry, guys.
War Dancer. The War Dancer.
War Dancer. Here we see this is the setup that Anno wants.
But that Arcanist though did so good killing the Arcane Golem. Anno is gonna need to be more careful playing the Golem so close to the other one.
And as Cosmic mentioned, the once been a little cheap spell, which decks like Minion are gonna like.
Okay. Escort knows Crystal Sentry doing a good job tanking there on top. See, there's the Wreck Walker, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure just banning the... Wait a second. I just noticed that Anno is playing Plasma Marines, but Nataraja banned Plasma Marines, didn't he? Did Anno play any future or something?
Nope. That's a banned card.
Well, we'll just have to finish it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe none of them realized. Well, Nataraja is still in winning, so.
It's forced Anno to split his forces, top and bottom. So the Great Walker not getting any sort of value compared to the because of where.
Yep. Just the extra range. These crystal. Look, that Leliel killing the Rock Rivals from across the board. It's just huge.
The range is just savage.
His presence. Not just that. Now even with the War Dancer, it's an extra speed you can have as crystals. So you don't even stay that much behind when investing on going for bridges. Insane value.
Like the Blue Golem's just gonna have such a bad time against range. I felt like that was spawned a little early. He's gotta have a plan.
Yeah.
Versus plan.
For sure. Still not sure if it's a better plan than just waiting and playing the Leliel at the bridge, but.
It's survived, and of course.
Oh, this Leliel. No way. Wow!
Survived that shield. Remember, returning 50% of the damage. Keeping her alive. This is a big push now. Nataraja's got perk 3. Stormbringer's gonna start spamming.
And more War Dancers coming. I'm still stuck on how Anno just enraged that Leliel and it destroyed the Arcane Golem. The piercing shot, wow.
That's the problem with things like the Sunburn. If you use it correctly, it's incredible. You're not just bumping the unit and not killing it.
Yep.
That's why, as we saw there, very small amount of HP, it can be a huge problem.
Hypnotize coming here. Not lots of value from Hypnotize, I would say.
That felt like it was just really struggling there. Good choices.
Oof. This really does not feel like a match where Anno deck has the necessary tools to do all these range spam.
Yeah, the problem with the range, although they don't all have very long range.
No.
Range.
Oh, that, and now he can sunburn the Lilial. Golem getting hit by Lilial. AoE attack. Why is he not? I guess he has lots of things to consider. He's almost dead if we keep that in mind.
That's right. He's got to make the perfect choices now. He's behind on XP, as Anno. He's behind on HP.
Ooh!
Taking damage.
Miloin does not hit that. Wow. Being forced to play the Razor Squadron into a Lilial that sends damage back was huge. The Razor Squadron just died just to remove that. These piercing shots, he also needs to be very careful about the angles on these piercing shots right now. Veilstalker AoE doing a great job.
So just a desperate gets hypnotized there.
Stormbringer hitting face.
You can see the Veilstalker at the bottom, just how slow she is while she's invisible.
I would say she's maybe too slow. I don't think it's good.
Where she is. What's something follow? She's somewhere else. 70 HP left. Stormbringer's going to start DPSing everything. Quick with her crew here. Mana Friends are coming in. Nataraja's going to close this out. Anno looks like we believe he played.
And just to make this worse,
GG anyway.
Nataraja is keeping his trump cards.
Marines are from Razor.
Oh, interesting. Good point. Good point.
That explains it. Like, what was going on there? The moment this golem goes down, Stormbringer goes on face. One hit, one more. There's the warrior, but the warriors are gonna go down very quickly. Anno needs to keep pushing out, putting out units. There's the Transformer with the golem and red golem. Here we go. The whole time there was a red golem.
Bad time previously. She's got a whole lot worse.
Yep. At this point, that's
the option for the red golem is some kind of board, but when it's supporting,
this Razor Squadron is doing a good job melting it, but it's not melting fast enough. Hypnotize is gonna give him some time, but there's no unit on the field. Stormbringer is gonna go for face. That's game.
Wow.
Wow.
We got to the bottom of the Plasma Marines. Are they, aren't they? So remember the Razor Squadrons drop the Plasma Marines when they die, so... and it took us about 15 minutes to figure that out, but we know what we're talking about. But
no, I think that's a deck that absolutely got affected by the card bans, though. So I think that Anna's deck would definitely have benefited from both Plasma Marines for tech generation and Elite Swarmer was definitely what Anno put in instead of Once Bitten, which kind of lowered him his spell, which didn't let him get as much buff power for his Golem.
Okay.
And so that just goes to show you, like, good bans can really cripple certain strategies. And Nataraja was still able to play a good, decent, solid deck, even with all the bans that Anno gave. Whereas Anno definitely had some difficulty on that match.
How do you feel about both players banning Wrecked? Is that something you would expect? Is Wrecked one of the strongest masters you feel at the moment?
Wrecked, I would say, is one of the most versatile masters, and I think that that's something that is a product of basically having this so soon after the patch, is that with Wrecked being so versatile, and being able to just instantly clear any kind of swarm card, for just 1 mana, in addition to actually getting Wrecked on the field, is just insane. And it's a safe bet.
As we go forward, if the bans continue to be about Wrecked, or if there are other ones, we're probably going to see Wrecked. Valorian's definitely very strong at the moment. But of course, a lot of these players know each other very well, and some of the players really like specific masters. So the bans might become more targeted against a specific player rather than as a generic sort of master ban. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go. But here we are, loading into game number 2.
We've got a core
Nice.
for you today.
Ravager.
Here on Minion Master.
This looks very interesting, especially because Anno at one point was really known for playing Ravager with the Amun combo.
Yeah,
so
we haven't seen that yet. Maybe he's holding that for his game number 3. Maybe.
Let's see how it is. Ooh, this sounds like some Zenshi stuff about to go on, just from watching these Jet Flingers.
just filling it out at the moment. Remember, air units can't take bridges. So you see there
and there it is.
Oh, here we go. Nataraja giving Anno potentially a taste of his own medicine here.
A Taz.
Yes. Ooh, I feel like that Taz could have hit more.
Might just hit more. There we go.
Now the important thing there is he managed to kill the Armoon without the Armoon getting a res. Slither bounds up, then the Armoon sacrifice.
I think that was really smart of Nataraja. By playing that hard bottom, Nataraja just made it so that Anno would need to play another Taz. But that third Taz was 5 mana. That was a lot he invested. It did generate lots of tech for him, so actually Anno might be able to do something if he does not die.
This is problematic. The statue's going to DPS down. Scrap pile at the bottom there. It's going to be shredded. This is big trouble. Anno still hasn't dealt with it. He's falling behind an XP this whole time. That statue's very strong, very...
Hasted now.
Oh!
Wow.
He's a perk 2 already and it's...
Oh!
This is over, I think.
He cannot do anything about this. One more hit and Soul Stealer's also on face. This is game. Wow.
Nataraja takes the series. The second game very quick. 2 games to 0. And
that did not felt like even how Anna was expecting it. The Amun didn't even go on top of the Ravager of the Brutus. It just dealt with bots, but still that test just felt too much of an investment. I like the idea. Anno had the plan. He put out the test. He started generating extra tech. He went for Scrapyard. Everything was going well. Just Nataraja can also play, Anno. It was really hard, and Nataraja had the exact cards he needed. And the statue even came with Slitherbound Darters. So the first Vulture Prime that came out of the Scrapyard was killed by one of those Slitherbounds. That was so sad, and definitely not what Anno needed.
I thought he was in a reasonable position when he took out the Herald Armoon. There was no res. I thought, but of course, when you're investing all that mana into those Tash shots, the Hellfire shots, then you're going to be hugely weak on minions. And ultimately, that was the case. And of course, Stormbringer's going to be terribly inefficient at dealing with anything on his face. And
that's true.
If you're against Ravager and they hit perk 2 with their Brutus still on your face, things are not really going well for you.
Nope.
Now we've seen a couple of Stormbringer decks get fairly shredded. And that's interesting to see. If anyone else is in the tournament paying attention to that, maybe we're just talking about bad deck matchups, or maybe Stormbringer's just struggling, especially in the early stages.
Well, I think Stormbringer's a very situational master. Like, Stormbringer is designed to put pressure on the other half of the field, but it's very easy to take advantage of that if you know what you're doing. Like, Nataraja baiting out that Taz was huge. If Anno would have accepted, just that swarm coming into face and just playing the Scrapyard first, he could have potentially done something. Anno did also have Black Hole, though, and I don't think that Black Hole was necessarily a useful card in his deck. He needed more tools to defend face, and his deck was very offensive. And so taking an offensive Stormbringer against something like a Ravager, who automatically pushes in with a Brutus, I would say is just a very bad deck matchup.
Okay, so remember, this is a dual elimination, so everybody does get a second life, so Anno will drop down and go again. And we shall divert our attention to the next match, which is going to be Lazur against Ficus. Now let's see who we have of these guys. Does anybody have Ficus as a friend? Ficus attacks.
Don't think I do.
Okay.
Oh wait, I do.
Oh, I've got one on my second account. Okay, well, we got him there somewhere. Okay, Ficus attacks. Okay, it says he's in match. Have they started?
No, they have not started.
Ficus in match. Lazur is in the menu. Okay, Ficus must just be warming up. Okay, so Lazur. We've seen some very strong performances with Lazur. He won the Mega SBI, seems like a long time ago. If I remember correctly, that was that epic final against Katt where he came back and won the double best of 5. He was down and out, but Lazur came back and took the tournament. So Lazur is a very, very strong player. Did take a break from the game for a while, but of course is now back. And we'll see what he can bring to the table here. So, let's have a look. We've got Lazur, so we can do Lazur here. Do we have any ban information for these guys?
That is the question.
Okay, thanks everyone for joining us today. This is the Minion Masters Knights Duel number 4, sponsored by GGtoor and Betadwarf, the developers, and Team Mana Frenzy. Big shout out to all those guys for supporting and putting on this event. Thanks to my co-casters joining me today. Thanks to Sinobii in the scenes behind the curtain, greasing everything appropriately. And of course, thanks to you guys for joining us at home. Let's open a giveaway.
Still no bad information, I believe.
Okay, so Vicus. Okay, Vicus is out of his game. Right, so Vicus is ready here. Lazur's here. Okay, maybe just fine-tuning a deck at the end here. Let's find out. So we're just waiting for the ban information. Remember, each player gets to ban a master and 2 cards that their opponent cannot play.
I find it very interesting how so far we've seen both Reg Walker and Once Bitten. So I'm looking forward to see if more players are going to ban the combo. As we said before, Reg Walker does seem like the strongest elo of the combo to ban, but both players on the previous match just banned Once Bitten. So
Again, I think that goes back to the spell nerf kind of thing. Like if you're trying to nerf the spell masters like Minion and Setsu, nerfing Once Bitten is going to have more of an effect than just the Wrecked Walker. Because if you ban the Once Bitten, then that means that if you want to use Wrecked Walker, then you're going to have to use it in a tech deck, and tech decks are weak to aggro. And so if you ban, that other stuff, if you ban Wrecked and Once Bitten, then you are basically guaranteeing that your opponent is either going to go aggro or something that's weak to aggro, I would say.
I think you can still use Wrecked Walker just for the control. For example, in the previous, when Screaming Scrat was previously 1 mana, you could just use a Screaming Scrat in a way that he would capture the bridge, because there was no summoning sickness, so he could just grab the bridge, and then he would get killed by a unit that had just crossed the bridge. You can now do a similar effect with the Wrecked Walker. So by that reason, just banning him alone might also be very strong.
Right, so let's find out what they're going to do. Waiting on bans, and then we're ready to go here. Again, if you want to check out the bracket, you can do. We'll put the link in the chat for you. I just did it, but we'll do it again. Follow exactly what's going on. Lazur says he has banned. Do you guys see the ban information anywhere?
I think we just got some part from Lazur.
Yes. Yeah, we just got Lazur. Lazur bans Minion, Bounty Sniper, and Razor Squadron.
Interesting. Of course, when they're thinking about banning, they're thinking what's currently strong, but they're also thinking about what does my opponent like to play. They're also thinking about what do I hate to play against? What are my decks weak against? And they're trying to put all that information and come up with the the best thing that's going to hurt their opponent the most and benefit them themselves the most. Okay, so we got yep, the Lazur ban is in. Milloween, Bounty Sniper, Razor Squadron. Just waiting for Ficus. His ban. Ficus bans Mordor, Marines, and Drone Buzzers. Drone Buzzers.
Interesting.
That seems. Do you feel like that's maybe a
mistake by confusing it with Razor Squadron? I don't know. It feels definitely weird, but I'm not completely like finding it weird because I think drone buzzers are in a really good spot right now. Since there's also less removals for them, most removals will not even trade evenly with them, and they can just support pushes and also being able to attack air. And you don't have the problem of consuming tech and self-destroying like Razor Squadron. So,
but whilst they're in a good spot, are they in as good a spot as Razor Squadron? Are you going to see people playing them instead of Razor Squadron?
Yeah, that's basically the only point.
Well, with banning both Marines and drone buzzers, I think that Ficus has done a decent job of shutting down any Razor Squad just by pulling any good tech drops for it. So while they didn't necessarily ban it, they did ban two of, I would say, the best tech generators. Maybe drone walker instead of drone buzzers. But I think that was their intent with that, was basically to just shut down any kind of tech mechanics that Lazur could push out.
Okay, yep. Yep, he confirmed that is the right one. That is the right ban. Okay, we are ready to go. Interesting, okay. So remember, tech is, you build up Outlander tech by drawing cards from the Outlander variety. Drawing means putting it into your hand, and then you build up you get 5 tech per mana. So if you draw a 2 mana card, you get 10 tech. You build up a balance of tech, and then there's certain cards that will spend a certain amount of their tech to do things, maybe to give them shield, maybe to give them extra range, or things like the Scrapyard, where they use the tech to actually generate extra buildings. So it seems like what he's trying to do here is nerf his opponent's ability to efficiently generate this tech, and maybe shut down some of those options.
And it might be a very smart idea. We basically will just see it, right? It can be very resultful. I'm curious. I think it's not as terrible a choice as it might seem, depending on what Lazur is thinking of playing.
Well, if he wins it, he's a genius. If he doesn't, then maybe we'll revisit that decision.
Yes.
Okay. So
All right, so
yep, go ahead, Kozik.
So here we go, mirror matchup, Diona versus Diona. Diona, I would say, is in a very solid place in terms of Masters right now. With the Ruffles rework, where you're cycling potions every 10 seconds. Like, if you can consistently get Ruffles, the amount of pressure that you put on the game is insane, because you're getting a balanced amount of both healing, XP, and mana, which can be very aggressive.
Right, Herald our Moon.
Now Herald, I don't think is going to do too well against this ATG Unholy Ground combo.
Not a sunburn I'm liking there. Did a bit of damage, but didn't kill stuff. We got some mana burn as well. Lazur's thinking, how do I deal with this? Because this is a scary looking combo. You need to deal with it appropriately. ATG drones going to do an incredible job. Backed up by a trap there as well. Okay, decent defense. Going to stabilize a little bit here, but here we see the assassin gets a massive hit off on face, coming out of stealth, doing a huge hit. But of course, you can manage your HP a bit with Diona because you do have the health potions.
And I would say that it's even smart to make sure that you take a little bit of damage, so that way you can make use of those potions.
Yeah, you'll still get health potions even if you're on the Of course, they reduce those. Now we see Flightless Dragons. Flightless Dragons now with 5 mana cards. But they are back to attacking every second, so their DPS is back up to 50 DPS. Well.
And I would say, in most cases, most places where you had Flightless Dragons, I think that it makes more sense to either pay the extra mana to go to a Dragon Pack, if you can trigger the Voidborn Wound, or to just go ahead and drop a Skeleton Horde.
Lovely trap there. Unholy Ground as well. Okay, that's very well played from Lazur. There's the res. Is the Armoon going to survive? No, it doesn't. Okay, the ATG drone shredded everything.
Yeah, that raged ATG drone is intense.
Very nicely done with the... It was the combo of the ATG drone, the Unholy Ground, and the trap. So we see a heal coming up. Not sure if you got it or not, I don't think so.
No, the ATG drone shut that down. That would have been 250 health, which is not a small amount of healing. Like, every single Ruffles potion is worth protecting now, because you get so much mana, XP, whatever it is that you're going for, and each one of those potions can change the game.
Mana at the bottom. Wallop, there we go. 2 extra mana. Again, here we go. Now the ATG drone, is it going to get shot down? No, it's not. Is it going to take out the... Yes, it is. Okay. That was very well played. Nice clear with the Ion Grenade there. Actually, he's not going to get too much out, but Lazur's has some good trades, and because of that, he's got a perk 3 advantage now.
Go, Ruffles!
Okay, Curse Bearer, of course that curse brings the assassin out of stealth, so it doesn't get that massive attack.
Lazur does have the XP lead, which is a pretty sizable lead right now, sitting at about 35 XP.
This game's really all been about the ATG drone, and now here we see he's using the Unholy Ground to try to protect it, but he's had to use it. He used it early, so he can't react.
So this could be it.
The trap! Oh, the res! Okay, still alive. Needs to aggro back. It doesn't aggro back! That's a problem. ATG drone doing massive damage. It does die now, but the push still continues. That assassin on the blood imps there doing good work. Now, massive damage coming out from Lazur here though.
Yeah, no, and we saw like the really strong combo that you can add with the Onix is both traps plus Unholy Ground on face forces your opponent to react. So if Ficus ever overcommits mana and Lazur has their traps and that Unholy Ground in face, and that's an automatic GG. And so similar to how Setsu can put pressure on face, Diona now can with those traps.
Ficus was almost about to die. The Diona potion Ruffles grabbed a heal, kept him in the game. It's likely to be a little bit too late. Mana Frenzy here for Lazur should be able to close this out. Skeletons on face, Sunburn coming in. 43 HP left. Do we have a Ruffles heal coming? Needs it immediately. Those traps do 800 damage if left unattended.
Which is enough to completely eliminate the Herald of Moon. And we see the decoy trap with the taunting trap finishing off Ficus.
Saves the trap until he's got them together and then just closes out. And there we see the ATG drone was just so strong. It was supported by the traps, the taunt traps, and the Unholy Ground. And then it was really just a game of cat and mouse between the ATG drone and the Herald Armoon. And the Herald Armoon always pretty much came off second best there, DfogoX.
It was insane. I think there are two main moments I want to highlight. That first play with the ATG drone and then Holy Ground on the Armoon, that was beautiful, not just because of all of that, but because I'm not sure if it was intentional or not. I hope it was. The Sunburn that killed the drone buzzers also enraged its own ATG, That enraged ATG is what made that damage be so brutal and enough to kill the Almoon even after it rest. That Almoon rest, if I'm not mistaken, with 2 Slither Bounds. Yeah. So he rest even with a good amount of health. But since the ATG was enraged, it was just dealing so much more damage. The statue got shredded faster. The Almoon still died while he was unholy grounded. Because if that did not happen, the Almoon would have gotten out of the unholy ground and killed the ATG. And there would have been no push that dealt that massive damage in the beginning. It was like I was watching that. I was like going out of my seat, like, what? No way. Oh my God. Because that was so well. And just one small detail here, another small detail there. And that made up for a huge push. Huge. Insanely well calculated. Insanely well designed. That was just a highlight of the game, of that match for sure.
You could see Lazur's thinking was like, I've got the ATG drone, but I know what it's weak against, but I'm going to have these support spells that neutralize that weakness. And played perfectly, and as you say, the rage on the ATG drone was just able to allow it to shut everything down. Even the statue was there soaking up a lot of the damage, but the statue got shredded as well. And that was
just a cherry on top of the cake.
And I think this is the first deck matchup we've seen today where like both decks were basically evenly matched. I would say like there wasn't any strong lead over the other. Like it was basically just playstyle versus playstyle. And Lazur definitely came out on top on that one.
Okay, so that is game number 1, and we are going to be loading into game number 2. Lazur's got a 1-0 lead, best of 3, so everything to play for on this game here.
Duel!
All right, so we got Setsu versus Stormbringer, and so Stormbringer has lost every matchup so far this season. So we'll see if Ficus is able to make this Stormbringer deck work.
Yeah, Stormbringer fails here, then people might have to think twice about it. Well, Setsu, once Setsu gets into that perk 3 and starts jumping on face, Stormbringer's almost useless at trying to shut down those pushes.
All in the big clouds.
Okay, hypnotize here. Get some good value out of it. He doesn't have any way of dealing with the air. The air's not so much of a problem anymore because you don't have to worry about them taking a bridge. So you can just leave them for your master to deal with if necessary. But he shuts that down with the unholy ground this time.
Now you wouldn't think this is normally that push on the bottom wouldn't be something too big to worry about, but because Stormbringer basically doesn't have a master defense, it forced the Whirly Scrap play, which is now almost dead.
Okay, so we do have a Scrapyard deck for Ficus. He is building up his scrap, his tech. The tech does get consumed, and then the Scrapyard will start popping out units. Now we'll see. Lazur didn't know that that was what he was facing, but he does now, so you may see him holding on to that Setsu jump as a way of DPSing down that Scrapyard. You will see ATG drone again, it's going to be problematic. A good hit though, but nothing's going to touch that ATG drone.
Ooh.
That was the scariest thing there.
And that's a lot of buzzers coming out right now. So, the Scrapyard, I don't think I've ever seen a game where someone was able to properly defend against a Scrapyard that pushed out 4 sets of drone buzzers back to back. Because it's just a massive amount of damage.
Direct Walker, get it on the bridge and then turn it. Here we see the Setsu jump, going to try and shut this down.
And Ficus should be expecting it. Oh, but they didn't defend against the Setsu jump.
Got to expect that. No, that's consumed all its tech and given him nothing for it. So the mana was wasted and the tech was wasted. So this is a good swing for Lazur.
Yeah, that might have been it right there. If Ficus would have basically accepted the damage that the wolf was doing to face, and used the scrap pack, or some other unit to tank the Setsu off of the scrapyard, then they potentially could have got a little bit more.
That's running hypnotize. He's going to shut this down, but he is far behind now. And that's the risk you play with the Scrapyard, is if it does get shut down, then you lose tempo massively. If it doesn't, as we saw that the first time we used it, we saw how much tempo he was able to gain. Now, Setsu jump is available. Let's see what Lazur decides to do. Okay, so he's got something out of the Scrapyard this time, so he's got Annihilate.
2 Annihilators is huge.
Nice. They're going to turn around. Okay, poke 3. Setsu, though. Oh, he goes down before it gets...
Oh no!
Oh, the
That Hypnotize is gonna just destroy that ATG.
Oh, goodness.
Oh no.
Hypnotize is such a strong spell right now.
Mm-hmm.
You see there, you get some high DPS units hypnotized, they just shred each other. This is a problem. One of the things I've been using Hypnotize for is if you use it on the Zealots with the Burning Fist, they just kill each other.
Oh yeah, no.
It's a massive rage.
I have a fast cycle Deona deck that basically just leverages Hypnotize and Zealots, Razor Squad, ATG with basically anything. Like there's just so many pushes that rely on getting certain cards stacked together, and Hypnotize just shuts that down.
Okay, perk 3 is coming on for Lazur. He's looking to close out this game and the set. This match 2-0. Setsu's just going to be too strong. There we saw in earlier the power of the scrapyard, but then Defogo, we also saw how if your scrapyard gets shut down, how you really struggle at that point.
I think it's fair to say maybe Drone Buzz wasn't that good of a ban. Lazur just didn't make that much use of attack, and considering how Cosmic made a perfect analysis, I would say at that moment, like accept the werewolf, kill the sets to try to get something out of the scrapyard. That was the perfect description of that moment. And as you said, Fish, just all the tempo was lost there. And then at that point, whatever chance Ficus had of building up something was hugely reduced. Add that with the perfect Hypnotize on those Annihilators, then ended up also destroying the ATG. Ficus just got himself cornered. He goes back into a corner.
Do we think the Hypnotize is a bit OP at the moment?
Maybe. Maybe.
I don't think so, because you can definitely hypnotize units in such a way where they'll just chase after units that aren't hypnotized, and it can be completely wasted.
So the way that, as I understand it, just to kind of elaborate on that point, Cosmic, I think the way that Hypnotize works is that once a unit becomes hypnotized, it aggroes on a random friendly nearby within the area. So you can't assume that things that are going to be next to each other are going to attack each other. So sometimes the aggro works exactly as you want. Sometimes it really doesn't. And as you say, if you hypnotize stuff but miss one of them, and then that one unit is walking away, then you have one thing that may hypnotize on the unit that's walking away and follow that, and then you have another unit hypnotized on that other unit, and then you just have a trail of units just following each other and effectively get no value out of it. So there's definitely a bit of coin flip there, a little bit of RNG, but if you play it appropriately and you bear in mind that can happen, then you can try to negate those things as much as possible.
It's also a spell that can be extremely easily black holed.
Yeah.
Like if you have a black hole and you don't get the hypnotize, like that's like you were not paying attention at all, because it screams, "I'm about to be hypnotized" every time.
Yeah. So basically, if you hypnotize, if you black hole before the hypnotize goes off, so there's a small cast period with the hypnotize, then nothing happens. If you're a bit too late, then the units will be hypnotized inside, and then they'll come out still hypnotized for a little while, but ideally you want to do it before the hypnotize pops.
Well, even in theory, so like let's say like you have something like Razor Squad, right, or Zealots, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna hypnotize these, and you miss that initial hypnotize, you can still black hole just one of them, and then the other one will wander off, and then you've still saved it even if you've missed it in certain cases.
That's a very good point.
Not too many people play the black hole though.
If I were running something like let's say if I were running like a Milloween with like a Rock Rivals and like a Stixie, I would definitely run a black hole, because you will absolutely get value running both Rock Rivals and Stixie, either through slowing down the Rock Rival when they use Horde cards to let the Stixie target properly, or for spells that are trying to take out the Stixie, or for the Hypnotize to, killing the Rock Rival and the Golem behind it. Like you will get value out of a black hole that way.
For sure. I mean, if we consider the spells that are very strong in the meta right now, like even though they were nerfed, if we consider Sunburn and Frost Feathers and Hypnotize, all of those can be very easily black holed, giving more value to their opponents. If you black hole a Sunburn after just 1 or 2 ticks, your unit is not dead and it's now in rage. You black hole the unit that's the target of the Frost Feather flyby separate. Hypnotize, we just explained. So, and it's at 3 mana. I think it's just the point where people were used to black hole being 2 mana before. In fact, people were used to black hole being lots of different things. You've seen black hole as being super defensive, shutting down complete pushes when his duration was huge. We've seen black hole now be just a very active spell just to shut down specific spells. We've seen him be used as an aggro spell to make cards restart their attack with Rammer and Troubadour. So black hole has just been all sort of misc utility card. And right now with all these changes, it's probably just a matter of him not being solidified, not having his play solidified yet. But I do think once people start getting more used to it, we will for sure see more black holes. The card just has insane potential. Like, it's defensive aggressively, just for being control-ish. You can do a lot with it. So it's definitely worth playing if you can put it on a deck.
Do we have a match for you next? We've got the mighty Katt against the mighty Nerzl. Katt, of course, very, very experienced tournament player. Won many, many tournaments. Very, very strong player on the ladder and in the tournaments. Nerzl's going to have his work cut out against him here. This is going to be a winner's bracket round of 4. Round 4, best of 3. Do you guys see the ban information there? Do you want to quickly take us through that?
Yep, we see that Nerzl banned Apep, Cursebearer, and Hypnotize, so we were talking about. Katt banned Volko, Razor Squadron, and Whirly Scrat. So, very interesting. I think Whirly is also in a good spot, hence why I can see him being banned. And Hypnotize also talked, and same with Squadron. Cursebearer sounds like an interesting ban for sure. Makes me wonder if Nerzl is going to play some big units Mordor. So...
Or just big units, period. Because when you ban both Hypnotize and Cursebearer, you're taking out the cheap removals of large units. And so Nerzl could be doing that to basically play mind games with the Katt and go, oh, you think I'm going to play big units? And then hit him with like a fast cycle deck. Or he could just lean into that and then just play a big unit deck. And Katt's going to have to... I would say if Katt sees those bans and doesn't plan to get hit with big units, like that's just foolish. And so
we have mind games going on.
Yeah.
So, of course, as we always have to be aware, Katt likes to restart his game every 8 minutes.
Which is why I'm spectating Nerzl.
So I'm spectating Katt, and I'm staring at my screen where it says spectating Katt, because I know he likes to restart his game, and then he breaks the spectate, and then we miss half the game. So...
I'll confess I went with Cosmic Strategy. I just went for spectating Nerzl.
He will not get me. He will not get me. I'm saying it.
You say that every time, and he gets you at least once.
I'm ready for him this time. Okay, we're ready for this match. We're just waiting for the players. Nerzl against Katt. We're still in the winner's bracket, so we're going to follow the winner's bracket through until we find our first finalist, and then we'll drop down into the redemption bracket, and we'll follow that through to find out who is going to join them in that final. Again, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 4 in partnership with Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. So big shout out to all those guys supporting the event. Big shout out to everyone at home. Thanks for joining us. We're in the early stages here, but we've already had some great games. We've got some big names. Some big names from the current. We've got some big names from the past, and it's going to be interesting to see how they all stack up against each other. But here we go. We're loading in to game number 1. It's going to be Katt against Nerzl. And joining me is DfogoX.
And we see Katt is playing King Puff, and Nerzl is playing Diona. So I right now have a feeling that Cosmic was completely right. Nerzl just baited Katt into expecting some slow big unit cycle, and Nerzl is just gonna play a quick cycle. That's very, very interesting. And here's a Demon Warrior, so I'm straight up suspecting that. Katt, however, just going for an opening with Legionnaires. We now know for sure it's Legionnaires, no need to worry about sounds because Wolf and Monk Ship are now only 3 unit counts, not 4.
Okay, so there's the wall doing some return damage to the Legionnaire, helping shut it down. We've got a perk 1 now for Katt, that's the bridge switch. Now, of course, King Puff has been amended, has been changed from how it was a few patches ago. Still has the bridge swap, but it's celebrated every time. It's available every time the king gets a birthday. That's not a fish birthday, that's a King Puff birthday.
Well, the difference is one is every 40 seconds, the other is every day, right?
God, there we see the Hypnotize. We spoke about it earlier. The Hypnotize on the Zealots. The Zealots shred each other. But
that Zealot is so low. Oh, the Beer Trap is probably going to get the Zealot because Joel is too fast. Or no, the Zealot was... Oh yeah, there it goes.
You see the counter. If you see the counter in the perk at the top, that's the countdown to the next bridge swap availability. And it's important to pay attention to that because if you've got a bridge switch in your hand, you really want to be able to use it before you get that next one. And that's something the new King Puff can do that the old King Puff never could do, where you can have 2 bridge switches almost back to back.
Yep, and that can be very powerful, just switching once to get a stun, and before that stun ends, you swap again to get the extra stun. And the same can be done with these little puffs that appeared just now. This is King Puff's second perk. Whenever unit goes over that buff, they will get that buff. Now, it's important to note, you need to be on top of the buff. The unit cannot just be on that circle. The circle is for the buff granting, because when a unit pops it, he will give that buff to the unit and for closest units to it that are on that circle. So it's a very important detail, and it can be very strong if well used.
Now we saw Nerzl use the red golem. It doesn't get activated into a red golem until he's down to less than 1500 HP. So it looks like a blue golem, but there's a little trick, and I don't know if it's supposed to be in the game or not, but the health bar of the red golem, when it's a blue golem, is super high above the unit, so you can tell that that's a red golem, and Katt will have noticed that for sure. So he knows that that's something he needs to keep in mind.
Oh no! On bot, that did not go the way Nerzl wanted, and Nerzl now probably wants to get that stint go. There it goes. Sunburn killing all this.
Grabs a lot of bridge for Nerzl, but it gets immediately taken back. We've got an XP lead now.
Ooh, this was a very good bridge swap. Demon Warrior is now stack 5, which does not mean as much since Demon Warrior now needs to be stack 6 to be big.
Yep. King Puff's perk 3 now is a real strong perk. When you swap the bridge at perk 3, any friendly units up to maximum of 5 will generate a Night Puff, which is a decently DPS-y ranged unit. So you can get
completely like a knight, right? Oh no, here we go. This might just be very bad.
Red Golem against Zealots. Hypnotize. Or see, there we see
very
Zealots.
good.
Zealots are hypnotized, but they're targeted on something that's moving away from them, so the hypnotized did absolutely nothing. Night
that was very sad.
Shredded that Red Golem.
And the Demon Warrior is also getting shredded by everything. This might just be game. He needs the wall to push stuff. This is it. Wow.
There's a heal possibility there.
Not enough. Wow, that was so sad.
And
I think
that's
Nerzl
why
just overcommitted.
Yeah, that's why I say that Hypnotize does not need to be nerfed, because if you do it just right, you can counter it even without a black hole. Is literally that interaction that we just saw.
How about a different suggestion? How about Hypnotize is for mana, but a hypnotized unit will target the closest unit or even prioritized other hypnotized units? Huh? Now you actually know what you're getting. Just an idea.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult because you saw in that situation the Hypnotize did nothing, and that's what can happen. You can get Hypnotizes that give you incredible value, but you can also get them that give you just effectively 0 value.
Although, to be fair, that was half on Katt, because when the units were hypnotized, they were basically alone, but just before the Hypnotize popped up, Katt swapped the bridges, the skeletons that were not on the Hypnotized got near the Zealots, and made the front Zealot at least focus on all the skeletons. Yeah. That's the reason. So Katt was aware of how to play around Hypnotize. As we say, probably not the fairest way to play around Hypnotize, but still.
It's a good point. You can force you can force the value to be reduced from the Hypnotizer, and maybe that's just a skill. Maybe that's a way that the top players can counter that kind of card.
Let's duel.
So here we go. Katt comfortably taking game number 1.
Selected.
Swapping to Valorian now, as is Nerzl.
Mirror match. All right.
Now, as we mentioned earlier, Valorian's healing has been reduced a little bit.
Lost Legionnaires also come with shield instead of rage for those that are wondering where that shield came out of.
Yep.
Right. Katt got the early bridges though. Don't think Nerzl has the necessary tools to super contest them. Yep. Sometimes you gotta let your opponent have experience so that you can have experience.
Right.
I will never give in.
Very good master attack. Can't deal with things. We saw earlier how Stormbringer is terrible at defending his own face. Valorian is completely the opposite of that. He can deal a lot of damage very quickly, and especially at perk 3. So here we see the Zealots again. They're going to shred through everything at the bottom there. They're trying to do their best.
Here comes Zeppelin Bomber, recently buffed.
Trying to use that on the Lantern, and sometimes you get some good value out of it. I'm still not sure. It's a great choice. You played it against me when I was playing Rock Rivals, and the taunt on the Golem just holding it in place made it kind of amazing for me.
Exactly, versus this type of units. And I think if we consider how these units are much stronger right now, like you have Divine Warrior with the taunt, you have Diona being with the taunt, and Diona being very strong right now, as Cosmic was saying. So these are situations where Zeppelin Bomber excels. Like, there's lots of situations where he's just plainly good, even if you are playing it versus a horde, just gonna clean up everything on the ground.
Yeah, so it did get a buff in the previous patch, so it does attack slightly faster now. So they're trying to bring it back into the meta, but the fact it can no longer take risks really holds it back. And, sometimes it's just games where it's difficult to get value out of it, you're just sending it just to hope you get a bit of face damage and drop a bomb or two on the way.
Well, right now on top might just be a great situation for Zeppelin Bomber. Or for Zealots. Yeah, let's just go. Yep, still they will be very low. One of them just went down. Wow. Well, they did their job defending those Legionnaires.
Yeah, so of course the Zealots now have slightly reduced HP. So a number of units get their HP reduced from 400 to 350.
Oh wow.
So with the Zealots taking the self-damage from their attacks, they really feel that health reduction.
Yep, it's something we can see from the cards of the Burning Fist. We can consider it the sub-faction of Empyrean. We just take that self-damage.
Yep.
Wow.
Okay, so
Oh!
into a wolf.
Zealot's gonna shred the wolf. It's really, really close. I'm loving this. Like, it's going back and forth. Each player just trying to get his push going there.
There's a bomber at that time. And there we see the
Yep.
monkey healing. Tranquil, sheesh out, will heal back up to 4. That's almost basically a free unit. Well, get some pressure.
Not sure if that's the best Searing Light, but it's probably a good way to get value. Now, this is also curious. Katt played the Searing Light before Nerzl had it in his hand, while previously they both played at the same time. So this tells us that Katt can probably have a shorter cycle than Nerzl, which automatically should give him an advantage in terms of cycling his second perk.
Bit of mana burn there from Nerzl. Yeah, we see some of the masters in the game have perks that are timed, so it doesn't matter what kind of tech they're in. There's other masters like Valorian here with his perk 2, the Searing Light removal. That's a
I
card
will
that's added to
never
his
give
deck.
in.
So the quicker you can use it and cycle back to it, the more you can get out of it. So therefore, as DfogoX said, it does reward the deck.
There we go. And I mean, I think
Those will slightly get
huge. Yep. Still, well, I mean, it's now 10. Well, almost 10. It's really just back and forth. I suspect hitting Mana Frenzy will be crucial, because if they hit Mana Frenzy and just make hold of those bridges for 1 or 2 ticks, that's gonna flip the game, and it's gonna give the player that managed to do that the advantage. And Katt is just struggling. I think Nerzl has an advantage. He's winning those trades, you can see.
Yeah, that perk 3 removal now. Double damage, very strong. The Zealots again.
Yep, and we can notice Katt played the Grenadier on the bridge and Jolo on the bridge, but none of them insta-grabs the bridge. So they just stayed there a bit longer attacking the units and giving more experience to Nerzl.
Nearly 20 XP ahead now.
He's gonna lose that trade on top.
The mana has been adjusted a little bit in the latest patch. But your opponent getting to Mana Frenzy just ahead of you is really problematic.
Is he needs to contest on top.
Yep. He needs to put pressure on both bridges all the time now.
Wow! The difference of this ceiling just making the plasma I was supposed to lose win on top. That was insane.
Yep.
Here are the Zealots. The Zealots and the Legionnaires. Wow, great Zeppelin value, killing the Grenadier and the crossbow. That's all the backline. Katt's still slightly behind, but he can easily go both ways. Joel and Grenadier combo getting destroyed by the Valorian second perk. There it goes. Wow! Joel just dodging everything. Just hero things we cannot comprehend.
Yeah, 8 XP left to go. Katt knows he needs to put pressure on the bridges and try to catch up here, but the spin grabs the bottom bridge.
Wow!
This is another reaction.
Bridge neutral on top.
Right, Mana Frenzy, 2 XP away.
He does need his bridge right now, and yep, there's Mana Frenzy, and he's going for bot, securing bot. Katt's about to hit it as well.
So close. Okay, both players have Mana Frenzy. Bottom bridge is blue, top bridge neutral.
He's neutral. No way.
Pretty quickly, nice werewolf. I don't think it's going to be enough. Now we see.
Alright, Katt has it. Katt no longer has it, Nerzl has it.
You see the players forcing the bridge spawns now. They don't really want to spawn into things, but they've got to. Hold the bridge.
For sure.
At least neutral.
And then the searing lights just killing stuff up. Sunburn supporting it. Nerzl just has more pressure here. Ooh, this Zeppelin's gonna be huge.
But the top's looking okay. Nerzl, the defense is going to do a good job. Bridge at the bottom. Okay, now Nerzl's got both bridges. What can Katt do?
Yup. Nothing, I think. Katt will lose the bridges here.
On the bridge, so he has to wait for it to get away from the bridge, but then it gets shut down.
This Whirly not grabbing the bridges on bot.
I feel like this is just going to allow Nerzl just to push up. Push, and eventually he's going to be able to shut this down.
Good stint value.
Bottom bridge for everybody still, yeah, perfect. But there's a Grenadier doing a good job at the top, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh, that's a very good sunburn, but it enrages those
I think
guys.
it worked out, kind of. Oh,
It does not work out. That was still very good.
oh, Nerzl tried to grab the bottom bridge with the warrior, kind of missed the collision a little bit. But it's...
Oh, the stint burn. Wow. This is going back and forth. These players, they are both such good control players, and we are seeing that. Missing one crossbow there.
Okay, bridges are red now, and they're getting backed up. This could be a problem for Katt. What does he have to jump on the bridge? There you see the Legionnaires spawn on the bridge.
Oof. But every single time Katt does that, a defensive chopper follows up, because now the fact that Katt has a larger cycle means not much, since Nerzl is getting slightly more mana from the bridges and experience. This is little by little, but both players, back and forth, they are both taking damage. It's very hard to just say right now who's going to be the winner. There's the defense into the Whirly, but that means Legionnaires are now open on bot. Here we go. Wow, they just... Yeah, defensive doesn't really have that.
Bridges are blue at the moment.
About to neutral bot, but it's wow. All right, Katt investing here.
I feel like Nerzl's in some situations where he has had the bridges but hasn't been able to really solidify.
I feel like this is
now
it.
Katt is once
Yeah.
he's got the bridges, it's going to be too much.
Exactly. Nerzl always had some advantage on the bridge, but he just lost that. Unbelievable. I cannot believe this. The Katt just turned this around again. He did this in the previous GGtoor. It's just wow.
This This game is going down
He
to
hasn't-
nearly 10 minutes here. The players have got all over the bridges, but I feel like Katt has broken the back of this game now.
Yep, I agree. I think this is it.
Even though Nerzl had the better of the bridges.
Unbelievable. I think it was a defensive chopper. The moment Nerzl played a defensive chopper, not into the Legionnaires, just gave Legionnaires so much value.
Nerzl pushing back though.
Exactly. No way. Wow. Ow. His game is amazing.
That defensive chopper is doing a great job against pretty much everything. But
Probably
the bridges are
Nerzl's probably
saving
saving
a little
for
bit. So Katt getting that extra XP, which becomes harder and harder frenzy.
Nerzl playing at the back. That's not really what he wants right now. He needs that pressure on the bridges. He's probably gonna capture a bot with right blocker. Here we go. Zeppelin going top, killing that, and also there's a warrior falling up. Is he gonna kill the stints? No, but he is gonna kill nothing. Okay. Oh no, he killed the crossbows. Okay, that's something.
Right.
I mean, every little bit of advantage you can get right now is gonna be huge. Searing Light cleaning up the whirly.
Nerzl's 525 HP, so he's pretty low. Katt's gonna have in his... There we see, Katt's got in his mind about the cycling sunburn on face. Nerzl needs to be careful because if he's spawning stuff deep next to face, he's just asking for that. Now this Searing Light doesn't do face damage, so that's not an option to close out the game. But sunburn does. And Katt looks like he's identified that as potentially his win condition. But of course, if he's spending that money, spending that mana just to do a bit of face damage, he's going to be careful he doesn't lose control of the ball. There we see. Now there's no units next to face, he decides to use it to clear.
Still, he's gonna get pressure again. That Zeppelin needs one more tick. Oh, he not get the extra tick. Defensive Searing Light here. This is the on face. There's a sunburn hitting the plasmas. This is it.
Okay, he's gonna
This is probably gonna be the plasma is on face. His plasma gonna. He's now. Wait, he's not sunburned range yet. Sunburned range is 40 damage. He is gonna get cleared. Units are on face. This is it. Katt pulled it off again. Wow.
You said sunburn range. Sunburn does 100 damage to face, right?
No, Sunburn now deals 80 damage total, and he only deals half damage to face. That means 40, right?
I thought it did full damage. We can check it.
Looks like
He
I'm
does
checking
deal
it
full
right.
damage. Yeah, he deals full damage, but it is not 100, it's 80 damage.
Okay,
Yep.
It is 80 damage, yeah.
Wow, still, wow, Nerzl had like a little bit of an advantage, and Katt just managing to turn it
Well,
around.
I think so. So I think what turned that around was literally just Jolo, because Jolo, like a few lucky Jolos here and there, made Nerzl spend a little bit extra mana, as well as obviously the Tranquil Monkey being able to get a heal, even a slight heal, was huge. And Katt was able to just kind of use those lucky Jolos and like those Tranquil heals to just kind of slowly get their foot in the door and just kind of wiggle it and get them an opening that they then just made bigger and bigger until they were able to push in and actually get the extra mana.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
That
I was not expecting that.
That was a very technical game. That's bridge control 101 there. Once you
Yep,
get into the
that's-
frenzy, you're forced into bridge control like that. Even if you don't want to be spawning your Legionnaires into a defenso, but you've just got to.
Yeah.
Insane.
But I think we could see the fact that Katt was able to hold whilst Nerzl seemed to have the better of the bridge control, seemed to suggest to me that if Katt was just able to get a bit more bridge control, then he would be able to close it out. And ultimately, it seemed like he could do that. And of course, you could see him cycling that sunburn, just doing a bit more damage to face time and time again, and ultimately getting his opponent down into that striking range where he could close it out. But of course, Nerzl did have sunburn himself, but he wasn't able to do the same sort of thing.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also, I would say, the fact that at one point, Nerzl started playing units more around his pocket and his base. That's probably the indicator that the tempo of the game is changing. Because when you cannot no longer afford to fight on bridge and you need your master help to recuperate, it becomes harder. And I think this is where Katt played very beautifully. Katt was balancing it so well. He was letting stuff pass, not fighting them and investing. He was letting stuff pass for Valerium to deal with and going for the bridges. While Nerzl played at the back, supported with the master, and then trying to push back. But on this time, the bridges are on the opponent's side. In this case, bridges were on Katt's side. Katt gets more mana. Katt overinvests. and Nerzl needs to start building up from scratch again. It's very small details, but the moment you start noticing those things, it just starts indicating the beginning of the end.
And I do want to make some notes about Zeppelin, just because a couple people are talking about how they don't think Zeppelin's too great. So if you look at Zeppelin as a card, that it's a spell removal, literally from where you spawn it all the way to the enemy tower, it is absolutely worth 3 mana. Because you'll get at least 1 bomb off, and that'll drop, and that deals so much damage and will clear so many units, and it just keeps doing it all the way to face. And if you hit something like a Valorian or a Stormbringer and they don't defend, then that's a huge chunk of face damage that you're just chipping away.
True.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's important, as DfogoX said there. You could see what Katt was trying to do. He was trying to let that Defenso Chopper pass, because the Defenso Chopper was really difficult for him to deal with units. And of course, Defenso doesn't really do that much damage, so he wanted that Defenso to get on his face, let his Master deal with that, and then use his melee something far more efficient. Because, of course, as we know, this game's all about being really mana efficient, and if you're just throwing melee after melee into that Defenso Chopper, you're going to be trading terribly. So I think that was a good example of using health as a resource, using your Master as a resource, and ultimately that was a game that Katt was able to close out in very dramatic fashion at the end there. Books his place in the next round, and the next round is going to be DeathShoot against Katt. I'm going to check to make sure Katt hasn't restarted his game.
He just restarted this game.
Somebody can go through the bans, then we can get this game on. Now, 2 great players here. Let's see what they've banned.
Yes, so DeathShoot banned Wrecked, Once Bitten, and Whirly's Threat. Katt banned Volko, Razor Squadron, and Whirly. So Katt kept the same bans for DeathShoot as he kept for Nerzl. This shows us that Katt is not doing targeted bans for players, but general bans he believes are very strong. DeathShoot, on the other hand, is banning also very strong cards. Well, Whirly is banned for both of them. We're talking about how Defense was banned in the first match of all for both players. Now it's the same for Whirly. And I think it makes sense. These cards right now, just when you are talking about minion to minion interaction, Defense just counters most of the melee ones, and Whirly just counters the hordes and everything. Mm-hmm. So they are both very strong. You put them sitting on a bridge, and they are going to deal damage. Even if they lose the fight, what comes out of that bridge is going to be very damaged, like substantially damaged. So you will be at disadvantage. That's why I think both cards are very strong. Then again, you also cannot afford to just ban Defenso and Whirly's Threat. So
okay, so I've got Deadshot here, we've got Katt here. Right, we are ready to go. Cosmic's going to join me on this one. Now, of course, we've Katt, previous tournament winner. Deadshot, DeathShoot, Disu, whatever his damn name is, previous tournament winner.
DeathShoottOneyOoney.
That's it. You really confused me when you changed your name, and I saw it in my guild channel, and I was like, hold on, did Deadshot join the guild again? When you changed it.
That was probably... I think my favorite thing about that was that right when I changed mine, he changed his to something else. And so, like, I had so many people think that I was actually DeathShoot for a good 4 days, and it was beautiful.
I just saw it.
If we are...
So go ahead.
If we are talking about people changing their names, I might as well take this opportunity to be very thankful to all my guild members that love swapping their name every 3 days just to make, like, keeping Redis and scores and everything so easy to track. Like, yes, people, change your names every 3 days. That's awesome. Thank you very much. It's not a mess at all.
It's almost like
God
they do it
damn
to
it.
taunt you. Okay, so we've got Katt ready to go here. We've got DeathShoot ready to go here. This is a winner's bracket round 5, best of 3. Winner of this goes into the winner's bracket final. Bracket in the chat if you want to follow along. So we're getting relatively far along here in the winner's bracket. Of course, once we've got our first grand finalist, we'll swap to the redemption bracket and see where we are going to find our second grand finalist. But here we go, loading in. We've got Katt versus DeathShoot.
King Puff versus Ratbo.
Apple prefers the learn by dying method, so let's hear you
Drop this
fight.
down so we know what's going on. So we saw we saw Katt with a strong KP. Now we've got DShoottOneyOoney playing KP. Now let's have a look at how Ratbo can stand up against this. Right.
Okay, now Screaming Scrat, I think, is pretty nice. Similar to the Zeppelin, I think that if you look at it as more of like a removal and less of as a unit, I think that you can get a lot of value out of it. And with Katt playing Ratbo, that will still summon a Scrat, which can then go and potentially take a bridge.
Well, you can play it perfectly. You can grab some bridge grab with it yourself. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. Early XP lead for DeathShoottOneyOoney, gets his perk 1, gets the bridge switch. What do you see? That's perfect. Neutralizes the bridge. Well, that poison just ticking before the bottom bridge can be taken, so that's frustrating, forces out the stint.
Okay, top bridge was captured before it actually ticked XP, so all that time that it was in Katt's favor didn't actually do much. Alright, we see Ava coming out.
That's right, so the bridge doesn't give you XP, I think it's every 4 seconds until it ticks. So just having it for 2 seconds or something, it's not going to get you anything.
And that was an excellent bridge swap, just completely removing the Grenadier from taking care of the Legionnaires.
Now, did they get the shield out at that point? Remember, shield got a bear, she starts with a quest, she's got to shield friendly minions 5 times. And then she's spawned with a bunch of Legionnaires. But what you need to do playing against that is try to restrict those quest ticks. Try to make it take as long as possible to get that quest complete. So it looks like we've got 1 Shield God of Air quest.
I think that if this game goes to perk 3, then it'll definitely be in DeathShoottOney's favor, because those Night Puffs are going to absolutely just shred everything that Katt could push out.
Yep.
And then DeathShoottOney could just hold the defenso for the Ava, because Ava will just get wrecked by that.
Yeah, we saw at the bottom the Screaming Scrat was able to aggro the Marines before they got on the bridge, so it stayed blue the whole time and then killed them. So that was a perfect Screaming Scrat trade at the bottom. Too close, but still in Deadshot's favour. Yeah, those Night Puffs are really, really strong. Extra range units. See if Katt can get that quest done as quickly as possible. Get those Legionnaires out. Okay, so here we see Katt using his HP as a resource and not freaking out with that Blast Monster just tickling him.
Get a load of this!
Okay.
Now he doesn't have very many good Daka targets.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of an unfortunate matchup, is there's literally, I think the best target that Katt has is probably the Defenso Chopper, but DeathShoottOney's making sure that that Defenso Chopper is never in a position to be easily Daka'd.
Yeah. Okay, perk 3 now for DeathShoottOney. Bridge switch, friendly units, going to give Night Puffs. Does have a bridge switch available, choosing not to use it currently.
And you can even get more Night Puffs with Night Puffs if you time that birthday right.
Yeah, you got to mention there, King Puff's able to get 2 bridge switches effectively back to back, but here comes...
And this pressure is just going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, I think as we've mentioned before, the Ratbo perk 3 is just nowhere near as influential on the game as King Puff's perk 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the quest now, I believe, has been completed from Shield God of Aya, but still going to take another cycle before you get any value from that, and already falling a long way behind on XP. Deadshot in control of this one. Again, we've got the Daka here sitting in Katt's hand. He's thinking, what do I do?
Oh, that was Ava stunned, but still procced her shield.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Okay, here we see probably a bridge switch to get some Night Puffs. No? Okay. Blast once again, some work done at the top there. Defense is going to be a little bit awkward to deal with. Bridge switch, Night Puff. Puff's defensor explodes. Now suddenly Deadshot has. Here comes the fight back. But look at that poison! Absolutely
Oh my gosh, that
annihilating.
poison absolutely shut that down. Night Puff's coming in again.
Okay, Deadshot's starting to steamroll at the moment here. Those Night Puffs trading everything. Bridge control. Deadshot doesn't need to freak out about it because he's got such a big lead. Katt dropping low on HP here. Really struggling to remove anything that's on his face. Katt dropping out. It's going to be the game number 1. It goes to Deadshot. Ratbo is bested by King Puff. That perk 3 King Puff really, as we mentioned, a very strong perk, especially compared to Ratbo.
It's just so oppressive if you do not have the cards to deal with the Night Puffs, because the Night Puffs just become a swarm card. And so if you are already having a tricky time dealing with your opponent's swarm cards and then the Night Puffs start coming out, that's a whole wave of Night Puffs literally every 30 seconds, which is just insane value.
Yep. Or even if you combine it, as we were saying before, with the double bridge swap, you can actually even duplicate the amount of Night Puffs you have. You just go from 5 Night Puffs to 10 Night Puffs. That can be huge. That's why I think it's really about how much pressure you can put. And as you were saying, Cosmic, the best target there really felt like it was a defensive chopper. And the moment you identify, when you are playing versus a Ratbo, and you identify what is your Daka target, what card in your deck is going to get your opponent to play Daka, you can play around that. And I think DeathShoot did it very well. Like in most decks, at one point, you usually identify it. Like if your opponent is playing Scrat Horde, and you see, okay, he just played Scrat Horde, his next card is probably going to be Daka. I'm going to play a unit now in front. You can do this. That's also why some people do the other way around. They play Daka first and then Scrat Horde after, just so it's not so obvious. But then again, you know what's getting Daka'd. So it's just a matter of already being prepared, just reacting. The moment you hear the sound, the moment you see the target sign, you just, bam, here we go. And you baited it, and now you have the full push. You baited cards, you baited a spell. It's your tempo now. It's really, really strong. Especially as a King Puff, just creating your tempo with those bridge swaps.
Oh yeah, and with the cards that DeathShoot had, the Scrats from perk 1 and perk 3 meant nothing. The Daka meant nothing. Like, Katt was basically playing without a master. And DeathShoot was able to make full use of their master perks, and that was just very obvious as the game progressed.
So the thing with the more Daka, the perk 2 from Ratbo, is you're hoping that your opponent has something amazing for you to use it on, and you're hoping that your opponent kind of misplays a little bit to allow you to do that. Whereas with King Puff and the perk 3, there's no hope. You know that you're going to get huge value from it. So you're not having to hope that you get something. You're not hoping for a specific matchup or anything like that. It's a far safer build, far safer proposition, and there's not really any way that your opponent can counter that like they can just counter the Daka.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, we saw that Katt's whole plan was to get Avea out as quickly as possible, and it didn't help at all. As soon as Avea came out, Poison came in. I think there was a Blast Monster pop to finish off everything else, and then it just didn't.
And Avea, I think, is just in a weak spot right now compared to everything else. I think she needs some kind of tweak to make her viable. Just because even if she started the game, like even if you only needed like 3 quests, like I still think that you wouldn't even necessarily be able to get value out of her, just because she's 6 mana is a lot of mana, and shields are nowhere near as useful as they used to be.
And of course, Avea
then again,
recently.
Yeah, and I think if you look at it the other way around, if you imagine there is no quest that she automatically spawns with the Legionnaires, then it is worth 6 mana. So it's really hard to how do you manage that? Because you cannot give those 6 mana extra value that early in the game. It's a really interesting spot for Avea.
Okay, here we go, loading into game number 2. DeathShot is
Let's
1
go.
game to 0 up. This is still best of 3,
It's
so no
hammer
conquest
time.
rules. Katt switching to Volko, DeathShoot switching to Aper. Let's see where.
Okay, and APEP I would say is a lot more RNG based than they used to be, in the sense of before, like obviously their perks are random, but there's a lot more bad pulls from perk 1 and perk 3 than there used to be, and so really your only guaranteed value is going to be from the totem, because you could you could get some pretty useless perks from perk 1 and perk 3.
So we've got a Demon Warrior deck coming out from the deck sheet. Demon Warrior has been cycled 6 times now before it's activated. Early damage, which is what you kind of expect against as an Apex. You don't have your shield. Okay, so you've got an Illusionary Dragon Well.
Now that's actually not too bad because Volko doesn't attack air, so it will at least force a card play from Katt.
Yeah, previously when it could take a bridge, it was a pretty decent pull, but you can still get some value out of it. It's far better to pull that than the Cleaver, I think. Especially if you say against Volko. Deadshot's going to be trying to have a cheap deck, trying to get that Demon Warrior out as quickly as possible, whilst trying to still be in the game at that point. Doesn't want to take too much damage, doesn't want to be too far behind on XP. I mean, he's doing okay at the moment. He will have his shield soon. Katt's going to be thinking about when that big Demon Warrior is available, what is his way of countering it? And of course he has the Skeleton Horde, which is going to be great, especially if you can enrage them from the bridge as well. They will melt that Demon Warrior.
Yes, but DeathShoot also has Sunburn, and so as well as the Grenade Scrat, and so those are going to be things that Katt's going to have to either try and bait out beforehand, which I don't think will be too hard with the Legionnaires. Because the Legionnaires kind of force a spell pull with the way that Katt's playing them.
Okay, so we've got a bit of an XP lead now for Katt. Getting some good bridge control, which is remaining blue quite considerably. Sunburn doesn't quite get the value, but it does at least kill the top one, which forces the extra spawn to take the bridge, so not terrible. More stack 4, 2 minutes 50. Still needs to cycle it one more time, and then the next one will be where we're at. Deadshot does have a fireball if necessary. It's a 5 mana fireball now, so he needs to think about whether it's worth doing so far. Of course, you can tank on face and clear with units, and that tends to be a lot more efficient. Perk 3 now, Katt pulling ahead. Perk 3 means Berserker Rage is available from the Embers.
And Berserker Rage is huge because the Berserker Rage Legionnaires will shred a Demon Warrior, even without the Skeleton Horde. So Katt has a decent amount of counters, even for a fully stacked Demon Warrior if they were tied on XP. Which, yeah, that Berserker Rage Skeleton Horde on the bottom just tore through DeathShoot's own Skeleton Horde. I think a timer on Apep's Totem on the perk, similar to how King Puff's birthday is in Valorian Seal, would be incredibly useful, as well as all time perks, honestly. Like both for the book and for Millowing's Golem, I think.
Deadshot's probably far enough behind on XP now that his win condition is just to kill Katt before Mana Frenzy.
And unless they get a God tier perk 3 pull.
Let's find out. Okay, so that's the illusionary whelps at the top, but they have been activated for the Void Ball Moon, so you get 3 of them, so that's decent.
Okay, ooh, Bounty Sniper can help lower the gap in XP. And potentially make it a Mana Frenzy on Mana Frenzy if the cards play out right.
If a single Bounty Sniper is going to be enough to bring him back into this though, he's a long way behind. He's able to put a little pressure on the bridge with this Demon Warrior. Katt knows he just needs to get some Mana Frenzy. He should be able to close this out. Demon Warrior, of course, shredding the Legionnaires, but it's taking a lot of time, and it's getting damaged by a lot of other things. But, with the cycle, the next one should be available soon.
Yep, and there's the bridge burn. Yeah, the bridge burn being able to force card interactions from DeathShoot. Like, he has to be careful where he places his skeleton horde, because it can just get absolutely melted just by the bridge burn and nothing else.
So we can see that Big Demon Warrior has DeathShoot right back into it. As we mentioned earlier, it's a case of isn't too far behind for that to matter. And then we see that Demon Warrior holding the top bridge, getting shredded, but holding the top bridge. But Mana Frenzy is almost available for Katt. Katt looking to bring this series back at 1 game all. Can he do so? Let's find out.
Oh, Blue got Mana Frenzy.
Okay, Mana Frenzy comes in, and Bridge Burn is a cyclable perk, so that's going to be huge, because Bridge Burn has kind of been dictating a lot of what DeathShoot's been doing.
Just melt there to those guys. DeathShoot knows he just needs to catch up here. Not too far behind, he is coming back. And that bounty sniper is beginning to really help out. Right.
Oh no, that Tranquil Monkey!
Can't allow that to heal.
There goes the Bridge Burn, at least the Tranquil Monkey goes down.
10 XP to go. I feel like if DeathShot can get his own Mana Frenzy and grab the bridge, he can really change the tide here. This is close. Bounty sniper going down. Not really sure which way this is going to go at the moment. This is a big push coming out from Katt though. We've got those zealots there. Okay. Mana Frenzy for DeathShot. About to pop. Trying to manage this. He's trying to keep his units up, reduce his face damage, and keep pressure on the bridges. Now if he can get a bridge or two, he can really push on. That Demon Warrior is alive, and there's another one. We haven't seen those two really alive at all together. Bounty Sniper, of course, in Mana Frenzy is converting every time it gets a shot and a hit and a kill. It is getting extra mana. Here we see the DeathShoot putting pressure on the bottom bridge. Okay, next Demon Warrior is out. Those Demon Warriors coming thick.
Bounty Sniper's alive. There's now 2 Bounty Snipers on the field. This is huge. And Skeleton Horde was able to get on the bridge without proccing Bridge Burn, so they were able to get their full value. This is huge. But is DeathShoot going to be able to wiggle this little bit of an advantage and kind of keep contesting those bridges? The stint being able to contest a bridge even when nothing's on it is pretty huge.
So the fact that one of the snipers survived there means that he's ahead of the counters really on the sniper, so he can get 2 out and then 1 gets removed. But now he's pretty forward on the bridge. He's going to get shut down, but Deadshot's getting a lot of pressure now. Bridge is remaining red for a long time. There we see having to use a bridge grab at the bottom.
And DeathShoot's spawning their units at the back. So the reason they're spawning units at the back is because even if Bridge Burn kills what's on the bridge, then those units that DeathShoot's spawning at the back are literally just there to make sure that the bridge stays his, while he slowly applies pressure to face.
DeathShoot was so far behind on XP, but
that Bounty Sniper was amazing. So I was talking about how Apep's a lot more random in their perks. In this case, I would say that Bounty Sniper definitely won DeathShoot this game. That is 2 Demon Warriors on face.
DeathShoot takes this game 2 games to 0. And he's
100% that Bounty Sniper. What?
Right? Oh my
How?
goodness.
Like, there's one card in the pool that can bring you back into the game, and instead of getting like a useless Zeb friend that you cannot activate, you know what? Here, Bounty Sniper, take it.
If
God.
you're gonna win, it's with this card. And DeathShoot was like, alright, I will take that advantage and I will stack it as fast as I can.
wow.
Oh my god.
He did get some good luck. We've seen him in the past get some terrible luck. But that time he got some good luck, and you know that's what you face with Apep. You get a bit of luck, and sometimes you get the perfect thing. And not only did he get the Bounty Sniper, his opponent had a lot of small things that the Bounty Sniper could just pop off on and just really grab that XP and get him back into that game. Wow.
Yeah.
Katt
It's ridiculous.
Redemption bracket final. We've had some great games. Right, we're just going to get him set up. Okay, we've got some bans in the chat. If you guys want to go through the bans, we've got Niprax against Dragon. Dragon, a previous tournament winner, of course.
Yes, and Niprax banned Wrecked and Holy Ground and Once Beaten. Dragon banned Volko, Plasma Marines and Once Beaten. Once again, Once Beaten banned for both of them. And then we have an Holy Ground, first time we are seeing it, and Plasma Marines once again.
Okay, so just going to get set up here. So this is on the other side of the bracket. So the winner of this goes through to the winners bracket final to play against DeathShoot for a place in the grand final, and the loser
Which
will
means
drop
this is still a best of 3, right?
down. Best of 3, yeah. Okay, we got through a match with Katt without him resetting his game and throwing us over, so that's a big thumbs up.
You got him this time around, but if he makes his way through the loser bracket, you'll have round 2.
Okay, so let's get this set up. We're going to have Niprax against Dragon. Let's make sure we've got these guys here.
I suspect they are both restarting. None appear to be online to me.
Yep, correct.
It's also an interesting combo because both of them used to and are playing in a 2v2 tournament together, right? It's like the partners facing each other in a semifinals of the tournament.
I love watching partner matches against each other. Like you versus Satan is always a fun match to see. Niprax versus Dragon, Rick G versus Nataraja. I love watching those matches because both players know each other extremely well. Because they have to, because they've been playing 2s, and so they know exactly what cards to ban. They know exactly what decks that the other person has to pull from. It's fun matches to watch every time.
Okay, so I was just taking the opportunity to restart my games while they were restarting their games. Okay, so let's see who is online. No one yet.
Niprax is online, not Dragon.
I see him online, but not in the game.
Cosmic also restarted. That's cheating, guys.
What do you mean?
I didn't know. I forgot. And now I feel like the moment I restart, Dragon's going to come online.
Well, be quick.
You
Fine.
you don't have to restart before they come online. You have to restart before they get.
Oh, yep. You see, I'm about to click quit to desktop. Bam! Notification. The Dragon is now playing Minion Masters. You see? I knew it. Fine. I'll restart after. Fine. So it's just. It's those things, like when you are queuing for 10 minutes, you're like, well, I guess I'm going to go play something else. Bam! Match, like, Betadwarf, like, okay, no, match, let's go. It's always fate just playing with us. Like, our hands. Well, no, our fate.
Niprax online. And Dragon.
Oh, there's no emojis in the giveaway?
Almost online. No.
Fake.
Decided to make it easy for everyone. Okay. Doing giveaway now. Get in. Okay, thanks for everyone joining us. This is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 4. GGtoor, Betadwarf, and Team Mana Frenzy getting together to bring this event to you. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much to the sponsors. Now, we are in the winners bracket still. We're still in best of 3 territory. It's going to be Dragon against Niprax. Okay, Dragon is set up here. Niprax is set up here. Okay, so we're ready to go when they are ready to go. We're just going to do a giveaway very quickly. Congratulations to SquarePants. You've won a big dwarf pack containing 300 rubies, 15 power tokens. Thanks to Betadwarf for providing the codes for me to provide to you. Okay, so SquarePants, check your DMs in the Discord. I will be there, sliding in, whether you wish it or not. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're ready to go with this next one. DfogoX is going to be joining me. We're just waiting for the players to get ready. We've got the bands, and here we go. We're loading in to game number 1. Still best of 3.
What do we have?
What do we have indeed?
Oh. Diona versus Milowin. So Dragon is playing Milowin, and Niprax is playing Diona. Very interesting. So we can probably already suspect Dragon from playing Hypnotize. It's a strong spell right now. And opening with Rock Rivals. All right. He probably has the counters ready, as we talked before. Oh, that Ghost Turret.
Yeah, the Ghost Turret's taking a lot of damage there.
That was probably...
available, but not required. Okay, that's nicely handled.
Yeah. And I mean, he has a push. Diona needs to handle this. Oh, there's a smite, and that's a lot of damage. Now the crossbow dudes are cursed, but he does not do a lot since curse only deals 3% of maximum health. He's probably gonna be, yep, bridge buddies. Right, those crossbow dudes are nothing to Minions attack.
Right, Flyboy comes in. Flyboy can shut this down.
Ooh, wow, that was very well stopped. He still needs to kill them though, that's the thing. If you do not kill them, they still go once the holy round ends.
So he needs to do 130 damage to
Yep.
the cage prowler to shut it down. He didn't do that. Here we see the hypnotize, getting some good value there. I don't think they're going to kill each other.
Wow.
They are very low.
That can be in Sunburn on top too. Nope. I guess it was not. Ooh. And is he gonna jump? He did jump though, that's quite big. Rock rivals on face though. One hit, two. Oh, just one hit.
Yeah, we see at the bottom, of course, bridges cannot be grabbed by Diana's traps anymore.
Yep. In fact, I believe when Betadwarf made the change, they just simply said buildings can no longer grab bridges, right? Because we also see how the dormant defenders don't grab the bridges if they are in building state. It's an interesting interaction, but well, for now we don't have any more buildings that can just randomly grab a bridge aside from Dion and dormant defenders.
What Dragon's going to want to do is use the arcane missile to shut down that prowler. Niprax
Yep.
wants to deal with that, but doesn't. Okay, that prowler's shut down.
Well, I guess he really only has the whirly to stop it, to block it. And the moment he uses the whirly, that is then gonna be hypnotized for lots of damage, meaning by playing 3 mana, Dragon can bait out 7 mana that he's gonna be alive, but he's gonna be in very bad shape.
Yeah. Okay. The players, as these top players do, they pay attention to what their opponent's got. They're thinking about what the counters are, and what the counters to those counters are. Okay, so Niprax has taken some decent face damage there. He's done some effect with Dragon, and you know...
And there's a health potion right there.
Good. I don't think it can be stopped. 250 HP.
It will not.
Thank you very much. Here we see the arcane missile again. Does he block it? Not as
Ooh, oh, he blocked some of
Is it
them?
enough though? Okay, finishes it.
Okay, yeah. He's not taking any chances.
I'm not sure.
He's probably gonna be...
But then again, Ruffles uncontested at the top. Grabs some extra mana.
The rock rivals on face, 1 hit, 2 hits, an extra one, 3 hits.
What's got to be in the back of your mind, and we've seen Dragon do this in tournaments before, is that Willowy has so many face damage options. Once your opponent drops down, even if they start getting control of the match, you can just slow them down.
Very true. I'm not sure if he needed those missiles there, since he would have just gone with the plasmas that were available. He did not need to cycle to them. He has also not been playing Hypnotize. I think that's actually very smart of Niprax. He's avoiding giving Dragon chances to play the Hypnotize. That's no health for Ruffles. 1 hit.
Okay, the Prowler's going to do some great work at the bottom here.
Rock Rival's available again though. Oh, Prowler jumping. Oh.
Very close. XP ahead for Niprax at the moment. Remember, the stun lance is only stunned their first attack on a target, and it's stunned for 5 seconds. So no longer stun lock stun.
Oh wow. That was a very beautiful sunburn, killing everything, Ruffles included.
You see the spirit on the Marine, but it's effectively useless. But those big perk 3 golems are going to be scary. Right. Can he shut down the Prowler? Does he allow it to spawn? Doesn't have the missiles available.
He can cycle to it now, but it will not be on time. There's the smite.
Okay, that's going to be a big clear at the top. Huge smite. Missiles used, but... Still alive. Okay, there's the
Oh, right, that's 300 health. Yep.
Spirit. Okay, that's spirit now.
Niprax did just get another health from the Diona.
That's what you want. You want the spirit on a Marine, you want it on a blue golem. Perfect.
Now, it's an interesting question. So, the Arcane Golem is getting more health with each stack. So, do you get more spirit health at the higher stack than at the lower one? That's actually, I've never really thought much about it. Because it's getting more health, right? Or is it just considered not the extra health, maybe? Ooh, Niprax emoting like, okay, I'm probably now in trouble. That might just bait an unholy ground. Yup.
Spirit on that blue golem. That blue golem would have been dead without the spirit. Just two blue golems.
Yup.
Should have 3 1 in one. Okay, did we see the stun?
2 blue golems, 2 arcane golems. So much going on right now. Niprax needs to deal with this.
Needs to, but can he? That's the question. Spirit on the blue
Golem
golem
got
as
spirit.
well. Oh, no, we see
And oh, that's a very good hypnotize. Wow, that. Oh no, not enough.
Yeah, the emote came because we had another wonky hypnotize happen where the rock rival was supposed to kill the golem and instead it chased after a scrat and did effectively nothing. And so we've seen another game basically lost because hypnotize behaved unoptimally.
Hypnotize targets should prioritize hypnotize targets. I think just
Well, the thing is, I think
would
I
really
think
make
that's
hypnotize
part
more
of the
consistent.
dynamic of the card, because I think that if you were to change the targeting and make it make sense, basically, then the card would be more useful and would need a tweak in some other way to make it not quite as powerful.
Oh, 1 more mana. No, 4 mana, and it prioritizes hypnotize targets. That's what I was saying before.
Yeah.
Not at 3 mana.
I think the way it works at the moment is taken into consideration when they're talking about how strong it is, or the balance of it is. You know, that's one of the things that counts against it from being just completely broken. Is the fact that.
But it's the thing.
Situations.
Would you pay 1 more mana to avoid these situations? Do you think Niprax right there would have paid 1 extra mana to guarantee that blue golem would have killed the arcane golem? Like, I would have paid that extra mana.
Well, the thing is, the value you can get out of a hypnotize can be so massive that it can win or lose you the game.
Yeah,
and you can
but do you want
if
that?
you get a bad hypnotize, you can just be out. So maybe the risk in some situations is just too high.
Yeah. That part for sure. It's like Gambler's Ball before, right? It's these 3 mana spells that are gamble. You either get what you want or you lose. You either hypnotize right or you lose. Just gamble.
But maybe that's just part of the essence of the card. Maybe that's...
Yeah. It's 3 mana, right? If you do it right, you almost always win the gamble. If you are 1 scrat unlucky, you lose big time.
Yeah, but as we spoke about before, the way that it works allows you to play against it. You can, as we saw, the way that Katt did, you can use other units, place them just at the right time to alleviate the power of it. So it's always nice to have spells that are strong, but also that have ways that can be played around.
For sure. Well, I mean, this was a great example. You had the Rock Rifle and the Arcane Golem. If they are both hypnotized. So Rock Rifle is about to move back a bit to attack the Arcane Golem. Now, you can technically counter this by just playing a Scrat Horde or some unit count that you walk alongside the bridge towards the enemy base, and the Rock Rifles will start prioritizing it if they see it. Or maybe not, you'll just keep on to the other one. It's really hard. I think it's just the random factor that makes it hard to actually give a precise evaluation, because the result you get is not a precise result.
Does it therefore make it a more skillful card, though? Because you've got to take into account all of these different potential variations.
Does playing 1 Slither Bound and getting the 2 balls out of Gambler's Ball count as skillful? You won with a 33% luck. So, okay, here it's more calculated. You bet on those 33%. But it's the thing, like, was it skillful knowing you could allow those 33? It's very gray zone, I would say.
I think the Hypnotize has a different factor, because there's not really anything you can do as an opponent against them.
Yes.
So I think it's not quite comparing apples and oranges.
No, that's true. It's not direct comparison, just in the terms of the gambling.
Yeah.
Then again, we might not just see that right now, because into match number 2, Dragon is playing Morelia and Niprax is playing APAP.
Yep, so no conquest
All
rules,
right.
so Dragon is able to play Miller again. And we saw Deadshot get
Niprax-
incredible luck.
Yeah. I mean, this is very curious, because it appears that Dragon is playing Ascension, so late game, and Niprax has played a Future, late game. Very interesting. There's the Nivir Slumber, so Dragon is playing a full Ascension with the Nivir Slumbers. The new Lone Wolf, wow. But very interesting to see how the new interaction and everything. And it's only 4 mana now, it's no longer 5 mana. So that means you actually get a very decent tank that's not a skeleton or anything if you are running Ascension.
And on the other side of it, it's a 4 mana card, so you could get it from Apex.
True.
But you can't get quite the dragons,
No.
which were one of the
It's
best calls in a lot of cases.
yeah.
For Apex.
It's really interesting to see how this changes.
Okay, so Dragon's got a decent lead on XP at the moment, which you kind of expect if Niprax played a few sharp.
Yeah, even though he's Ascension, so
Niprax does have a Shen though, and Shen's going to be useful against the Dragon. Here we see taking a bit of base damage. He is ahead on HP as the Dragon, so he doesn't need to react immediately to grab the bridge. He doesn't want to just take a bridge and have it taken back and just get nothing for his mark. But there, the Raged Werewolf is a decent unit. Werewolf's got
and it's scary. It's scary. Like, you cannot just completely ignore it as you could completely ignore a regular werewolf.
The Raged Werewolf's coming from the Lone Wolf, so if he spawns everything else out, then he gets the Raged Werewolf. If there's something else on the field, something friendly on the field, then he gets a Raged Warrior.
This XP is just growing bigger and bigger, and it's quite curious. So Dragon only has one 4+ spell. This means he will basically get almost no value out of using reduction until he gets the Queen Dragon, which was also nerfed to 9 mana, as we will see in a bit.
Do you think that really changes anything? That was 1 mana on that nerf?
Honestly, I think Ascension was heavily nerfed, and I can completely see why you would want to nerf the Dragon. But let's also keep in mind, Dragon comes with a Breath, which was also nerfed. So you get less mana, the Breath is nerfed, now the Queen Dragon is also nerfed, so it was like lots of nerf. When I read, I was just like wondering if it would not be too much for just one full patch without seeing how the state would change. Then again, we are seeing Dragon play really well, so
that sound means a Cursed Ascension is available. So we can see a Dragon soon. He does need to cycle the Slumbers, and then the next variant, that card will... There we go, they're the Slumbers, and the next variant will be the Dragon. He needs to cycle around to that. He'll be in the position where he'll probably have his Sinobii fall into the card, he'll have his perk tree available, and then he'll have cycled to the next one. So we could see 3 dragons back to back. Just from the Niprax to do. But he did get a Magma Cannon from his future past. And that's a very high DPS building, so that could really help him, especially with the Shen locking it down. But let's see what he can do when that dragon is available. Here we see. So this is going to be...
I would have done reduction here. Just because it's the only moment he's gonna have 2 spells he can reduce, so he might as well try to get that value, because reduction can be a huge value. Neither Slumbers 2 mana and King Dragon 7 mana. That's the only time he can get it is now.
Okay, so we spawned the Dragon deep, which gives Niprax a bit of an XP gain, but...
Come back.
Okay, so here we see the Stun Lance. The Stun Lance is only going to stun that for 5 seconds. It doesn't have high DPS on it, so that 5 seconds is going to be gone pretty quickly. Spinning it round is fairly nice.
The Blastmancer killing the Grenadier is also huge, because it means the Grenadier, the splash damage, it's not gonna hit the Plasmas and the Blastmancer. That was really huge. Those backlines can be very troublesome right now.
Okay. Those Stun Lance from this perk tree though, could really help. Not as helpful as they would have been before, but let's see. Right, that Dragon's about to go down.
I mean, getting 10 lances from perk 3 is just...
Niprax did a good job holding that. Dragon, a lot of the times, it isn't about doing face damage, it's about just being a huge HP pool
Pressure.
that needs to be dealt with and holding that lane. Now,
This is the disadvantage, this is the awkward moment. He has 2 dragons on his hand and a building.
spell reduction.
Nope.
Grab that. Yeah, the ground just to keep that dragon busy up there, just so he can get a bridge.
I am not sure if it's ideal though, because... But like, Dragon is very close to Mana Frenzy, and... Well, I guess the Stun Lancers are just a great tool, just because I feel like in a Mana Frenzy battle, Niprax will be able to cycle all the Stun Lancers, and in those, almost in those 5 seconds, to the point where Dragon will be almost completely locked.
You know they have playing the Shen anywhere near the Dragon. I'm not sure about that. That Shen would lock that down. But here we see if Dragon bridges here.
And he has those bridges.
Very high HP Dragon. Get DPS pretty quickly here. He's locked down.
And there's a boomer there. Yup.
5 seconds stun. Okay, that Magma's going to do a breakthrough. On a frenzy now, bridges blue. Dragon can try to take the fight now and close this game out. 1 game to 0. Best of 3. Can Dragon take the series?
Let's see. There's an Eater on the bridge and more Stun Lancer. It's the thing, like just it's 5 seconds that it is locked, yes, but it is 5 seconds that it is locked. It's just such a great tool. APAPs today are on fire. Ooh, Screaming Scrat's gonna destroy that.
Because you know you're not going to get stunned off by the stun lancer, you can just play into it and just say, I'm just going to sit on this bottom bridge. I'm going to be stunned, but I've got that bottom bridge.
But he has Shen, that's the thing. Those 5 seconds guaranteed stun means Shen is just gonna pop off there, just pam, 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 pam.
Shen on the dragon at all, though.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's kind of weird.
Okay, Monofrenzy coming up from Niprax. If he can stabilize, maybe.
He might not be able to. Oh no! Oh, that's probably it.
Dragon getting
That
aggroed
was a
away.
mistake.
Dragon near there, getting aggroed away by the bat was nice. Shield doing a good job. Niprax.
Out. Rain-Raged Warrior on face. One more hit. This is it. Wow.
Really close.
Yeah, for sure.
Really
Oof. Not having a removal for those Stun Lancer was kind of annoying, but then again, that mistake at the end counted it. Very interesting to see. Dragon is playing Ascension. We saw no breath here. It's like Ascension is very much alive, but there's no breath here at play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very happy with seeing that. Like just Lone Wolf coming into the play, the breath coming out, Nirvir the Fallen still in the play. Like very interesting plays right here. It was quite good to see this new version of Ascension just going for different styles of play.
Yeah, and I'm very disappointed that Niprax never paired their Shen and their Stun Lancers together, because those could absolutely decimate things. Because a lot of the counters that Dragon was playing to deal with Shen would get absolutely wrecked with the new Stun Lancers, just because they would just go through and tear everything apart. And the fact that Niprax was never able to get those two cards together in their hand was very unfortunate.
Okay. Niprax was coming back at the end there, but ultimately just wasn't able to get the clear and get the bridges back. Just a little bit too far behind. God, Niprax in the chat, quite unhappy. Okay. Nice spoiler, GG Bree. Okay. Right, the next match is Lazur against DarkCrow. So if we remind ourselves where we're at, I have no idea. So we haven't seen the winners bracket final yet, have we? So
No, we've not.
We have not.
Lazur against DarkCrow is a redemption bracket.
And Lazur and DarkCrow are both very fun players for me to watch, because they both have playstyles that are very different than my own. And I love seeing just the way that their decks and strategies play out just against the current meta.
For sure. Wow.
Oof.
I'm still slightly without breath from this match. It was just so intense.
Right, so we're going to drop down to the redemption bracket, which is going to be Lazur against DarkCrow. Let's see who we have of those set up. I don't believe I'm going to have DarkCrow. Anyone got DarkCrow?
I
me?
believe I do. I think. He's not online. Let me see if I just have him in my friends list. I don't even have
And
him on
also
my
not
friends list. Haha!
find him, but I thought I had him on my friend list.
Yeah, I thought I had him on mine too. Interesting.
Unfriended.
Oh, you guys are
He just
casting a
went through, he's
tournament.
like, oh,
Okay, let me
tournament's
just
about to show up. Let me remove everyone who's on Minion Masters from my friends list real quick.
Unbelievable.
Okay, let me.
And I don't think I have their code. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I have DarkCrow's friend code. Da, 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 da.
How did you get it? That's cheating. I was searching for it. Didn't find it.
I am better. Here, I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you. Right, let's get this chap added.
Now that's Cosmic used unspoken memes
I
to
just
obtain
have
this
a
code.
phone book that's just it's just a list of all the Minion Masters players, and I have their friend codes next to it.
We've heard of your little black book, don't you worry.
What else is in that dark book? Don't share. Do not share.
It's not stream friendly.
Very, very good.
Oh, my friends list is full up. God damn it, I'm so popular!
I have 2 pages and 2 people online. I suspect you have like double.
I have
350 people on my friends list.
No, but I'm saying online on Minion Master right now.
Oh.
yeah.
Well, we're not talking about that. I'm just talking about just random Steam people that I never talk to.
Oh, I was
yeah,
gonna say,
that's
so like,
okay.
I mean, like, if we're not talking about Minion Masters, like, let's just, how many non-Minion Masters friends do you have, Fish? If we're not talking about Minion Masters.
That was so good.
Stop confusing me. I've tried to add myself as a friend now. Look, I have friends from different games.
Yeah?
Yeah, the ones you play a lot on Steam, right?
Leave.
Yeah.
Listen, I was just about to say about how I haven't been bullied at all.
Uh-huh.
And here we are.
Hey, you know that we will find a way, and we weren't able to. So if y'all don't know, typically me and DeFogo like to mess with Fish on the back end, like flipping our camera links or our mic inputs or stuff like that. But we couldn't think of a good gimmick that we hadn't done yet today, so we weren't able to.
We could think of it. We could not implement it. Let's be real. We
That's
thought
true.
of it. We
That's
could not
true.
implement it.
It's the hoops that we had to jump through. We were not able to properly align in such a fashion where it would be funny instead of just downright obnoxious. We have standards when we're messing with Fish. It needs to be funny and detrimental. If it's
Imagine
only
having
one or the
so
other,
much
it's not
to
good
do
enough.
And just knowing that the people that are on your team are scheming against you in some way.
Yeah. It's about challenging. You see, like people become stronger the more challenge and adversities they overcome. It's all about that, improving ourselves, growing as a team, right? Yeah. You challenge us passively to make this happen, and then it counter challenges you, and then you respond. So we need to improve our challenges, and we are all growing together. Probably not in the right direction, but that's another discussion.
You'll see me shaking my head in 3 minutes. Okay. Right, we are going to go to... We haven't seen the winners bracket final yet, but don't worry. We will see that. But whilst we're waiting for that to get set up, we're going to drop down into the redemption bracket. We're going to be in the redemption bracket round of 5. It's going to be Lazur against DarkCrow. Did we discuss the bans yet, gentlemen?
Yes, DarkCrow has banned... the Diona, Defensor Chopper, and ATG. Lazur has banned Milloween, Bounty Sniper, and Razor Squadron.
Okay. Right, and just double check who's casting
That's
this one.
very interesting.
I am.
Cosmic.
Good. Good.
Now fight each other. Do it.
I mean, it's interesting bands. Let's see.
Okay, let's set this up quickly. Okay, what are we seeing, Cosmic?
All right, we have DarkCrow playing King Puff and Lazur playing Setsu. Right off the bat, DarkCrow, I think, if they can get their first Azali off, which they've just dropped, can be huge because they started with Azali, Skeleton Horde, and Scrat Horde, and those can be huge with shields if not met with the right resistance. There is a Whirly Scrat, which is a great removal for one of those. Okay, Jolo is gonna do huge work against Azali.
Okay, I'm here. Right. Azali dropping shields on everything. Great. Azali almost dead, but those shields are very useful. Setsu's going to take ages to thread through those.
Yeah, those shielded Scrats are getting intense work done. Hypnotize.
Not good.
Yeah, not necessarily doing
Setsu
it
getting
there.
stunned, though. Right. Lazur taking massive damage. To be honest, that's a huge amount of damage.
I don't think Red can keep this up.
And again, Veilstalker we're seeing is just very difficult to keep track of, with it being the only unit in the game that has a movement speed of 2.
Yeah. And a massive jump. Okay, a very strong opening for DarkCrow. Did a lot of face damage and has an XP lead. He'll be happy with how this is going, for sure. Stop bullying me in the chat!
Alright. That Curse Bear is gonna be huge. Oh, but the bridge swap! Oh no! That's massive, and then Setsu's not even home anymore! This is a huge push up top!
Does the Soul Stealer get stacks if it kills its own units?
Yes, it does. If as long as it lands the killing blow.
Right. Okay. That looked like it was terrible for Lazur, but he managed to deal with it okay, and now he's got some bridge control. Trying to put some pressure on here. Starmaster's not really doing too much. Boom Buggy's making a good job to shut this down. Lazur getting himself back into this. XP's level. And he's done some phase damage. Low HP, 720 HP. You can't afford to make any mistakes, especially with high DPS units like these.
Only one of the Zealots got hypnotized!
Okay! Goodness me. Okay. Setsu landing there like it was trying to break up a fight between siblings. Getting caught with collateral damage.
Okay, this is going to be a huge push. This could finish right here. Unholy Ground is just going to continuously proc shields.
Bridge switch.
And perk 3 for King Puff can be huge and could even contest Setsu's, I would say, in this matchup. Because those extra Night Puffs coming in are huge.
Wow.
Woo!
2 big pushes with all it took. DarkCrow takes the first game here against Lazur. Lazur, a experienced tournament player. DarkCrow kind of new to the scene, but doing a great job there. Azali, Duck Wesleyan will be happy.
Close match. I mean, I think it was very well played. He knew how to get out of Azali. And above all else, I don't think Lazur was expecting that type of deck.
Oh, which, speaking of Wesleyan's getting married today, which is why they're not in this tournament.
Oh, congratulations, Wesleyan.
So he's having a great time.
Today.
Yeah.
Thanks for the invite, Duck Wesleyan.
It just means everyone that's playing here in this tournament did not get invited, but
yep,
we're still happy for him.
Yeah, it's.
I mean,
he needed to make sure that some people could still participate in the tournament, because wouldn't it be funny if Wesleyan got married today and invited literally the top 6 of Minion Masters, and then everyone's like, "Where's Katt? Where's Dragon?" Like,
That would be interesting. Right.
And then by the end of the day, a picture is posted on the GGtoor channel of those top sticks just running a drink together or something.
At the West, like just eating a
Sorry
slice
guys,
of
just
cake
skipping
together.
this one.
Right, let's make sure we got no restarts. Lazur against DarkCrow. DarkCrow taking the first game 1-0. Azali just too strong. Can Lazur fight back? We know he can fight back. We know he has it in his locker. We've seen it before many times.
I think they are both back building, right? Crafting a next idea. Okay, what am I going to do now? How am I going to deal with that?
And DarkCrow's deck building, and I was talking about DarkCrow earlier. Like DarkCrow has some very fun decks that they came up with, which are very, very interesting with like the way that they deal with interactions. Like for instance, Veilstalker was in there and can be used as an Azali assist to help clear out the swarms that Azali's not good at. It wasn't used as much in this matchup because Lazur was going for a faster cycle at Setsu, but like if they would have been like a Ratbo or an Apep or something else that had like more swarm cards, we would have seen a lot more of the Veilstalker. Like it's a very dynamic deck.
But I think Veilstalker is too good right now, no? For the price the fact that she's so slow makes her super hard to handle.
Yeah, her
And
move
then-
speed needs to go up to 3 just because she's so cheap.
Yeah.
And not just that, like, I've seen weird interactions where it feels like she dodges things because of the crystalline sweep and just like teleporting to behind crystalline sweep and just teleporting behind units. Like, I feel like I just jing her. Like, I know she's somewhere there. I jing, I place the unit at basically the same time, and then she teleports behind. I'm like, how are you in range to teleport and not in range to get stunned? Like, the moment I stun, nothing happens. I'm like, okay, it's safe. No, it's not. It's just so weird. It's lots of things there. It's not just one. I think teleport range, veil, and everything. Just
it's a tricky one.
It's in a weird spot. Yeah, very tricky one.
Okay, here we go. Game number 2. Lazur a game down in this best of 3.
Play cards.
This is the redemption bracket,
None
so
of
they
them
are fighting
have
for their
the will
tournament
to
life
do
here.
must
If
be
Lazur
done.
loses this, he drops out. If DarkCrow loses this, then we're into the decider. And here we have Morelia against Ratbo.
Okay, and automatically, I think that this is going to be a very unfortunate matchup for Lazur, just based off of the opening hand of DarkCrow. Like, having a Reckonator against a Ratbo, as well as like a Brother of the Burning Fist, just really clears out those swarms.
Look how slow she is at the top.
Yeah, like she's just slowly creeping away. Like,
Okay, she jumps out backwards, she gets triggered when she uses a spell. Gerald doing a good job. Get some snipers in Lazur's there. See if he can get standard out of the snipers. What does DarkCrow have to counter those? We've got a sniper, a bounty sniper, and a Stixie. Also got the Chisma Boomstick as well, which isn't a card we see too often from Lazur.
and Boomstick can be incredibly value if you have Scrap Swarm triggered and it's on face, because it just sits there, and just like ATG Drone, like you can't place anything near it to take the pressure off.
Okay, Big Spirit on the Reckonator, that's the value. What does he have to do? Takes the Scraps behind it, Scraps good DPS, but I think on top of it, blends through to force it. Okay, that's some good face damage. Does a good job killing the Boom Buggy. We see an enraged werewolf. That thing is serious. And a spirit.
All will
Decent
end
HP.
with
It's
me.
like 200 extra HP on the wolf there.
And you can tell that it's 200 because if you see the little lines on health bars, each of those lines signifies 100 health, which is a tip I actually learned from Fish.
Yeah, so all health bars are the same length, but they're separated into sections, and you can see there at the top there's many sections there of the brothers health bar. It's units of health in sections. Okay. Now, we saw in an earlier matchup with Ratbo that there was no good target for Dagger. That's not the case here. Lazur has some good targets to hit. XP's about equal. Not too much value from the snipers so far. DarkCrow does have the lash to shut them down, but we've seen that Lazur, he's had a 6 in his hand the whole game.
Stixie is better against smaller units, and DarkCrow's pushing in essentially with exclusively large units.
There's the Stixie. Now, the Spirit of the Regulator makes it very serious. Shoots the Broomstick and the Dagger. That's a good Dagger, but that Spirit is really changing the dynamics of the fight. And if that can explode, that's going to be a massive amount of face damage.
Ooh!
And the clear as well, okay.
And then the heal pulled the boom bug up, so it'll live through that next Stixie shot as well.
This is scary.
Drain health coming in, finishing off the Stixie.
Very scary. Robert's very healthy here. Can't use a swarm on it because of the opposing time.
Blue is in first, number 3.
Right, so 3 now for the blue team. Red just behind, but that's a lot of face damage. Lazur may need to save that Dagger to wait until the Reconator has popped and then use the Dagger to make sure it doesn't explode. Now he's relatively low HP, he needs to be very careful. Perk 3 though, Dragon available for DarkCrow.
Oh, and this Reconator. Ooh, it's...
Frustrating, he doesn't have the DPS to shred this here.
It's gonna make it to face, and that's gonna pave the way for this Dragon and Boom Buggy.
This is a problem. Lazur fighting for his life, but in a massive hole at the moment. High HP Dragon falling behind the right, Lazur's down to 49 HP, this is too much! DarkCrow takes it!
Well done, DarkCrow. I'm excited to see them come this far in the tournament. Just
Wow.
with how they build their decks. Like, I've gone against them a good amount just because we typically play Minion Masters at the same time, and that's some amazing playing and deck building from their side.
And he displayed it very well displayed. I particularly enjoyed how it felt like his deck never had much of an awkward card, an awkward situation. You guys were also mentioning how Lazur was not playing the Stixie. Honestly, I think without knowing it, that was actually a good thing for Lazur, because the whole time DarkCrow was also synced on a lash. So the moment the Stixie comes out, DarkCrow can just lash it for 1 extra mana. It's still value. That's why it's like ended up being good. Lash was stuck on DarkCrow's hand the whole game. But that's the thing. The deck was so there was always something he could do, something he would start building up. And then considering that Lazur lacked the DPS, like Ratbo not charging up, only big chunks of DPS from time to time with Chisma and Sniper. So just was too much. Just too much getting caught up in Lazur's face to the point where it just all blows up and he cannot do anything about it. That Reckonet was just huge value.
Right, I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break, but coming up afterwards, we've got the winners bracket final between DeathShoot and Dragon. This is going to be our first best of 5 of the day. It's also going to be the first match with Conquest rules, so hopefully whilst I just pop off, if you guys can just explain to them at home the Conquest rules and also the bans that we've got in for the players, please.
Right, well, Conquest rules, it just basically means that once a player wins a match with a certain master, he cannot use that master again. So if me and Cosmic are playing and we both banned Wrecked, so none of us can play Wrecked, I play Morelia and I win that match. Now I can no longer play Morelia. Cosmic, whatever master he was playing, he can still use it because he lost to me. That's Conquest rules. Something slightly about to mention how Conquest works in 2v2, but that's for another time. We also have bans to go through, right?
Absolutely. And but before we do that, if everyone could please just slap a happy birthday fish in the chat, let the man know.
Yes, let's do that now, guys.
Running a tournament on their day of celebration. Like this This man does so much for Minion Masters. As we discussed, like he doesn't even have friends outside of this game. Like it is his lifeblood, and what better way to celebrate that than hosting a tournament on your birthday?
It's
That's
beautiful. It's
yeah.
such an eventful day with people
Everyone,
getting married, people having birthdays, so much going
oh
on.
yes.
I think Fish is back, just as we go through
Hey,
the
welcome
bands.
back, Fish. All right, so we're going through the bands. Dragon bans Wrecked, Once Bitten, and Plasma Marines, and DeathShoot bans Volko, Whirly Scrat, and Grenadier.
Ooh, we've seen a lot of Grenadiers, so I'm not surprised by that. Grenadier and Plasma Marines are both very good control cards, so no surprise here.
Well,
We've
that
seen
also-
lots of Wrecked ban, but no Wrecked play, honestly.
Well, that also honestly, DeathShoot's bans make me think that he's going to go like a Rappo or some kind of Swarm Master, because with banning Volko, Whirly Scrat, and Grenadier, there is no cheap removal for swarms. You could go Azali, you could go Ratbo. Like there's, like you could even just build a deck with just massive amounts of swarm pressure, and it would do incredibly well. Just because there's nothing. Like if I were Dragon, I would make sure to have a defensive chopper, because that's going to be the only.
He does play Blastmancer. Let's keep in mind, he plays the extension. He has the Blastmancer, but it's not the strongest card for super hard. Like if you can shut down the Blastmancer, even for an extra mana. I mean, Blastmancer is actually really good versus Sally, but.
Okay, so we are going into our first best of 5. Defogo, I believe, is joining me on this one. It's going to be Dragon against DeathShoot. Conquest rules, as explained to you. This is the winner's bracket final. So the winner of this goes to the grand final. The loser drops down to the redemption bracket final. We're getting serious here. Thanks for joining us. This is the GGtoor's Knights Duel number 4, supported by Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. I'm joined by Cosmic Vortex and Defogo. Big shout out to everyone involved in the event, the sponsors, the casters, Sinobii behind the scenes helping everything run smoothly. Thanks to you guys at home for joining us. We are just getting ready to strap in to our first final of the day. DeathShoot and Dragon. Dragon won Knights Duel number 3. DeathShoot, whatever his damn name is, won Knights Duel number 2. So these guys are both tournament winners. Recent tournament winners. They'll be very familiar with each other. They're both very, very good players. Things change now. We're in best of 5. There's conquest rules, so the player can't rely on one particular master. And the fact it's best of 5 instead of best of 3 really changes the dynamic a little bit. So we're just waiting for the players to get ready, and then we will dive into our first best of 5, first final of the day, to see who our first grand finalist is. And then once we've decided that, we'll drop down back to the redemption bracket where we previously just saw DarkCrow beating Lazur, and we will move through that to find out who our second grand finalist is. Okay, of course, just to clarify, it's not my birthday.
Let's say it right now.
No. Thanks, chat, but no. Try again. Try again next time.
Next time. All right, you heard it here first, guys. Try again next time, which would be next stream, Monday morning / evening, depending on where you are.
My God, it's just one idiot starts it, and
and the delay on us too. Like you leave, and then I'm just like, all right, here we go.
The perfect timing.
I think my favorite part about having a delay on stream is that, like, whatever I say, like, I know I can just look over, and a few minutes later, I can see the fruits of the seeds that I have planted.
It's very, very nice.
Oh, God. Okay, I don't know. I just think maybe this time will be different, and it never is.
It's important to have hope, to have faith. It
Yes.
keeps us going on.
Yeah.
We hope to manage to troll each time better and better.
Yes. If it makes you feel better, we genuinely have a hard time coming up with new things that we know will get under your skin, because we know that if we do the same thing over and over again, it's not going to work. And so we put a lot of time and effort into this.
Great. That makes me feel better.
Of course, it's time we're thinking about about all of us and taking a moment together.
I'm glad you're
Yes.
putting a lot of time and effort into screwing with me instead of just being off the cuff. That makes me feel so better.
Your words, your words.
It makes me feel important. In some weird way. Here we go!
Let's go. All right, let's focus on
This is going to be our first best of 5 first fighting of the day. Dragon against DeathShoots. Let's have a look which way the players lining up. Looks like it's DeathShoots. On the blue team, it's Dragon. On the red team, it's King Puff, and it is Morelia.
Yep. So, considering the bans from DeathShoots side, I believe Dragon's deck has not been affected. I'm talking about this accursed deck. I do not believe it has been affected. I'm not completely certain about DeathShoot King Puff deck. I believe we've seen it before, otherwise I don't completely remember it. It had lots of swarms, as Cosmic was saying, so Volko would shine a lot, but Volko is banned for Dragon. Then again, there's the option of Blastmancer that we are seeing right now, just handling top very easily.
Blastmancer could be nice. This isn't a Zali deck. Blastmancer could get some good value.
I too saw
The
those.
situation that it's often, it's not.
The difference is you fail.
Yep, there's the Azali, and there's the Horde.
There we go.
And he did just use the Blastmancer, and the Ascension is not known for its fast cycle.
Right, so whilst the Zali's out, every time you take a bridge, your ground units get a shield. So what you'll find is there's lots of little units to get lots of little shields, which become a big problem.
Annoying. Let's see. So Cursebearer can handle that Azali, especially if distracted by the Scouter and crew. Oh no, that's very... Oh wow, that was so lucky. Because Azali one-shot the Legionnaires, right? Wow, the fact that it got the Wolves first.
Pops all the shields, so that really does help.
Yeah.
So the Cursebearer and the Blastmancer, Dragon's got some good tools in his deck to potentially deal with this.
The Dragon just put a Blastmancer. Like, I don't know if I would not have waited for the next push to
Yeah,
get
he got some value,
Blastmancer.
but not amazing value.
Then again, Dragon is playing Ascension. Yeah. 4 mana versus those 3 mana. You see, it doesn't even deal with the Horde. It felt weak. Yep, and here we go now. That's the Ghost third value though. That's gonna do some damage. There's a Curse Bearer. Shields are not being insanely amazing on this matchup, but that really can be a problem. Oh, that... It was very good. Ooh, the... oh no, wow, the
There's going to be some good damage coming out. Zali goes down
Yep.
pretty quickly though. Zali does it very hard. The Dragon having to defend deep at the moment. XP still level. And Dragon knows that his perk, his Ascension setup is going to get stronger when he gets to a Cursed Ascension.
Yep. Although, I think it's important to notice, Blastmancer as well as Spiritmancer both die to Fireball now. So even though it's 1 more mana, it's 5 mana for 4 mana, if we consider that it's the most efficient way that Dragon has to shut down that to shut down that Azali push, like with all the swarms, it is really, really important. Oh, did he get the health? Wow!
He did. I think it was on there before the shield, so he still got it.
It was a race against time there.
Yeah, if you life drain a shielded unit, then you don't get anything. Just able to get it before the shield is on there. Right, okay. What's our curse counter at? 73. He's got to get to 80. He's close. So we're going to have a big power spike from perk 3 KT, which is going to be all those little night puffs, which we saw previously really change the game.
Okay, hard versus hard. Oh, he's Dragon gonna play on Holy Ground Bridge there, because that would... I guess he's not, he's just securing the Dragon.
Deadshot taking a bit of face damage here, not a big deal though. Now Deadshot needs...
Yeah, I think he can play with health. They are both basically gonna hit third perk at the same time. Oh, he did not get it on time though this time, the shields. I feel like my English there was terrible rubbish.
Okay, here we go. Night Puffs. Shielded Night Puffs. problem. Big push. What does Dragon have? Can't save up for the...
And Holy on face, this might be it. Does Dragon have the necessary tools for it? I don't think so. Did he suck out? Oh no, he plays skeletons.
King Puff Cobra is just a monster. Okay, Blast Monster.
Wow, the Blast Monster played though.
Blast Monster wet dream there.
The world is on face, the world is dealing a lot of damage. It's fireball range, it's fireball range.
Doesn't have a heal. Fireball coming in, that's going to be game.
There we go! Game! Wow. That was very sad, especially because it was just the moment Dragon was about to spike. Oh my god, that must be so tilting and infuriating. The moment you are about to show your best and then you are tackled before that. Wow.
Okay, well, there we saw a Cursed Ascension was reached, but he just really didn't get to reap the rewards of it. He was just too deep in the hole at that point. And DeathShot taking the first game with his King Puff, and he's 1-0 up. Remember, this is a best of 5, and he can no longer play that King Puff in this setup.
Yep. We might still see more of this Ascension from Dragon, since he just lost the game, so he can still play it, as we were saying. Very curious to see more of it. Wait, was there a lone wolf? There was a lone wolf, yeah.
The interesting thing there
just
is
going back on the mats.
We thought the Dragon had a couple of good cards, the Blast Monster and the Curse Bearer, that would really help him against that Azali setup, but ultimately he didn't. There was one good clear from the Blast Monster, but that was it, and not enough, really.
I feel like the Whirly was the biggest problem, because usually the best way to deal with that Azali is you play the Skeleton Crew, especially once Ascent is active. Play Skeleton Crew, you play the Curse Bearer, and the Azali is not going to do much. But if there's a Whirly on his side, then those small units do nothing, and you have Azali. And Azali hits quite hard, as I was saying before. Azali's attack can one-shot a Legionnaire. That's a huge amount of damage.
It doesn't quite one-shot a Legionnaire.
Almost, right?
Almost.
150 is huge.
It'll still proc the Wolf and Wolf Among Sheep.
The Legionnaires have 170, right? 160. Wow, they live with 10 health.
The Dragon really does favour the accursed decks. Do you think that the recent changes have really hurt him in his overall sort of deck portfolio?
I think so. Keep in mind that Breath would have ruined that should stack easily, and Breath is out of equation. So
the changes to the Breath are before Accursed Ascension, you no longer get skeletons, which is important because it means that it's purely a removal spell at that point. There's no bridge control, which before was one of the main problems of why it was too strong. And then after Accursed Ascension, you get the 8 skeletons that you previously got, but it does less damage. So overall, it does less damage. It does 130 damage before Ascension and 260 after Ascension. The 2 lots of 130.
Yep.
So that's important because it removes less, of course. Things like the Bara will survive and not just get completely slaughtered by it. So.
And I think an important point to notice is that Breath, looking at it before Ascension, Breath is 7 mana, you are playing for 130 damage. If you are running an Outlander deck and you have Tez and you use the Hellfire, you pay 6 mana for 170 on a line. The line is not as wide as the Breath, but the damage is also dealt faster, not over time. So at this point, it really goes to show how much extra pressure Outlander decks, especially Tez, can put over an Ascension, since they can generate the same effect of cleaning a line full of units, but faster and better, stronger. We can think of the song if we want, but yeah, that's the point. Like, it can be much more efficient.
It's interesting to see when cards like that are being heavily overused, especially in duos. It's when they get nerfed, are they going to be used? And if they're not going to be used, what's going to replace them? And that's always the interesting thing to see. But here we go. We're loading into game number 2. Okay, Diona.
Yep.
And looks like Dragon maybe sticking with his.
I will hunt all those who turn to darkness.
Well, we've seen this before of lots of players. When they lose with something, they're like, you know what? No. I'm not going to lose with this. I'll show you how hard I can do. So they just play it again and again. I believe we saw how Katt lost a tournament before when he played AV 3 times in a row, and he lost to AV every single time.
It's very true. Sometimes you just have to just say, hey, that's not going to work. And unlike with some of the other tournaments, these players haven't had to buy decks. So if there's a deck that they're playing and they're not working, they can just say, hey, let me just forget about this and try something else. It's not just, I've got to win at some point with this deck. Let me try and force it.
Such power.
Right, then just take some early damage here.
Okay, this is an interesting Symphon, just to get some damage. He's all full health.
Yeah, it seemed like he could have got something that was better than a bit of damage. No being full HP already.
Yeah, I agree, although somewhat interesting to see. Alright, that's very good. He needs something on top. It's like amazing how much people are playing these Sunburns on Plasma Marines instantaneously. It's just really, really curious. But I guess it makes all sense since now it deals less damage, so each tick is 8, not 10. So you need to be very quick at reacting with it.
Yeah.
Oh no! Sting did not grab top. Wow.
Okay. Let's have a look at the XP. Deathshot slightly ahead. Did take some face damage, but had to return a little bit of it back to Dragon. Of course, Dragon with the curse is going to be trying to keep the game as close as possible until he gets his power spike.
Alright, and Dragon just invested all that mana into the Unholy Ground on face, so he's just gonna defend with the Ghost Turret. In the Unholy Ground on top, I mean, sorry. Yep.
And now Diona's perk 3 is not going to be quite so game-changing as King Puff's perk.
Blue has obtained perk number
Let's
2.
very good trap.
Good trap. Spirit. Can he survive? Blast Monster desperately hanging on and survives. Okay, Spirit. There we see the power of the Spirit.
That was very good. That's Pincer to get the Curse Bearer away. Not sure if it's exactly what he wanted.
Ruffles just surviving. Extra mana for Deathshoot. That's always nice. Okay.
Oh,
So
was
let's have a look.
very nice. He
52.
managed to get top.
52 is the accursed counter at the moment. It needs to get to 80 now. And the accursed essentially means that the dragon will
There's one.
cards in
Go
its deck
get it,
that
boy.
become stronger. It's a late game mechanic. You've got to try to stay in the game whilst your deck's weaker and then
Bring the trap.
bring it back whilst it's stronger.
Dragon waiting with those spirits there to guarantee no skeleton gets the spirit. That was very nice.
Tanking a bit on face, gonna get a heal here
There's
from
one.
Ruffles.
Go get it, boy.
Oh, Dragon could have Symphoned the Ruffles and the Grenadier. Wow, that was sad.
Can we see the Blast Monster used,
Oh,
allowing Deathshot to react to it? See the Blast Monster at the bottom when that's on
Okay.
face, that's a really worst situation for it.
it's tickling just that.
One away.
Go, boy.
One away. Cursed Ascension. There it is.
And there we go.
Okay, so now he can get ready to get his dragon.
Yep, and there we see it. Grenadier on top is gonna be a hassle, but Skeleton Crew can handle it, although he might not play it since Lost Legionnaires were just played it. I find it very interesting we're seeing these Lost Legionnaires being played now without the Imperial Army buff. Oh, is that Ruffles gonna go? Ruffles went through! Wow, that's very big experience. Like, Dragon could and should have denied that one, I think.
Yeah, with the change to the Lost Legionnaires,
I am an
the difference
advocate.
between playing it activated and unactivated is not so
There's one. Go get it, boy.
I think you can get away with just playing it without the
I think that's something good and healthier, like not being limited to playing a card only when it's at its maximum potential. For example, this Morelia book is not being played at its maximum potential in the sense that you are not ever getting reductions. You don't have deck for it.
Right, Curse Bearer at the top. That's what the dragon is going to be worried about. Curse is on the dragon, so even though the Curse Bearer is not aggroed on the dragon, the curse is doing 3% max HP damage every second. Blast Monster goes
Sunburn.
down. It's a Sunburn Pincer combo to kill the Blast Monster. Right.
The Dragon is not enraged though. Those Legionnaires into the Whirly are really not...
Double Claw Trap though. Lovely.
Wow.
That Whirly is shredding everything. Right, Dragon.
Including the Dragon. Is Dragon gonna go out here? Wow, almost. some little skeletons on face.
Go get it, boy.
Ruffles got killed.
XP level. Very close.
Very close, basically on Dragon's way.
His next dragon has a breath, so he wants to try to maximize the value he gets out of the breath. So he might just hold it, wait for his opponent to spawn more, and then get more value out of that breath.
There's one. Go get it, boy.
Using spells at the bottom there just to control that bridge for a little bit longer. Curse. Down. Tiny XP lead. Spirit missed at the bottom there. Right.
They're super tied up on experience. But Dragon is probably going to be able to play Nirvir right now. That means Nirvir is going to be sitting on the bridge around the time Dragon hits Mana Frenzy. That can be huge. Just a tempo question. Not to mention Dragon. Oh no! DeathShoot just got experience from Ruffles. That can just make the whole difference right now.
Yeah, he's very close to Mana Frenzy now.
If the Dragon is not on the bridge by the time DeathShoot gets Mana Frenzy, it's going to be very hard on Dragon.
DeathShoot using his traps could be a pain. Stint grabs the bottom bridge. DeathShoot has to push the bridges here. He's going to grab it. He's going to get his Mana Frenzy, but he still needs to deal with this dragon. Okay. Whirly Strat doing a great job hitting pretty much everything there. There is a pincer as well.
Go get it.
Last Lance is not the answer to the dragon.
He's not. Dragon's also Mana Frenzy right now. Both teams Mana Frenzy.
So you see Deadshot's trying to kill the dragon, but trying to manage that bridge. So steals the bottom bridge while the dragon's there. That's perfect for DeathShoot on the blue team. Dragon's going down to the curse. Right, this is where it's
This Blastman. Oh no! The Blastman starts focusing the werewolf. This is gonna be very bad for DeathShoot.
Oh, no, that's a tiny thing, but it's important.
At this point, all these little ticks are just so huge.
2 dragons in the dragon's hand as well. Still has his perk 3.
Yep.
He's going to drop the skellies. He's going to give the extra bridge control.
Yep, there we see the perk 3. Oh wow, the timing on those skeletons. Just wow, the Whirly dying just before that got ticked. That was really massive.
We saw Dragon play that dragon very offensively. He knows he needs to put pressure on the bridge. Hold the bridge is to not allow Deadshot to steal a bridge. Here you see, bridges are red for a while.
Yeah, DeathShoot is doing a very good job just guaranteeing that he's handling the other bridge that does not have a dragon. He knows, okay, you have the dragon there, fine, I'll handle the rest. But these dragons are starting to reach phase, and the moment this one goes down, Dragon can play another dragon. He's not investing on it.
Looks like Dragon's in control of this one, looking to bring the winners bracket final back to 1 game or can he do so? Let's find out. Heal there.
Not sure, he might just lose the advantage here.
Next dragon's available.
Dragon getting slammed there.
There's one. Go get it, boy.
Frustratingly held up by small units.
Oh no, the pincer was good, but Dragon just did one little tick on the bridge, and this little...
Deadshot can't get on that bottom bridge. Everything he's falling is going backwards. Okay, now he's on the bottom bridge. Top bridge is red though. Deadshot can address that as soon as possible.
As quickly as possible, yep. That Dragon is very well distracted, look at this. And Dragon still has the Nirvir Slumbers, so this Nirvir is just going down before Dragon has even managed to cycle the spell.
The dragon previous to that one was right up on face. That dragon there dying in its own arena.
Side of the field, yep.
Deadshot pushing here. Grenadier's going to do a good work at the bottom. Right, there's not going to be another dragon for a while. And this is a chance for Deadshot to really stamp some authority on this game. Come up towards 10 minutes. Both players fighting hard. Ruffles pushing in, but Ruffles is not going to be... Ruffles is going to be... Not going to be... Didn't... Okay. Ruffles trying.
Oh no, this Nirvir focusing on the trap is really bad for Dragon. Oh, next trap incoming.
That dragon's going to melt at the bottom with the curse. Being taunted away.
Yep. And the pins. DeathShoot just has all the tools and he cannot remove the Grenadier, so Grenadier is just doing a lot for him.
That was 10 mana for that dragon. He didn't do anything. He didn't hold a bridge. That's a big swing towards Deadshot here.
The best you've got.
He's not going to be a dragon for a while.
I mean, it's the thing, like, Dragon wants to play the Nirvir Slumber, but he does not want to play the Nirvir itself. Like, it's terrible right now. unless he manages to afford playing it at the back and then trying to build up on it, just killing curse bearers before and everything.
Curse bearer and a little bit of distraction, and that dragon just melts.
The self-fear with the pincer also, it's a recent change, not on this patch, but it's just...
Sunburn on face, double
The
trap on
traps! The Legionnaires are gonna kill it, the Legionnaires and the Stint are gonna kill it. It's not gonna be enough. This is game!
face. Wow. DeathShoot 2-0. Using the traps, saving the traps until he had a couple of them, waiting to get something on face, and then the traps just forcing the game.
Yeah, the Dragon had an intense amount of momentum with the back-to-back dragons, but as soon as they started having to cycle twice for those dragons, DeathShoot was able to just get that little bit of wiggle room, and Ruffles was huge. Ruffles was huge, the traps were huge, like, it was insane, and just they were able to leverage those perks just a little bit.
Okay, DeathShoot takes a 2-0 lead here in this winners bracket final, best of 3.
And at this point, Dragon's got to be sweating, thinking like, oh, if I lose anything, then I'm out. But the added pressure is only going to be worse because DeathShoot pulling out both Whirly Scrat and Grenade Scrat, which Grenade Scrat being Dragon's favorite card for sure, which shows up in all of his decks.
100%. Of course, Dragon's played Morelia twice and lost his Accursed Morelia twice.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to force it and okay, I'm gonna win with this damn deck? Or is he just going to say, look, this isn't working, let me try something else?
I'll bet on the same extension. Yeah, I'm keeping that bet. I mean, he might change the deck a bit. If I'm not mistaken, there was no Lone Wolf now this time. So there might change a bit, but...
So you still think it's going to be a Curse Morelia?
Yeah. I'm like...
I think that's pretty fair.
70% sure. Sorry, not going to say 99, but no, 70.
70%. Like a nice, like, more than likely, yes, but there is a reasonable margin of error.
I think
It's a mix between Dragon's really good with Ascension and he can win with it, with Dragon can win and Dragon wants to win. It's like, what's gonna be higher? Like, okay, Dragon wants to win with Ascension more than just wants to win. It's like, okay.
I think we could kind of see where that match was going to go because Dragon had the ascendancy, but then Dragon after Dragon after Dragon was doing less and less and less. The first Dragon was all up on face. The second one kind of all over the bridge. The third Dragon barely not even on the bridge. And you could just see that DeathShot was pushing him back and just being able to counter that Dragon more efficiently each and every time. And ultimately, he was just going to be able to crush him at the end there.
I really like the combo of the Curse Bearer with the Pincer. It was real just... We were used to seeing how Pincer can be very good at removing some backlines, some precise backlines. Right now, it's just huge at stopping and making these big units backtrack. If they are backtracking while a Curse Bearer is there, just like cursing, just like 3%, 3%, 3%.
Yeah.
It's really very huge. So I think it's
back off the bridge as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if the Dragon is distracted with the traps and everything, let's keep in mind 3% every second. This means that after 30 seconds, you've just went through 90% of your health, right? So it's just a lot of health. Units are hitting, so and units will hit for more than 10%.
Bearer's melee attack as well, and you know, all you need to do, and perfect for Diona with the traps, just to taunt it, just to keep that your whole goal there is to keep that Curse Bearer alive for as long as possible.
And while that's happening, you are banking mana. If this is happening at the bridge, as it was, you are generating more mana. So you're banking your mana at the bridge because units are not dying, not getting attacked. You are getting more mana to bank even more. So it just starts escalating, snowballing. You no longer have breath as a big removal. So when your enemy starts having lots of units packed up and you don't have the tools to quickly and swiftly remove them, you now have a problem. And that's kind of the state where Ascension is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, A lot of people seem to be concerned that dragons were going to get too strong with
That's why I kind of
with
dislike it a bit.
stun lances and things, but not seeming like it at the moment. Okay, we're loading into game number 3. Can DeathShoot close this winners bracket final out and solidify his position in the grand final, or
Start expending mana.
Dragons
Go,
start
go,
comeback?
go.
Let's see if it is Mordar giving us a reverse sweep. Mordar versus Volko.
Okay.
All right.
So, just to clarify, Defogo was wrong. Dragon has switched his deck.
I cannot always be right, like as I hardly am, but.
Yeah, Pincer of course does.
Ooh, now that's very good because Pincer is true damage, so it
damage,
just
yep.
goes over the dodge.
Shreds the gyro. Right, okay. Make sure we've got everything set up correctly here. Looks like we are. Okay. 2 games in LTF shoot. Mordor, of course.
Ooh, we saw that Curse Bear beating it on top. That was very nice.
Okay, Tombstone's having to charge 50% now, remember. So the werewolves, of course, can be a nice res. That Bridgeburn looks different. I've never noticed that before. It's kind of bluish and red.
Does not appear like it's anything from the skin.
Right.
Alright. So this Mordar is not behind an experience.
Yeah, Mordor generally drops off at the start, but let's see. Deadshot doesn't have a shot clock, I don't think. Dragon
Nope.
We'll be looking to get reses out. Of course, Mordor loves the Cage Prowler. It's a 3 mana card. It spawns as a Prowler and reses as a 5 mana Prowler. He's doing some good work. Right.
Just imagine what would be like to res the building. Okay, that world is gonna be. Ooh. Oh. The stick! Wow! And the brawler just jumped. That was huge for Dragon. Sticksy going invisible, so not being targeted by these shield crossbows. That's also very big.
It's frustrating. Bridgeburn will deal with it eventually, but not yet.
It's just one after another, just going there, getting value, being annoying. Okay, Dragon investing a lot here.
I think they're going to be happy with how the match has gone so far. Up
For
on
sure.
XP. I'm going to use this Stixie here. Didn't quite get the collision bridge grab correct.
Yeah, that's gonna kill that. But Dragon easily regrabs top with the same amount of mana that should just invest it. Great Sunburn. That's a very good Sunburn.
Stixie's down there.
And even if this Stixie dies here, he's not good though.
It's 100 damage every time he hits.
Joel res.
Stixie res.
Oh, the stick. Wait, no, it was a Stixie res. How? Wow, the timing there.
Right, Tombstone active.
Wow, I was like, okay, I'm not a good Lancer forcing the Jolo. That's very bad for that shoot. He might just get another Stixie res.
This is a huge problem for Deadshot. He
God.
doesn't have a good way of removing them, and he doesn't have a good way of stopping res.
Yep. In a bit, we are probably about to see the third one.
What he needs to do now is he needs to wait for the Stixie to get on the bridge and the bridge burn. To do that, then he needs to sit back and give
Oh.
his opponent the bridges, and his opponent's already got a good bridge lead.
As a Mordar. Great burn. Now this is the burn that Sweet was hoping for. There is it. Sticks in getting value, sticks in getting lots of value.
Now the things that Resident Evil Tombstone
That Jewel was very well played.
going to come back with haste, and a hasted Stixie is a lovely.
Ooh. Curse Bear top, I would bet.
I think so. Right.
No, I mean, most of the time Rex is just banned, so.
Yeah, this is a wreck band.
Is this curse gonna get into the Stixie? Stixie is cursed. So Stixie is gonna be very much visible right now.
Nope. Now for DeathShoot. Is that rage, reserve rage for Not against the Stixie so much. DeathShot dropping relatively low HP as well, needs to be careful. More res pressure coming out. Good value from Sunburn, Bridgeburn doing its thing. Tombstone charging up. Not available yet.
That's a great Sunburn. Wow. That's what is mentioned to come back. These bridge burns are getting much more valuable right now. That's a great play there with the wreck. He needs to defend it. He has 2 wolves. Good job. That world is gonna do a lot. Might have been too close there to the
50 HP.
stun answers.
Okay, the shield's helping out there on the shield crossbow dudes. Bridgeburn coming in. Stixie's still safe away though. Deadshot 210 HP.
Oof.
Dragon does have a sunburn.
And his defense is going there.
He knows he can't take any more face damage.
Defense res, that's very huge because defense is just so big. Like it's gonna be very hard, and then Dragon can just place another one on bot.
Yeah, he doesn't have any good DPS to shred through that defense, so...
Oh, the pincer did not get the other guy. The pincer did not get the Wreck Walker. Oh,
Like it's too much. He has the sunburn available.
60 lock on face. This is Sunburn Little.
Dragon's back in this.
Reverse sweep time? Question mark. Let's go.
2-1. The Mordor just beating the Volko there, and Cosmic just... You could see Deadshot struggling against that Stixie. He just didn't have a good way to remove it, and he had no way of preventing reses, sorry.
Yeah, at best they could have done like a sunburn pincer, but that would have just been such a mana investment, and then if a tombstone's up, then that
Does nothing.
does nothing. And so that I think that was just a classic case of bad deck matchup. Like Stixie just had no removal, and then when you have a unit that has no removal in a Mortar deck, when you can just summon additional copies of it, like that's insane.
It's the biggest advantage of playing Mordor. If you get that to happen, you are just in a very good spot.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Sweet Dragon gonna go back to Ascension now.
Maybe. Maybe that was the plan all along.
Just let DeathShoot
Dragon?
know that that there are decks other than Ascension that Dragon can play, and then they just go back to Ascension and run with it.
I'm curious to see if any of those decks is wrecked though, because Dragon banned wrecked. He can play it because that's what just banned Volko, which he played. So seeing a wrecked would be interesting. Then again, Volko is quite good versus wrecked, right? So curious to see how it will go.
Okay, so Dragon is still alive and kicking in this winners bracket final. 2-1. Deadshot did take a 2-0 lead. Dragon's brought him back 2-1. Can he bring us level? We'll find out very soon. Now, just to confirm, there's been a bit of confusion in the chat. Just to confirm the way the bans work. The bans are for your opponents. So each player gets to ban for their opponents. So here we see Deadshot banned Volko for Dragon. That means that Deadshot can still play Volko unless Dragon bans Volko back, which he didn't. So each player gets their own set of bans that applies to their opponent and not themselves. So let's see where Deadshot goes. He can still play that Volko again if he wants. There's no restriction. He doesn't have to play it. He doesn't have to win with it. But as soon as you find yourself against Mordor and you don't have Shock Rock, you know you're going to have a relatively tough time because you have no way of preventing the reses. And a good Mordor player is going to make sure that they don't play stuff that's going to be a bad res.
Mm-hmm.
Which another way to counteract Mordor is to force bad reses, but there were no real options for that.
We saw DeathShoot pincering the Wrecked Walker once and failing the second time. So it's a way to force the Wrecked Walker as a res,
Yeah.
but at the cost of 3 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like you want to use the Wrecked Walker to force out the pincer, and then once bitten it, once it comes out of the res, because if you
If you successfully bait it, it could do really well.
You okay there,
I just noticed at the end there, like watching on the replay, at the end there, the sunburn that killed
That was
DeathShoot
DeathShoot.
was his own sunburn.
Yikes.
He sunburned himself.
He knew it. He knew it.
That's actually quite funny.
Here we go, loading into game number 4 of this winners bracket final. DeathShoot, 2 games to 1 up.
Give me those viewers, fighters. Let's go.
Let's find
Let's
out.
see. Dragon is on Millowin, which you've seen before. It was a Millowin in Drop Rivals. And DeathShoot is on APAP, the APAP that gave him the bounty sniper to win the game.
Yeah, DeathShoot beating Katt with that APAP. Bounty sniper bringing him back into it. What's his RNG going to be like in this game? Let's find out.
Ooh, that's very sad that the value of that Grenadier.
Okay, so here we see the Wreck Walker combo.
Yup. And the Rock Rivals.
Rock Rivals. Right. This is a scary part in the match for Dragon because he needs to deal with his stuff. Curse Bearer. That's exactly what he needs. Plus the Hypnotize.
That's a very good Hypnotize.
Now that
Like, even if this... Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with that Hypnotize, that's more about just stopping the statue hitting his golem rather than the scratch really doing that much damage to the statue.
Yep.
And the golem was able to shred it. So that's Rock Rivals. It's played. It's a good start for Dragon. Top.
Wow, and the bridge, and he's on face. That was insane. Even the best part of that Hypnotize, I would say, it's the fact that although statue only attacks buildings and taunted units, if you hypnotized it, all those restrictions go away and statue can just regularly attack other units without any need for taunt or anything. It will just focus on enemy minion or on friendly minions. So with all those crats there, the statue would lose a lot of time attacking those enemy crats, and Dragon just got a lot of value out of it.
Yeah. Maybe sometimes you have to think in that situation, especially with the Hypnotize being so prevalent at the moment, maybe just don't support the statue with anything so the Hypnotize can't do anything.
Maybe.
It's a tough decision to make, but he does have turn 2 dead shot. He does have a shield available, so he's going to start taking this on the base.
Oh no! Oh! Dragon had the combo ready, but he got the second perk missile, and then he got the Arcane Golem, so by the time he had the once beaten, the Red Hawk. Wow. It's the problem of timed perk masters instead of cycling ones. And I've lost matches because of that a lot.
There should be a countdown to show you like when your next golem's about to pop, or just next dumbing it down.
No, that's definitely a good thing to have. Like, as Cosmic was saying before, all timed perks should have the indication the moment you do it once. So, what is it easier to look to?
Dropping low HP here.
And he's defending with lots of skeletons and scrats. Yep. Crossbows.
Right.
This is very rough. The rough part here is that he had Arcane Bolt the whole time.
Arcane Bolt.
What?
Okay, that's nice value.
And weird.
Golem goes down. Okay.
Why not play it before? Just makes you wonder a lot, but he might have a plan, I guess.
He's like, oh yeah, I've got this. Okay, so the thing we haven't really mentioned is DeathShoot's playing the Demon Warrior deck again, but he's hanging on at the moment, and he still needs to cycle it another couple of times before it becomes important.
Ooh, Dragon is throwing these missiles on face.
Starts going face. I mean, which kind of makes
that Wreck Walker is a wolf just spawning on face. That he focused on face. Wow. Forcing the totem before the golem is on face. That can be very serious.
Did he get the bridge with the scratch? A little bit here. He's got the DPS to take out the golem. Yes, he does.
He does. Very nice. Arcane missile going on face though. Lots of other things going on face. This might be it. One more hit. There we go.
Wow, Dragon's back in.
Millowing value.
Oh. Woo.
And let's appreciate how Dragon is playing Dynasty Millowin after playing Dynasty Morelia. Just appreciating the skins, the Dynasty skins.
Okay.
2-2. Reverse sweep. Reverse sweep.
Is he going to bring out the Ascension deck again? We don't know. Okay. 2 games all. This is a serious final now. This is the winners bracket final. Not even a grand final. The winner of this goes into the grand final. The loser drops down to the redemption bracket final. Okay, 2 games all. KP and Diona giving Deadshot a 2-0 lead. Mordor and Milloween bringing Dragon back into this. So close. What
Amazing.
are the players going to choose here? Big
Still, as we were talking about timed perks, like while the players are deck building, I really think everything should have a timer because it makes more sense. You are easier to lose track of the 30 seconds than the 5 seconds because you just are constantly seeing the 5 seconds. Like having it on Valorian and on King Puff, but then not having it on Morelia and the Millowin, just I would like to. Like it would make sense. You would not lose much. It is already implemented. And like it would really be a huge improvement to the quality of life of those players. And considering how much Morelia was nerfed recently, giving her this like slight push with the quality of life would be nice, I think.
I feel like 2 things. Firstly, they should have timers for all those things that are visible, and secondly, they should be better implemented. Having the timer just up in the perk is not ideal, and especially in duos, since you only see half the number as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's only for the streamer UI. The regular UI, with it being over the perk, is actually
superior.
Except in the case of reading perk definitions. If you're learning the game, not having the streamer UI is actually really nice, because the perks are bigger in that area. I would love to see a revamped UI, but I know we're not going to get that until 2.0.
What about like instead of like where you've got the counter for Accursed Ascension and stuff like that? What if you had just a small counter there? Just...
That could potentially work. That would also require getting the tech perk fixed. That way, that actually displayed useful information.
I thought they fixed that, didn't they, in the last patch?
Did they?
I
think it was still glitchy for me.
There was something in the patch notes about it because it was always wrong, wasn't it?
The tech is now fixed.
Yeah.
Tech is fixed? Okay.
Yeah.
So I think if they put a timer there, that would be really cool. And that's for all the
Another thing.
Time perks, so like Milloween's Golem, Apex Shield, Spellbook.
Right, the shield. I was forgetting the shield this time. No, yeah.
Anything else that I may have forgotten?
I think those are the only 3 currently missing.
Because as you saw, you can be taken by surprise by those things popping.
Ruffles would also need a timer. But there's a lot of stuff. Well, because like you can time it with because King Puff, it's very easy to time stuff with King Puff, and even with Valorian, like you can plan stuff around the Valorian heals as well. Like when you're playing, like having that extra information, if you have an amazing godlike conception of the passage of time, then yeah, you can play around stuff like that. But there's usually a lot of other stuff that you're dealing with in a match to not be able to just keep track of how many seconds are passing.
Yeah. Because we saw that awkward situation where Dragon wanted to play the Wrecked Walker and then the Once Bidden. He put the Wrecked Walker down and then his perk 2 popped, so he had the Arcane Missiles, so he had to play those, and then his next Golem popped, so he had to get through that, and by the time he'd got through that, he didn't have the mana, or the more time had passed, and he wasn't able to get the Once Bidden on the Wrecked Walker. That was just a little bit of an awkward situation that popped up. But that's definitely something that happens more often than not.
It is for sure. And I do get some differences because, for example, with the King Puff, you have the trick swap in your hand, but the next timer starts popping. With the Arcane Golem and the Morelia book, the Book of the Dead, it's not the same. You have it in your hand, the timer is stopped. Yeah. And I think that's the reason why it makes it different to implement, because in King Puff and Valorian, the timer just, once it hits 0, automatically restarts. Millowin and Morelia are different. When it's played, it restarts. Yeah. And that
King Puff's is
kind
more
of where the
dynamic
difference lies, and I would understand that.
Well, King Puff changes every time you play a card, though. Which is why I don't think like when it was just Valorian, I didn't think it was that big of a deal because it was literally just a 5-second looping timer. But King Puff isn't just a looping timer; it also takes into fact what cards you've played.
Yes,
and I think that if
they've got the logic to calculate that it's just displaying that number, they've already got the number. They just need to display it in a better way. I think,
Right.
I think it can, all of the perks, all of the time perks can be handled in that way, and it'd be interesting to see. Maybe I'll.
And they should. It's good quality of life.
See what the devs think about.
I would believe that suggestion is made every patch, though.
Yeah, maybe. But you know, we don't.
We still have lots of other nice things coming. So
we don't want to dumb it down too much, but I think it's important because it's giving the player more information, and then it's up to the player to.
Yeah, I think that would do light years for beginner players, and I don't think that this game takes too many steps towards newer players, and I think that would be a really nice quality of life, especially since we're taking away wildcards, which are a huge part of the casual player base. Is like they're like, okay, I understand how to use 5 cards, so I'm just going to wildcard the 5 cards that I know how to use, and then they just kind of use that to carry them. And so, with taking that away, I think it'd be really helpful to give something to the more casual players, because I don't think we've had too many updates in that favor recently.
Okay, so we're just waiting on the players at the moment. Not sure what's going on, but we are 2 games all in this winners bracket final. So best of 5. Next game is the decider.
Yep.
Let's open another giveaway whilst we're waiting.
And also going through the loser brackets ladder, we see that Niprax is facing Nerzl, Katt is facing Nataraja. Nataraja bets DarkCrow 2-1, Nerzl bet Memfisto 2-0. What else do we have? I think that's kind of where we stand last time. So it does mean as one of these players is going to have a chance to come back to the grand final if they manage to beat the loser of this match we are about to see, right? Very curious.
Yep.
Very intriguing what's going to happen.
It's in the chat if you want to check that out. We can bring it up on the screen, I think. Yeah. Okay, there it is. Okay. So, the top is completed here. Okay. That sounds like a game starting.
Yep, it's the beginning.
Let's go!
must do
Okay,
my
check out the
best.
brackets at home if you want, but here we go. Game number 5. 2 games all.
Yep, Dragon is playing APAP and DeathShoot is playing Millowing. So kind of the reverse master matchup that we saw just now. Let's see what they bring into the fray. So this APAP deck does look quite similar to the Mordor deck we saw Dragon play before. And
combo, Defenso Chopper, Stixie. Okay, so yeah, it's a very similar deck.
not completely the same. We see some cards are different, but yes.
There's a ting 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 to ting ting to tang 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 in there.
Yep. All right.
And we've got a Zali from DeathShoot. This is very strong Zali matchups.
All right. Dragon just got Lone Scout from the first perk, which is not necessarily a bad card, since if you play it when you have no other units on the field, you are basically gaining 1 mana. And since he even has Caged Brawler, that might be very good. Does not mean you can afford to, obviously, as we see right now.
Fireball comes in.
Ooh, huge Fireball. Huge Fireball, even cleaning up the once beaten on the Wreck Walker. That's very huge indeed.
Yeah, you could see he was waiting for that. He knew something was going to come. Like, if you're going to fireball the Cage Prowler, that's a 3 for 5 trade, so you need to get something else for your value there from the fireball. Either go for face, or, as you see, absolutely nail the Red Walker with the once bitten on him. Great trade.
And here we have Dragon making use of that extra mana.
See, Dragon has decent sight because they... Oh, okay, that's a nice...
Wow, that was so good. Fireball now though, but that was still so good. The Brawler spawn though is not gonna do much versus the Scrats. Wow. DeathShoot is really just getting this going on. He has a very good advantage in terms of the cards he's playing.
Yeah, he's got a big XP lead as well.
Yup. Wow, this is really very huge.
They're trying some different options to shut down that Cage Prowler. You could see he went option 1 with the arcane missiles. That got blocked. Option 2, plan B, was the fireball that came in, shredded everything after it spawned. So you can see fly guy, for the slow. Now he's trying to take out the Cage Bella with some skeleton hits there. He's doing some. Okay, Cage Bella just spawns, but what's he going to do against shielded scraps? Basically nothing.
That's such a vortex. Wow, this vortex is doing a lot. I don't think Dragon has the tools for this.
Apex is just terrible at defending itself. Ting's going to help, hitting multiple targets, but the flying comes in.
Fireball there.
Ting's a unit that when it takes damage like that, it does drop its own DPS. So
He just needs to play card. He has Totem next. There we go, Totem.
he does need to try to kill these guys.
Wow, Totem is out. This Golem is gonna kill this. He's gonna beat game. Pressure.
The final.
Very, very strong. Miloing just.
I would say that that's more in favor of Azali. Azali decks just naturally do well against APEP, I found. Just because APEP's typically like a lot of smaller units, and then once Azali is out, all of your smaller units win the other smaller unit trades, just flat. And so that kind of forced Dragon's only like really big push was the Defenso Chopper Ting Tang Tung. And that just did not do well if DeathShoot had like the Golem on one side and Azali on the other, and there just wasn't any momentum the Dragon could have got anywhere.
Exactly. Cage Prolo was never going to get value in those settings. The Vortex was just so huge because even if the sticks, you could handle it without any shields. Just vortexing the sticks into the middle of everything was just terrible for it. So, and defense, as you were saying, is not enough. It's a really hard match. Like all these decks start shining a lot more once you consider taking breath out of equation. As I was saying before, the only good part of breath over test Hellfire before Ascension is that breath damage is done by little ticks. So if the units are shielded, shield goes down and then the units go down. While in test, just shields go down first, and if you want more, you need 4 extra mana now. So it's the only part. However, just nerfing that all, it's just wow. This is really shining a lot more, and we've seen lots of different players use it. I'm very excited about this.
So there we have it. DeathShoot into the grand final. Dragon dropping down to the redemption bracket final. Our next game is going to be Nerzl against Niprax, and that is a redemption bracket round of 7. So we're going to get set up for that. Would one of you guys be kind enough to go through the bans that these players have dropped?
Yeah, so we... Go ahead.
Go Cosmic.
Ah!
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yes. All right. In 3 minutes, I'll see who wins.
No, you can go.
All right. So we have Nerzl bans King Puff, Hypnotize, and Defenso, whereas Niprax bans Setsu, Unholy Ground, and Once Bitten. Interesting banning Setsu. That's got to be a targeted ban, because I don't think Setsu is anywhere near as strong as like Wrecked or King Puff, for instance.
I would say the same.
Defogo, what would you say are the top 3 masters right now? Like I would say King Puff and Wrecked for sure.
I mean, if we consider what is like for 1v1, the ones that can go with most of them, it's for sure, as you were saying, Wrecked and King Puff. They are super diverse. Wrecked for sure. I'm not completely set on King Puff just because you can screw it up a lot and you are slightly limited. You cannot go full into control with cheap cards if you want to get the most value out of King Puff Birthday. Then again, you don't necessarily need to. But just the amount of things you can do with King Puff, it's very tricky. And I think, although this is very good, if we consider how Wrecked and King Puff are very skilled masters, the fact that they are the strongest makes sense. They are very strong, but you need to be good to play them at this maximum potential. The other 4 top 3. Personally, I really do like sets a lot right now with quick cycles and good spells. Like the spells that are strong right now are cheap spells that you can cycle. So Setsu is in a definitely very good spot. I don't think it's Rotbo. I don't think it's APAP. As you were saying, you might get some bad pulls on APAP. Stormbringer can get pushed in a lot.
Yeah.
Millowin is hard to say. Millowin is really good. It's also in a very good spot. But it also forces you into kind of a direction, which is usually not what you want from a top master that can really just handle almost everything.
I don't think that normally we have a top 3, and I honestly don't think that we have a top 3 this season. Just because I would say Morelia, but with Queen's Dragon going
exactly
up, then that takes her out of that top 3 slot. So even the spirits, right now, because her spirit
for
book
Morelia
is
book,
huge.
You cannot buff little units that you have now, so that also loses a lot. It will also make the spirits lean towards the direction of being units, conditioning what you're doing with Morelia, hence again reducing the potential of being better overall.
If you're talking about better overall, maybe Diona, just because the traps are intense for the damage they can put out, and if you can consistently get value out of Ruffles, potentially.
Which, once again, it's also very skilled, so...
Okay,
I honestly don't know. I like the APAP decks that's like the cards you can get. You have a deck that can play around them, even if you consider getting a Zeb Shrine or a Scrapyard on the third perk. If you are running just one heal puff and just some plasmas and steams, you still have some tech you can work around with. But
you just run the classic cheap cards, and you have all your activators. You got Heal Puff, Blood Imps, Wrecked Walker, Once Bitten, Plasma Marine, Stint. That's 6 cards. That's your cycle right there. Add in 4 other,
add into futures,
cards.
Or a Demon Warrior, and you are still getting more sets.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you just joined us, we know one of our finalists, DeathShoot. We are going to find out who the next one's going to be, who his opponent is going to be in the grand final. We're going to be working our way through the redemption brackets. We'll put the bracket in the chat if you want to check it out. So the next match is going to be a best of 3. So we're back to best of 3 because it's not a final. No conquest rules for this one. It's going to be Niprax against Nerzl, and we are ready to go. Who's commentating this one for me, please?
I am.
Cosmic.
Oh, I already did that. Okay, good. Right. So, DeathShoot in the final. Not a huge shock. Not that he was a sure thing to be in the final, but of the players that we would expect to get to a final, he is definitely one of the names that would be on our lips, if you like.
Yeah. One of the suspected top 8. I'd say that you can very confidently say at least half of the people are going to get in the top 8 in any tournament, and DeathShoot's on that list.
Right, here we go. Loading in. I was definitely ready for that.
Alright, right off the bat, we got Niprax playing Volko and Nerzl playing Millowin. Volko can be very strong, but Volko can also get really screwed if you don't have the proper anti-air cards. So if you're making a deck with him, you really need at least 5 anti-air cards, I would say. And that's either air units themselves or spell removal, something along those lines. So it can be very tricky to have a decent Volko deck.
Cage Prowler, a card we've seen quite often, and not just in Mordor decks.
Yeah, no, Cage Prowler I'd say is in a very good spot because it dies to a lot of spells. Cage Prowler itself is also very easily countered as well, but it can also be very strong, and it's a nice, easy way to bank some mana.
Yeah, big hit there on the blue golem, so that's decent. Remember, what has been spawned by Nerzl. Gets the statue, but only for the first activation. Okay, that statue's pretty decent HP at the moment, though. It is slowed. It is supporting his slowly coming in. Nerzl just needs to stabilize a little bit here. He's going to get some face damage out. Scotty does savage face damage. Does he sit down at 50% HP? Okay.
Which Scotty with Spirit is actually going to be a force to behold if we see that combo.
Sometimes that's a trade you just have to make with the rock rivals. You know you're either going to fall behind or take some face damage, but claw that back. We see perk 2 now from Niprax. Going to be able to get some rage. Units. Heal coming in at the bottom. Gives him a healthy.
Okay. Rage Scrat's just tearing apart that golem.
Rage Scrats are a sight to behold. Berserker Rage Scrats are terrifying. Okay. Nerzl needs to try to get back in terms of XP. He is behind. But what he wants to do is get a push. He wants to get his blue golem supported by his arcane golem. Let's see if he got that. He's spawning that golem so far forward. Oof, he's put some maybe that was a misplay.
Yeah.
Because before perk 3 that golem is very weak. As soon as it dies, then you... Oh, they're on home ground! Okay, that's beautiful. It's so nice to see this unholy ground protect the cage crowd.
And I think Unholy Ground is put in there literally just for Frost Feather Flyby. I think that it's a really decent card because there's not really, much in the deck that Unholy Ground does except for just, help Volko defend face and then defend against things like Frost Feather Flyby.
That's a good heal to try to nullify the bridge burn. Taunt too far away to keep the mana golem, the arcane golem alive. Nerzl dropping more HP. 1-1. Alright. He's having 2 golems out at the same time now.
Yeah, well this is huge though. So Niprax's counter to the rock rival is Scrat Horde, which was taken out on the bottom. So we are potentially going to see a hit or 2 up top. Just one. Okay.
His HP's still good, so he doesn't need to worry too much. We're going to talk about using that health as a resource. Perk 3 means Berserker Rage from the Embers. Here we go again.
That's a bridge burns dream right there. Oh man, blocking all of that. That is so much mana just to shut down that Prowler. Oh,
That's terrifying.
That's it. Like there's, I don't see.
Still comes out, and he's got Berserker Rage.
Oh my goodness.
Just about it. Story coming in. The next. Okay, the next Cage Prowler is up. The problem is he starts having to use his spells defensively so that Cage Prowler can't be dealt with. The next one was getaway. Wow.
That was so much mana into that Cage Prowler, and to still have it go off even after all of that is just tragic.
Yep.
Very, very tragic.
He really went. That was
just
bad mana after bad mana.
Niprax went so well there.
Yes. Okay. Well,
I guess it's a good example of how when you commit too much, you might just end up losing. It's like you are investing mana that you are not getting back. It's too much.
that was it. It was the flyby, got shut down by the Unholy Ground. Then the arcane missiles came in. They got shut down by the whirly or whatever was there. Then the sunburn didn't quite do enough damage. Wallop. Cage Prowler spawns. Huge mana trade.
I'm curious. Can you actually nether stab those frost feathers that
Never set them out.
Holy Ground
And let them out? I would assume
so that they
because they're
move
units.
forward and wait them out. Yeah. That looks interesting. Like you counter 3 mana with 3 mana and your 2 mana just go by.
Maybe it's too much of an investment. Okay, right. Let's get back in this. Game number 2.
I am the chosen one.
So Nerzl is a game to kneel down against Niprax. Okay, Niprax is sticking with his Volko. Nerzl is gone for Valorian. Oof. Wanted to get that hit out. Didn't quite get it. Open trades. Don't take bridges. Just a DPS, an annoying one. Right, okay, Cage Prowler again is up.
Your end draws closer.
Okay, ooh, Zealots come out. Zealot's gonna make short work of Scotty.
Goes down the heavy ground on face. Scrat-Horde good against the Zealots. He's gonna get cleared though. Boom. In comes the Zeppelin Bomber. Not a card we're used to seeing in the setting. Okay, XP basically equal. Tried to get the bridge grab at the top, missed it a little bit, but does outside. I think he won that because of the heal.
And Valorian's heal did get nerfed, but it still is a very strong perk that can let units win trades that they're not technically supposed to.
Yeah.
But Volko, I would say, overall, especially once Berserker Rage, or especially once the Rage comes out from perk 2, kind of negates Valorian's healing in terms of trades. Because when your units have Rage and are dealing extra damage, it doesn't matter if the other unit's healing or not, like it just dies.
The shadows fade as I become stronger.
Trying to get some hits off the Cage Prowler, and it will do. Okay.
Okay, yeah, Zeppelin Bomber just absolutely shredded that Cage Prowler. That was excellent use of it.
Zeppelin Bomber will target buildings, so it goes straight for that Cage Prowler and shuts it down. This isn't allowing them to get in position. Doesn't quite take the bottom bridge though. Head on XP. The Wreck Walker just being used as a walking wall there. Right, Scotty, a naked Scotty, but it is enraged. Will hit hard, but it will not have a very good time against the defensive. Valorian's going to shred it down as well.
Yeah, that was excellent defense against the Scotty. And Niprax doesn't really have any solid counters to that defensive chopper. When Berserker Rage comes out, it'll be a little bit easier to deal with if they can like get a Prowler out or a Rage Drone Walker behind it.
Okay, more pressure. Just keeping the bridge. There you see, just keep the range units on the bridge, hold it for a little bit longer.
Zealots up top, not really any Horde units at hand, so having to deal with that. Ooh, great bridge burn. Tipping the scales there up top, keeping that bridge. And then those Scrats, while they don't necessarily look like a threat, if there's nothing defending face, Valorian's attack is so slow, they'll still get a good 150 damage off if there's nothing defending.
What happens if you use Searing Light before perk 3, but perk 3 pops during it? Does it do
the damage is increased because it's calculated in hand, which was a huge deal before when Empyrean cards were a thing. Like you had to make sure to keep the number of Empyrean cards in your hand at a set amount.
So it doesn't increase the damage even though you hit perk 3 halfway through it?
It does. It would increase the damage.
So I see what you're saying is that the damage to each hit could be different based on previous.
Correct. Yeah, unless they fundamentally changed the mechanic of the way Searing Light works, but I doubt it. Okay, Zealot's about to connect. Ooh, with a Zeppelin behind him. Oh, that is a massive amount of damage.
Okay. Nerzl stamping his authority on the game with that push. We are best of 3. That's a Berserker Rage Scotty. He will shred until he gets to the defense area.
Yeah.
Crying already inside.
Defensive Chopper is always out to answer Scotty, and there's not really much else that Niprax has that can kind of push in aside from Scotty. Cage Prowler maybe, but that's answered with the Zeppelin every single time.
Nerzl's looking in control of this one at the moment. Being able to shut that Prowler down really decently, and he's well ahead on his feet. Should be able to get smart friendly and just close this out. Let's find out.
Proper Berserker Rage can do a lot though. Like Nerzl I don't think is going to be able to push in much anymore because like a Berserker Rage Scrat Horde will tear apart literally anything that Nerzl has outside of Defense or Chopper, which they have to save for Scotty.
Berserker Rage though, so okay. What can he do? Nerzl has a lot of HP. He has Mana Frenzy now. So he can take this on face if he wants to, decides not to. Nerzl should be able to close this out. Let's see if he can do so. Doesn't want to burn mana. He's getting more mana. Doesn't want to burn it. Let's go. Okay, here we see clear at the bottom. Early. Scotty pushing on the top. Spencer comes out. This time the fight's on the bridge. So get the chance of holding the bridge for a small amount of time, 350 HP. Sunburn available for Nerzl if he needs to do direct face damage.
Ooh.
That's Zeppelin on face. A bit of a nightmare. Yeah, this is going to be too much. Niprax can't hold on.
Yeah, that's game. That Zeppelin bomber was an amazing counter to that Cage Prowler, because after that, then it was just Zeppelin bomber to Cage Prowler, defensive chopper to Scotty. Literally nothing else matters because the Nerzl wasn't, or Niprax wasn't able to push in with it. Like, that was well played in the deck building side.
DfogoX, it's just about just seeing what cards you have that are going to counter your opponents and just holding on to them so you can just react to everyone every time they play it. We could see it, as Cosmic said, every time the Scotty came out, Defenso, bam.
Nerzl was ready for that deck, I felt. Not just the interaction between the defensive chopper and the Zeppelin bomber. Even though Niprax also had the Scrat Horde, whichever way he tried to play it, Scrat Horde would barely get no value. You cannot support the Cage Prowler with it because Zeppelin just goes straight through and kills it. You cannot support the Scotty because the defensive chopper just goes and kills it. And then you are facing Nerzl with lots of tanky units like Defenso, the Warriors, the Zealots, that just like bridge is burning and they're like, oh, it tickles, just gonna walk through. And they just walk through and it gives experience to Nerzl, justifying the 50 experience lead that Nerzl had when he hit Mana Frenzy. It was just too big. That Vulko was really put into a corner there and he could not really come out of it. I don't know, I feel like he should have stopped playing Cage Prowler. That was kind of an impression I got after the second one. Like, you're not getting value. If you're not going to adapt, stop playing it. Or at least like play it in a way that you are going to bait the Zeppelin Bomber and you have like the Drone Walker ready to counter the Zeppelin Bomber because he does not have the spell except the other String Light. It was a very tough spot. He needed to play flawlessly. It was very, very hard.
Okay, here we go, leading into game number 3. Just to bring you guys up to date with what's going on elsewhere, Katt has beaten Nataraja by 2-0 on the other side of this bracket, so he's awaiting the winner.
Our
of
numbers
this
may
game
be few, and our enemies legion. Yet,
match
while
does
one
not
brother or
the,
sister still
redemption
stands
bracket final,
against the
match before
void,
it. I know what's
our
going on.
people shall know hope.
Okay, here we go. Valorian, Nerzl, Niprax, the owner.
Yes, my bad. So we see Niprax playing Spear Throwers, I'm guessing to counter the Zeppelin Bomber against the Cage Prowler. They're still kind of, looks like they're focusing very heavily on this one Cage Prowler, trying to make sure that it goes off.
Okay. Right, one game all. Winner takes all.
Very heavily, in fact. Looks like there's not really anything that could get to face outside of the Cage Prowler and the Whirly Scrat. Everything else is just Diona's traps and control. And Smite, not necessarily the greatest counter to deal with the Zealots.
This is going to be some substantial face damage going on.
Zealots with the Bomber behind, I think, is like the perfect push on Nerzl's end. Like, that's going to just churn out massive amounts of DPS. You can't really block with Horde units because the Bomber will kill it.
This is a great start for Nerzl. Broke 2 already and done decent face damage.
And he's drained Niprax of mana, so Niprax is not really able to get that Cage Prowler off because that Cage Prowler requires you to have, you know, at least one bridge that you can consider your own. Ooh.
This could be over quick.
Yeah. Niprax needs to wait to play that until they have spear throwers in hand. But they had to just because Smite is not necessarily the best utility spell that they could have had for this deck, and I don't think that they necessarily needed Unholy Ground.
There's one. Go get it, boy.
Already is just.
That Sunburn shut down the Ruffles.
Okay, can he get a Prowler out? Let's find out.
Okay.
Needs to deal with the bomber. Does have a trap though. Unholy Ground.
Okay, probably gonna try and smite here. There it is. Oh, but they missed one of the Zealots entirely!
Okay. Reacts well to the trap. Could have been better. Don't get much value out of it. The Cage Prowler really just not doing what it needs to.
Number 3.
There's one. Go get it, boy.
Okay, Ruffles getting a little bit of health, giving Niprax a little bit more wiggle room, but that XP lead is intense.
Yeah. Can't see anything changing until we get him back into the match.
There's one. Go
Yeah,
get it, boy.
the
Is the next trap really going to make that much difference? Is the new Ruffles potions going to make that much difference? Probably not, but strange things have happened.
yeah, if every single Ruffles potion was grabbed and mana was gained at the right time, the main thing is that Niprax needs those caged prowlers. Just because of the way they built their deck. But the issue is Nerzl has Zealots to receive the Prowler if it's on the offensive, and then if it's defensive, then he just sends in the Zeppelin Bomber, and that's going to be very tricky to work around. And so Niprax needs to...
For a kill. Okay.
Yeah.
Cage Prowler, can you do your thing? You have one job. Okay, bomb comes in, it's pushed down. Okay, nice done.
Okay. So here we go. So we're gonna get a Cage Prowler. Now will Niprax be able to leverage this enough to get some decent value out of it? That's the question. Here's a Ruffles potion with an extra 2 mana. This is huge because now Niprax can potentially cycle fast enough to get something. If Niprax is gonna come back, it's gonna be basically in this moment.
Okay. Next Prowler's up. Needs tempo. A massive XP lead from
Go, Ruffles.
Justice controls 1.5 inches. Easily gets an armor. That far ahead,
Yeah.
one bridge.
Oh yeah, no, one bridge is easily enough. You got a good 50 XP lead on Nerzl's side right now. And then Zealots again, just coming in, absolutely shredding that Cage Prowler. Stun Lancers to answer, but there's no damage behind them.
I mean, the real issue is that he's having to work so hard to get the Prowler out, and when it comes out, he does nothing.
Yeah, I think that if he would have had that push a lot sooner in the game, it could have potentially done better, but it's just very difficult. And Diona, I think maybe something like Ravager could potentially have been a little bit better, just to give him a little bit more, but it's just... Getting the Unholy Ground and the Smite to work is difficult.
Frenzy for Nerzl, he's looking to close this game out in the series now. He's looking to progress through to a matchup with the Mighty Katt. Like, good play earlier. We shouldn't speak too soon, but I can't see a way that Niprax is going to hold on here.
Yeah, we have 3 Sunburns until Niprax is defeated, as well as Zealots and the Bomber coming in.
We don't like to see that, but...
We have a winner.
Nerzl taking it by 2 games to 1. Niprax a very good showing again, getting deep into the tournament. Ultimately, Nerzl was public enemy number 1 for him. Okay, there we go. Another game, another matchup, another person progresses. Defogo, you're muted.
No, I figured myself. I was like, wait. Muted. My mind was too much into this game, just thinking of how those decks could have work differently. I don't think keep investing on that caged brawler was right, as you guys were saying. Yes, you need it to have a tool that can deal damage and attack, but Nerzl just showed how much he was prepared to do those types of decks. And then again, fine, we're not in Conquest rules, so you can't keep playing the same master. Does not mean you need to keep playing the same strategy. And I really think Niprax had more strategies up his sleeve, and he could have used them to outplay to win these mind games. That's why it was I would say, a sad result. I don't think the matchup even allowed Niprax to show the full extent of his capabilities.
What were the bans? Because one thing I'm a little bit surprised about is... Okay, Nerzl banned King Puff. I was going to say, because Niprax is a very, very strong King Puff player, and especially now King Puff has been changed.
Yeah.
But it seems like Nerzl made a good ban in that setup.
And with
Niprax banned
Hypnotize...
Setsu. It's just Setsu ban does not feel like something that Nerzl would super destroy or beat him with. As we saw, Valorian is very strong. He could also have top change for a Volko.
Well, I mean, again, we saw Niprax basically banned stuff that counters Caged Prowler, essentially, like with the Setsu and the Unholy Ground, all that good stuff. So it just, I think Niprax was just really wanting Caged Prowler to work and just was not able to make it work as well as they wanted to as soon as Nerzl adapted.
Okay, so... Right.
All right, round 2 of Katt trying to dodge fish in the introduction to this tournament.
Spectating Nerzl.
Okay, so we've got Katt and Nerzl. They did play earlier on. Katt.
They did, but I'm pretty sure we do have different bans right now. They both ban Valorian, but Katt bans Stint and Marine, so no part of that combo is going to be seen from Nerzl part. Katt bans both, and Nerzl ban Hypnotize and Defensive Chopper. All right. Standard bans, nothing out of the ordinary. Interesting to see what can come out here now. I'm also searching for the previous bans to see how much of a difference we have between them.
Okay, so this next match is going to be Nerzl against Katt. This is still a best of 3. This is the last best of 3. The winner of this will then go through to the Redemption Bracket final against Dragon. The winner of that will go through to the Grand Final against DeathShoot.
All right. No, that's pretty much it.
All right. Alright, so previous bans, courtesy of DeFogo, were for their winner bracket round, Nerzl banned Apep, Cursebearer, Hypnotize, and Katt banned Volko, Razor Squadron, and Whirly. This time, Katt banned Valorian, Stint, and Marines, whereas Nerzl banned Valorian, Hypnotize, and Defenso. And so I think, especially with these tournaments being right after patch day, I think that the loser bracket bans kind of evolve as the players see what's working in the tournament and what's not, especially as they're watching. And so I would take like these bans more seriously than the previous ones, because the previous ones are like, oh, these are cards that should be strong. Whereas at this stage in the tournament, I would say like these are cards that like the players know are strong in this current tournament meta, and are doing very well. And for newer players who are looking to pick up strategies, pay attention to what's getting banned, because like going through a tournament like this, like you can literally just look at the top players and go, okay, if Katt's banning this master, then that's probably a strong master. If they're banning this card, then that's probably a strong card. Like if DeathShoot's banning things like Grenade Scrat and Whirly Scrat, those are 2 cards that I should probably look into having in my deck, kind of thing.
Yeah, there is a strong reason why anything is being banned by these players. They have very few ban powers, so they need to make sure that they use them wisely. So yeah, that's a very good point. Right, Katt, Nerzl. I know the game. I need an alarm or something. Right.
Just like every 10 seconds, it just dings. Double check.
Right, we are ready to go into this. Let's just Quickly do this giveaway. Winner is Minion or Duel. Minion or Duel. Congratulations, you won a big dwarf pack. Containing 300 rubies, 15 power tokens. Now, if you've just joined us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 4. It's provided with Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. There's a $500 prize pool. And we are waiting to see where that prize pool is going to go. We already have one grand finalist, DeathShoot. We have Dragon awaiting in the Redemption Bracket final, and we are going to find out who he's going to be playing out of Katt and Nerzl. The players are just getting ready, and we will find out very soon where that's going to go.
We can see them both deck building, adapting to the bans or not. I'm mainly I'm mainly fond of the Katt ban of Valorian because I just saw Nerzl be super strong in his Valorian deck, so that's just like, nope, pick that up out of the equation. Not seeing that I'm fine, play a Volk, but not that Valorian. So we were talking about the top 3 in Masters before Cosby, and I guess I think double Valorian goes to show that even if he's not top 3, even after all these nerfs, he's still a force to be reckoned with. The moment these two players just go like, nope, out, get that out of here, not playing with you.
And I think the advantage of banning Valorian over Volko is that you know that if you're going against a Volko, if you have something like a Zeppelin Bomber, which just got buffed, that can force your opponent to react to it much more heavily as Volko than if they're Valorian. And so you can use that advantage of kind of, that weakness in their master defense to tip the game, which is why I don't think Volko will. I don't think Volko or Ravager will ever be in the top 3, just because their weaknesses are just so apparent when you can use them properly.
Okay, here we go.
True. Let's get into it.
Okay, DfogoX with me with this one, right?
This is
Correct.
Minion Masters.
Cosmic's just in spirit and soul.
Okay. Nerzl against Katt. Here we go.
All right, and it's finally our first match watching a Rect into play. Nerzl is playing Rect versus Katt playing APAP. Very, very nice. Katt is making a good use of the fact that Nerzl did not ban APAP this time, and Nerzl is enjoying a Rect, very powerful. Let's see how it goes. We see very aggressive cards from this Rect, just a jumping monkey already. Musketeer can also be very good versus big units and, well, just melee in general. Not as good versus hordes like those spread packs. Strong force. This Tranquil Monkey getting huge gun, and he's now going top. So now he's gonna heal back up and then go top where there was no tank, and there's a cannon roller. Ooh, and lots of other units. This is already. Ooh, Razor Squadron. Here we go.
Very high DPS. Okay, no bridge grab.
Ooh, and the bridge was kept. That is very important for Katt right now.
Good face damage though can come out there. Rect is not at home. He is now.
Still a good amount of damage though. See Katt keeping these bridges. Screaming threat. So like, I really like seeing this screaming threat. Before I was wondering like, did they just get a screaming threat from the first perk? But like, no, they are actually playing screaming threat.
Yeah,
which is very interesting. Screaming threat is very strong, and we can see the benefits of it.
Do we see again the Tranquil Monkey not tanking this time? Tanking a little bit, but not too much. Right, XP level. Nerzl has taken some.
Quite even.
Cannon Roller's going to shred anything on the ground there. Wow.
Yep.
Right, here come the Shadow Clones. Here comes the attack of the clones.
It's now 80 genes. Wow, like just all these flyers that Katt is playing are just so good to deal with what Nerzl has.
Yeah.
And then even if he manages to do a little bit of push or something, just totem. Nah, I'm out.
That poison on one unit is kind of sad.
Did get some value. Ooh! Nerzl keeps the bridge there. The screaming scrat was not enough. Scrat. Oh wow! Squadron just killing that Musketeer. The Scrat pack very well placed to tank the riposte from the Musketeer, saving the Warley some damage. And that's a scary push now on top. Squadrons. Wow.
The Squadron and the ATG drone are the things that Nerzl's going to have to fear the most here.
for sure. Even Wrecked cannot efficiently deal with them.
Nice jump.
Yep, that was very good.
That's one of the reasons why you want to often just hold those shadow clones in your hand to do things like that. Again, the Tranquil Monkey healing substantially.
Wow, that's some good cannon roller value, but ooh, sad. That's a very good sunburn.
Nice
I'd say
sunburn.
scrap the skeleton hard bot. Yep.
Big little help.
Just like these small placements giving so much extra value is huge. It's really, really good.
Okay.
There it is.
Now, the perk 3 for Rex is going to help you shut down some of the agents. Potentially.
Oh, for sure. It one-shots the ATG, so even it one-shotted before the health nerf, so now it one-shots for sure. That was a great one. Oh, very good poison.
That's going to help a lot there. No heal from Valor or anything like that, but here we go again. Sugar bottom.
You can put a clone there on. Ooh. Oh, he put the real one. Ah, I think a clone there would have been beautiful. Just sending a clone into the middle of those squadrons.
Yeah.
Nerzl still has bot, and he has caught up on experience a bit. He was losing, now he's back on it. Both players hitting third perk at about the same time. What did Katt get? Do we
Not
know?
a banner man.
Oh! Actually, I don't... I mean, no, wait, the other way around. If the Bannerman might just be enough to make an ATG or something survive Rex third perk, this is huge. Look! Oh, well, okay, he can poison first. Fine, that's fair enough. Yeah.
It's the tank. Hasn't got much anti-air there, but there's enough to tank it. Okay.
There we go.
Banner man's exactly what Katt was hoping for.
For sure not. I mean, especially when there's poison. Like, he can do some things. If he managed to time it exactly well, like, he needs to predict the one-punch blast and not play it proactively. It's one case where you need to react and not predict.
Yeah, the
Cause...
Tranquil Monkey healing, and there's nothing that Nerzl can do. You just have to sit there and let it heal.
Nope. Let's get your top to handle that swirly.
A little bit of an XP lead, though.
And here it is again. I'm really not comfortable. Like, exactly like the way Katt is playing the poison leaves a lot with the fire. This is just gonna be one punch blast, and yeah, nothing.
Right, nice sunburn.
Ooh, very good shadow clones.
Yeah, those clones
That shadow dance was huge value. I mean, we can see how Nerzl is coming back on experience. It's no longer that much tied up.
Yep.
Ooh, that was good enough. Once again. Oof, I don't know.
Banner man.
I guess Katt's gonna keep doing it every single time, and it's gonna like match with my nerves because it's not a bad play. It's the thing. It's not a bad play. It's just it is not like the most ideal play that he needs to make. His options are limited, though.
I mean, I think Katt's going to be annoyed because Deadshot getting that bounty sniper earlier, and now him getting the banner man.
Yeah.
He's got good luck. He's got bad. A little bit frustrating. A little bit too.
That's of the worst things that you can have. Like, okay, fine. I guess Apex are strong today with luck. I'll go with. Nope. You're gonna play Bannerman instead.
But Nerzl is ahead on XP here. He can get some Mana Frenzy first.
He's about to hit Mana Frenzy.
This is his chance.
I mean, if Katt gets on the bridge, like, he's 10 experience away and he's an APEP, he can take some extra damage on face and take with a totem to keep that pressure on the bridge. It's just that we are going to see much more Shadow Clones that might be harder to handle. Oh, okay, that was very good. The Bannerman there blocking the one-punch blast. And he's going to give Katt the Mana Frenzy. Katt has the bridges. This is the Katt miracle we've seen every single time. He has the bridges. And he no longer has it, but he's gonna get them back very soon for sure. Squadron getting lots of value.
Very close.
This is gonna be it, I think. Like, the first misplay here, like, okay, that's good pressure on top, and bot. Nerzl got very good pressure. Wow, Screaming Thread value, very huge.
Okay.
Wow. Nerzl still not letting it go, though. Very good on Punch Blast. He's, yeah, well, around 4 men. That was a huge, he cannot afford to. That's 3 or 4 Shadow Clones that have been in each side.
The game is so much faster now in this stage. You've got to make decisions quickly. You've got to make the right decisions.
Jumping on the top, yep, there we go. He does not have a poison to cycle to, like, oof. Yup. But Katt is just putting it. Like, this is the thing. Katt is like so fast. It's like every single one of his plays. It's not a reaction. It's instinct. He does not need to take time playing, thinking of what to play. Because he just instinctively knows. He's still in this game.
He is.
Oh, great one punch blast. That changes a lot of things. And there's pressure coming top. Good totem. But totem is gonna go down for these monkeys. Katt just lost it a bit right here. Whirly giving a lot of things though. That's a good whirly, but the musket. Ooh! I mean, he's gonna be a Zephyr. Let's keep that running. I mean, Zephyr will actually be good. He has a Tranquil. See how? Wow, it's just so much.
I mean, Katt's holding on here against Mana Frenzy. And then he's got his own Mana Frenzy, but those just have the monkeys most of the time.
Great one. That Bannerman instantaneously just blocking the chance for a one punch blast. Great defensive sunburn, and there's the one punch blast, but I don't feel like that one punch blast did as super value as Nerzl was expecting. Katt getting back on those bridges, forcing pressure on those bridges, not on offense.
It's not over yet.
Oof, it's never over. We've seen Katt pull this miracle more than once, more than twice. He can do it. Is this gonna happen? He has the push, no cannon roller there. The Bannerman protecting it. There's the one punch blast.
That's a nice jump. Jump to the side so you can hit it. The way the one punch blast works is it travels in a straight line and it's the first thing it hits for a certain amount.
Tranquil healed, but it stacked so much mana on top there. He needs a Screaming Scrat to clean all that up. He has a Bannerman. He plays the banner, I think maybe too early. There's a great Screaming Scrat, grabbing bridges and killing everything. Katt got one proc on the bridge. It's not over. He's barely losing 80 HP.
Nerzl identified that he needs to take that 80 ground and he's doing well, but if Katt can dodge it once or twice.
Ooh! That was super fast getting destroyed, that Shadow Clone there. No, the Shadow Clone, no, that was the actual one. Katt losing a bit on the rotation there, Screaming Threat value. Squadron again, he's gonna get poisoned though. Yep, there we see it.
10 minutes in.
Insane 10 minutes in.
Now Katt's getting a bit of position at the top.
But he cannot deal with that screaming with that ATG until he has a next jump. The next jump is not gonna be close enough. Yep, he handled it with other units.
Dude's doing a great job. Okay,
More poison going bot.
is a miracle on the cards. Katt is
Great sunburn killing everything, and then the Scratch grabbing those bridges. Rex not moving very fast.
pushing back again. Okay, he's gonna want to
ATG going, ATG getting one punch block. Oh no!
He tried to do the Bannerman to block it. That's frustrating. Keep that alive. Those clones waiting all the way on the base. Not doing too much damage. Ultimately, doing that, he will get worn down.
And he's getting lots of swarms. He's getting infested right now. Probably a sunburn to defend. Yep, there it goes. Still, Nerzl is just putting this pressure on. It keeps going. He's pulled down and he cannot place an ATG. Nerzl just keeps jumping. Oh, one punch blast on face. That's huge. He can jump to the other side to keep more damage. Yep, there it goes. This is it.
Takes that 1 game to 0. Okay, that's the power of Rex.
What
I'm out
a
of words.
game! Nerzl burned so much mana when they first hit Frenzy.
yeah.
Like, it was almost as if Nerzl hadn't played that deck and was learning how to play it in Frenzy, which is one heck of a way to learn. And Katt almost came back many times, but the power of Rect was just too strong there.
That Bannerman as well, not ideal.
Out of this world.
Oh, I don't think anything would have been as bad as Bannerman. I think that was literally the worst pull that he could have got in this matchup.
I think you have gotten a scrapyard. That would not have helped even.
No, even
More or
Scrapyard
less.
would have been fine because he had Razor Squadron, and so that could
That was consuming the
convert.
tech though, no?
Well, yes, but it can also generate tech to keep Razor Squad alive.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. That's a fair point.
Oh,
well, no, that doesn't
yeah.
matter because there was poison. That doesn't matter because there was poison.
Well, then you just play
Poison was a
Razor.
really good spell there. If instead of poison it was a blast, a crystal blast, like it would have
Yeah.
been super different. Because in that point, Bannerman would have been a great pull.
Yeah,
Was
but
just-
but even Scrapyard, basically you just use Razors as a 6-mana Marines that has like a 5-second air life. You know, after your Scrapyard pumps out all this stuff. Like I literally think that Bannerman was the worst pull that Katt could have got, and they
Fine,
still
I will
managed
look
almost
through
to the
for car. I'll look through for pull to see what could be worse.
Uh-huh.
He could have gotten Propeller Horde. I don't think he.
No, Propeller Horde would have been
That
much
been
better.
good. That would have been good.
There's a cannon roller. There's a musketeer in there. Like that Propeller Horde.
Ghost. I don't think Ghost would have done anything. He had too many units. Ghost would have probably have
What do you
been
mean?
worse.
Ghost could have captured cannon roller, musketeer, whirly scrap.
No, because Nerzl was always supporting it.
Not necessarily with anti-air though. Nerzl had very few anti-air cards. It was only wrecked.
Well, wrecked crossbows and spear throwers. That was very, very good.
Okay, so we're 1-0. Nerzl 1-0 up against Katt in this best of 3. Very exciting match at the end there. Really went on. Dfogo, do you have some kind of light source or?
Ferrets. Wait a second. I forget it gets dark. Sorry.
Okay, so the winner of this.
I'm like so with my eyes in the computer, just like fully into that. I don't even take notice of the
like,
the
oh
space.
god, where did the day go?
Wow, no, this match even was just great. This was the first one, no?
Yeah, this was the first one, and like I was on the edge of my seat for those last 4 minutes. Like,
Okay, here we go. What are we going to see now? So there are no. This is a best of 3, so there are no conquest rules at the moment. So Rex can be played again if desired, and desired it is.
Let's see. It appears to be exactly the same deck. We see the Musketeer, the Whirly Roller, crossbows, and shield crossbows. But now Katt has Volko, so he can just burn all this push. I mean, just very, very smart. Instantaneously, just realizing how he can do better and going for it. Very well thought.
Yeah.
Grenadier killing that. Yep, there goes the anti-air.
Has to get a bit of luck that his opponent does stay with the same deck.
Well, I think he was quite. Ooh. Wow, Jolo lost.
Yeah, not quite the luck that he was asking for.
Okay, once beaten. So that's a wolf among sheep. Oh! Wow! Okay. That was great value. Insanely great value. Katt can burn all of these, which I suspect he's gonna do. There we go. Yeah. Great burn value. Okay. Nerzl keeping Breck out of the base. Ooh, great defense with the shield crossbows. That was very nice, very well timed. Volko doesn't really care about these spear throwers. Yep, Jolo doing Jolo things. Probably gonna get the horde on top of him. Or not.
Even if the face. Nerzl knows that Rex will attack pretty quickly and shred through that, but here comes the next push. This time the wolf comes out, no cannon roller to shut it down before it transforms.
Yep. Great job on the Musketeer. The Wrecked Walker just paying that 1 mana to guarantee to secure the breach first. This can be a yep, there we go. Very good burn.
Okay,
and now Wrecked goes up.
Slightly ahead on XP.
Okay, that's a very good split. Jolo keeping the bridge neutral.
Units like the HQ in the last one is so important to his deck, so the one punch blast is not going to be so devastating to Katt this time. But of course we've seen
for sure.
It does do good face damage, and we've seen in the past strat where just try to get direct to face one punch blast. We'll see if that's something that's going to happen here.
Okay, Katt keeping this control over the bridges as tight as he can. He's not super ahead.
Richburn available, but the units are spread out, so.
Yep, he has no need for it. Very close. Ooh, Sunburn killing the cannon roller. Let's see.
Yes, the
Ooh. Zealots killing that monkey. Burn giving huge value and getting a push on. Alright, this is not super scary as he has the tools to deal with it. Yep, there's the wow, very good shielded.
Shield on.
These shield crossbows are very good against that.
Okay. Cannon roller not available.
Next card on rotation
Here we go.
is the thing. Nerzl had these shielded crossbow dudes before, so it does make me wonder if Katt thought about it when he chose those zealots.
Right, Pokemon coming up for Katt, and that's going to be when everything gets Berserker Rage when it's up to Embers.
Wow.
Bridge pad available.
And this is gonna be it. Yep. The monkey jumped over the bridge.
Oh, that's
Nerzl did not get that bridge. That's yep.
Take the bridge while it's in flight, it just takes the bridge while it lands. So if you jump over it, the same thing with the rock and roller. You go all the way over the bridge, and you don't get that.
I think he does get it. The thing is, he played it so close, and there was a unit on the other side that the monkey jumped, grabbed the bridge, was neutral, and then got off the bridge. And Katt still had a unit inside. It was just so rough. Wow. Very solid burn.
Here we see Katt ahead on XP, pressure on both bridges.
Okay, he can
This on face.
just jump exactly. Yep.
Very nice.
Exactly. That was a very good jump. I think that's how you need to go around it. Great swap again. His Jewel.
Use it though. Okay, Cannon Roller's gonna do a good job here.
What, he's gonna blast now?
Burn available. We'll wait.
He's probably gonna wait for the cannon roller. Now burn. Yep. Oh, the spear throwers on bot. Team capturing top. That was very huge.
Slightly
Zealots.
Katt's favor.
Ooh. 20 experience for Katt at this point, though. That's very huge. If we consider that Katt's making miracles when he's 10 experience behind, now he's 20 experience ahead. This is very huge when playing versus Katt.
Yeah, we've seen that one punch blaster sitting in Nerzl's hand for ages now. We saw in the previous game he was using it over and over again to get huge value, but here he's just not really got a target. The wolf, surely, he's got a one punch blaster.
There we go.
But here comes the next push for Katt, and he's closing in on Mana Frenzy. Katt will definitely close this out the way it looks if he hits Mana Frenzy.
Volko handling those units, Zealous handling top, Legionnaires for bot. Katt has these bridges. Nerzl is not touching them at all. Great Sunburn.
Katt's in control of this one. He's going to force
For sure.
Mana Frenzy now. Just needs to solidify the bridges and just go. What can Nerzl do? Needs to put the pressure on.
He's trying, but he's
Nerzl needs to get on the
burns.
bridges, but of course if he gets on the bridges he gets burned, and that's just the quandary that he finds himself in.
He's trying to defend, but like he's defending too close. You can see Katt is just spamming his bridges. It's like nope, nope, nope. I'm going. Yep, like he's splitting everything. Literally everything he can split is getting split. It's insane. Just pressure, pressure, pressure.
On both lanes, more face damage coming out.
Grenadier next, no plasma marines now. That's like a good jump, but still, ooh, the sunburn just killing that backline. And Rex is not enough. He has to shield the crossbow dudes, but they are also not enough with a horde. Nerzl probably just, yeah, too much time.
Pouring forward. That's game. Katt brings us back with one game all, fighting for his tournament life here in the redemption bracket. This is a best of 3, so we are one game all. Next game will take it. And we saw that time Cosmic, the one punch blast, which was so important in the first game, was just almost irrelevant in that second game. You're muted.
Thank you. And I think Katt was expecting that when they played Volko, because Volko, especially that Volko that Katt plays, applies a slow, steady amount of pressure to both lanes, whereas Rekt is very strong about being able to switch which lane is getting pressure, but that doesn't mean anything if both lanes are getting heavy pressure.
Okay, Katt fighting back, not giving up, looking to get his chance to play against Dragon in the Redemption Bracket final, but before that he needs to overcome Nerzl. And Nerzl has shown he is no slouch. 2 wrecked games from Nerzl.
One thing that's kind of surprising is it feels like Nerzl is just slower when reacting to things. Like they've had like good plays if they were quick, they could do them and like keep bridges and stuff. But their reaction time is just very low compared to the plays that we've seen so far today.
I think we see that when he burns the mana. He's just having that little bit of a thought process.
Well, even outside of burning mana, like there were a few times like after Katt used a bridge burn, he had a skeleton horde that he could have played to kill some zealots, but he waited until after the zealots walked across the bridge to use it. But the bridge burn was already used. There was no threat from the actual bridge itself. And so just like tiny little plays like that, Katt's using to just kind of micro play over Nerzl and just slowly getting him that advantage just a little bit each time every game.
Yeah, at the top level, it's just small differences. And ultimately, if you get a lot of small differences going in your favour, then you should find yourself up on the winning side of things. Right, let me see if Katt's restarted his game. No, got it. I'm ready.
I mean, 1 second reaction speed is a lot. That's also why usually when we say that it's better to use your mouse. Sorry, it's better to use your keyboard than just use your mouse. It's because of that. It's like the time from moving your mouse to one card and then to the board and then to the card. It's just too much time compared to just always moving your mouse on the board. It's just
especially if
very
you're
much
in your mind as well. You go down, you pick a card, you go up, you go, oh, actually no, let me go down, let me change something else. And if you're just doing that just by your keyboard, just by your mouse, it takes far too long. You need to get your fingers on those hotkeys. There's only 4 keys, guys. You can do it. Use your hotkeys.
We have 5 fingers, right? At least,
right?
like usually. So
Spare,
that's a good thing.
Whatever you want to do. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you're new to the game or if you haven't started doing that, try to use your hotkeys. It will be awkward to start with, but I promise you it will be worth it. As the game speeds up, and especially if you need to make quick decisions, you just can't do that with just the mouse alone.
No, for sure. I'm catching my breath still. These matches are literally just super
duper. Right, here we go. We're loading into game number 3. This is the decider of this best of 3. 1 game all. Someone's going home. Someone's going through. Who's it going to be? We don't know, but together we can find out.
I feel like that was a reference to a song.
I don't know. It is now.
Well, it's fine. This match is the proof that the winner takes it all. Yes, that was a reference.
There we go.
And we are now seeing Nerzl with Minion and Katt with King Puff. All right. We've seen lots of King Puff plays, lots of King Puff bans. Very interesting. Very good capture there. Katt always being super proactive on these bridges in the beginning. He just super dislikes not getting them. Every experience he can get, he gets them. Wow. All right. It's so still just got a fist. Nerzl has the Frost Feather Sunburn combo if he managed to do it. Let's see.
I was just checking my notes. I don't think we've seen a King Puff lose yet.
Oh, really? Wow.
Definitely wrong. I feel like we've seen a lot of matches where that King Puff Tug 3 it's just over that point. So I'll still doing some work. Okay, here we go.
So much damage.
Bridge switch available if necessary. Okay, there we go.
Wow, that was very smart on Katt. He already dealt some good amount of damage, so he's just guaranteeing he gets that damage. That's very good. What else he gets?
Still got to deal with that blue dog.
Good world. He has Zealots, although I'm probably scratch pack before Zealots. Oh, it was not completely on time. Ooh, that's a... Oh, wow!
Okay, bridge switch. 2 great bridge switches from Katt.
Although he did swap into a whirly.
Oh god! Okay, the Seller almost one-shotting the mana column as well at the back there. Right. Hectic start, but Katt has probably won all of the interactions so far.
He can Sunburn to defend. He does not. He's something some players are not aware. You can play Sunburn to kill Frost Feathers and protect your unit. It's 3 mana for 2 mana, yes, but if you're protecting a big target like Soul Stealer, which is worth 5 mana, and your opponents don't really have other ways to deal with them, you might be getting more value just by paying 1 extra mana.
Again, having to tank with that golem, not ideal.
And he's splitting the golems.
Okay.
I'm betting on Zealots getting on bridge with the golem and Katt swapping them now. Yep.
Okay.
And notice he swapped them 5 seconds from the end, so he's about to have another swap. Right now he has another swap. Ooh.
Perfectly there.
Just that golem getting little value, so little value. Oh, another thing actually. Katt is playing King Puff. If he plays the Soul Stealer on top, super top or super bot, he can actually swap the owls from the King Puff, from the Frost Feathers. And if those owls get stunned, they go home. So much less damage, and if you're very good, you might just get all of them almost.
Yeah, I think I've seen him do that to me.
Ooh, the swap was not completely on time. We're having a great swap.
I mean, XP is equal, so Nerzl's done okay there.
Enraged Zealots already. Ooh, the
Here we
taunts.
go. Zealot's got shredded that time. No bridge.
He's gonna be a sunburn for sure. Yep. And he can also heal whenever he wants to. Because now there's no risk of it getting... Wow.
Jolo's too
The
late.
Joel is not tanking.
Oh, this
That's
is
also not
massive
tanking. This
pressure.
is a huge amount of damage.
Nerzl's
He's getting
back in
super
this.
low. Wow.
That was a small mistake from Katt. That Jolo could have prevented so
A
much.
lot of the damage.
Okay.
And Nerzl got ahead on experience with this also.
This game suddenly switched. No bridge switch available yet.
We were saying at this level, one misplay can mean a lot. He's probably missed out and sunburn into that. Oh, he went for face! Ooh! If he does not stop this Soul Stealer right now, though.
Okay, herd 3 for Katt, so bridge switch is available. Here it goes, Night Puffs.
Oh, that was so smart, and he has the wizard buff, the night buff.
Night Puffs. See, it's not easy, is it? To call them Night Puffs and not Wizard Puffs.
Even mage buffs. There goes great missile. Oh,
I'll put little mistakes from Katt. Both players low HP, but Katt very low HP.
and behind experience, like he cannot take risks. He cannot. Wow, I want to see the Katt miracle. I want to see the Katt miracle here. Let's keep in mind, Katt knocked out Nerzl 2-0 before, and we might just see Nerzl get back on this with this match. There he goes.
Here we see the Night Puffs shredding everything.
Wow.
This is terrifying.
Super scary. He does has a wizard buff that he can use, but that Zealot just... Wow. Why the world is spread.
Kept everything away from the Soul Stealer.
Yup.
But Katt getting some momentum here.
He's probably saving for a blue golem on that, for a rock house on that shroom.
Can't lose that golem at the top.
Oh!
Keeps it alive.
Wow!
Okay, massive.
He has the heal ball. He can. There it is, the heal ball. Wow.
We're gonna have a
Katt, I think he has a swap.
Night Puffs. There was some somewhere in those Night Puffs at the top. Okay, this is. I feel like Katt just looks far more scary than.
Nerzl, right?
Okay, low HP, 185. 135 against 285. Sunburn available for
My
Katt.
god.
2 sunburns is all it takes. Those Night Puffs just shred. Okay, we saw Katt make a mistake. But
This might be it. No, that is probably gonna be it on top. No, he has that.
This blue golem melt though.
But Katt. Oh! Frost Feather is going for face. So at this point, both players are just going for face, seeing what they can get on it.
Oh, the Legionnaires are too far away at the bottom.
He needs to get something on Katt face before the next sunburn.
Night Puffs at the top. It's going to be too much. There we go.
Nope. Wow.
Both players
Those
taking
mage
massive
puffs.
damage. Wow.
Whew. Very big. Unbelievable. Wow.
Katt takes it 2-1.
That was
With the reverse sweep. It was a reverse sweep.
that was a 1-all, and then Katt won. And I thought for sure Katt had it to start, and then Nerzl had that mega comeback, and I like I went from like being like, oh, okay, this game's over, to like being on the edge of my seat from the rest of the game. Like,
I feel though that match was really close because Katt made that mistake with the Jolo and took massive face damage from that golem. And just
For
that
sure.
tiny little mistake cost him so much face damage, and then that just made it so much closer. But then we saw that perk 3 King Puff is just
Huge.
savage.
Keeping in mind that Blue Golem heals for 200 damage, so that's 300 when he's enraged. That means he did 3 hits there, so that was around 900 damage. That's just like huge. 900 damage from one push, almost 1/3 of the health. And I don't remember he did the 4th hit or not, so it's just amazingly well played.
You don't often see Katt making those kind of mistakes, especially mistakes. It's a small mistake, but he got heavily punished for it.
Yeah, I wonder if it was about mana. Maybe he was without mana for it.
Yeah, but ultimately he made the mistake, but he was able to come back and he was able to control it. It was very close, but not enough. Okay, we progress. So that means that we are into the redemption bracket final, which is going to be Katt against Dragon. The winner of that goes through to play DeathShoot in the grand final. If you've just joined us, this is the GGtoor Night's Duel number 4, presented with Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. Big shout out to all of the supporters here. Thanks to my team, my co-commentators. Thanks to Sinobii. Thanks to you guys at home for joining us. We've still got some great matches left to go. Some great players still in the tournament. We don't know which way it is going to go, but together we are going to find out. Now, let's restart my game. Katt, I'm ahead of you. I'm restarting my game.
I haven't restarted yet. Good idea. I'm finally restarting, guys.
Okay, so let's restart our games. We'll find out what the bans are going to be, and then we'll move swiftly along.
Is it only to me that Minion Masters always crashes whenever I try to close it?
Just you. I mean,
it happened on 2 different computers, so now I know for sure it's not a computer thing. It's an account thing.
Yeah,
it's an account thing.
Or it's a user error.
Or a user error, which is always possible.
An ID 10T issue. You're not sure what that is. ID 10T. Look in the chat.
Fish, I just want to know, when did you find out about ID 10T? Was it recently?
It wasn't just
or like a long time ago?
It was a long time ago.
Oh, okay. I have to ask.
Whatever you're trying to insinuate, no.
You gotta let it out. You gotta let Cosmic put it out first, at least.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously you're as old as a wizard, like, because like the whole wizard puff to like knight puff issue. Like, actually, that one was a bit of a stretch. I could have worded that better. I'm gonna take one for the team there.
Give up.
I'm gonna give up.
I do wonder if we started calling the night puffs like, I don't know, mage puffs or something different. We get Betadwarf to change the name from night puffs.
No.
So that our brain is not always frustrating. Like, wait, it's a knight, even though he has a wand, not a sword.
Fish puffs.
Oh,
I like fish puffs.
Cosmic. Yeah. Okay,
I like
good.
fish puffs.
Yeah. We settled on fish puffs.
I think that's an utterly awesome name.
God,
yeah.
Stop. Get out.
Why? Who suggested it? Who suggested it? All right. Now that we've passed that, we have the fish puffs and we have the bands. We have bands for this one. Katt band Morelia, Nirvir, and Grenadier. Dragon band Vocal, Plasma Marines, and Grenadier. Now, what does this tell us?
That they both respect the Grenadier, and that Katt does not want to fight Dragon's Ascension. Now, for those of you who don't know, Katt fought Dragon in the DreamHack Finals, which required you to register decks. And Dragon took 4 Ascension decks against Katt. Literally, basically the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Copied and pasted. He swapped out, the bottom, I think 3 cards to make it make sense for the Masters. and then just beat Katt and DreamHack just because they played non-stop Ascension. And so Katt's like, no, if I'm gonna die, by God, it's not gonna be the same way as before.
It's all part of a learning experience. You know, every match these players play against each other, they learn something.
And I mean, we know Dragon is for sure like top Ascension player in the world. So right now, when his main trump got nerfed, and Katt, one of his main opponents, knows that, even DeathShoot. So we've seen like Katt has beaten both of them before the Ascension. The Ascension got nerfed. Katt Dragon just lost some matches. We've also seen Dragon just like when he gave up on Ascension, he went to other decks. He went to Millowin. He went to Mordor, and he did insanely great. So Katt has lots of trumps up his sleeve, just not Ascension.
Okay. So we're almost ready to go here.
Katt finished restarting. Actually, I instinctively expected the Dragon again, like not Katt.
I've got Katt as my second player, so if he messes it up for us, then
you'll at least notice that you're going into a match.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm chilled. Cosmic's got this one, right?
I was like, yeah. Like, I'm already spectating Dragon. Like, we're good.
Okay. Almost ready here.
Let's see.
Okay, let's switch you guys over. We're best of 5 now, and we are conquest rules. So if you win with a master, you can continue with it. But you can just switch to a different master and play the same deck.
Mm-hmm. As we saw several times in DreamHack. It was great.
Okay.
Oh, which we did get the green light for another DreamHack tournament. So we will see that before the end of the year, I was told. So that'll be fun.
Hopefully some lessons can be learned.
Yes. No, I've been talking with Bemi who organized it, and they're going to have, instead of a point system, they're going to do qualifiers, and then the top 2 from each event will qualify. So, like, for instance, if you're like, oh, well, I know I'm not going to beat like Katt, Dragon, or DeathShoot, then just skip the first 2 qualifiers. If you just don't want to play against them at all, and then that that 3rd and 4th qualifier, you're not going to have those super high level players because they'll have already qualified and won't be able to participate again.
That's actually quite cool.
No, I really like qualifier tournaments specifically for that reason, because like I know that I'm not going to beat DeathShoot, Dragon, and Katt, and I've been talking, and Bemi's going to let us do a sideboard.
Oh, nice. Sideboard is...
So
that's what I appreciate the most. Like, I think banning 2 cards is fine, considering you don't have deck submissions, because it's the element where it allows the deck building part to come into play. Like, you might not be as good of a player, but if you compensate your gameplay skills with deck building skills, then banning 2 cards allows you to play more around that, because you target specific decks, and when yours are targets, you are more allowed to happen. That's the second best option, because like sideboard just makes it much better. Like, okay, I have these tools all here at my disposal. Let me make my magic, right, Mr. Alchemist?
Okay.
Yes.
We are awaiting the players. Dragon versus Katt. Redemption bracket final. Best of 5. Conquest rules. Winner goes through to the grand final to beat DeathShoot. I mean, sorry. To play DeathShoot.
Potentially beat. You never know.
I looked at my crystal ball. Sorry. Mark this moment. Mark this moment. Check it in an hour or so's time. To play DeathShoot in the grand final. But first of all, we got to see who that's going to be. Dragon against.
So it's gonna be. That's also a song, right? Maybe I'm with too many songs in my head. Not gonna comment on that, but let's just move on, players.
The classic song, Who's going to win and get through to play DeathShoot in the grand final?
All right, everyone, clip this moment, please.
Right.
Imagine clipping that, and that would become like the ringtone of DeathShoot's phone.
Right, let's just make sure. Dragon online, Katt online. I'm ready. Okay, we are ready. The players are almost ready.
They are both online in menus, so just playing with our enthusiasm.
We are ready. We are ready. We are waiting. Oof. Here we go. We are loading in.
Alright. Dragon versus Katt.
It's Minion
Alright,
Masters.
Dragon opening up with Mordar.
Let the fight
Katt
commence.
opening up with King Puff.
I'm pretty sure we haven't seen King Puff lose a game today. Will that continue?
Yep.
We've seen the perk 3 just be savage.
Now, Mordar can be very strong, though. With the longer activation times on the tombstones, it's easier to manipulate which units die first. And Stixie, I would say, is very strong in the meta right now. And King Puff is not necessarily going to have the cards to tank it. Oh, but there is a Lash, so that'll work for now. But then once a tombstone comes out, then you can just res Stixie, and it's not going to be that big of an issue.
Yeah, you can also... What you need to try and do sometimes is try to just aggro that Lash. You've got to react real quick, and sometimes it's difficult to really tell where it is and where it's pointing, but you can do it quickly enough. Especially something like the Defensor Chopper will do a great job against it. Not lose the Defensor Chopper, but the important thing is keeping that Stixie alive. Here we see some early pressure and some early damage coming out.
Okay, ooh, Dragon had Jolo that they could have played before the Zealots locked onto face. But they chose to just take that on face instead. Very risky.
Okay, of course the bridge switch stuns, so Jolo is dealable with. But an XP lead for Katt early on here. Okay, Prowler.
Okay. Cage Prowler is very strong right now. This Defensive Chopper is going to clean all of this mess up. Lash comes out, which is the Stixie counter.
That's a perfectly positioned Lash. Not only did it savage the Defenso, but it also took out the Cage Prowler as well, so that's beautiful. Lash, an expensive spell, tricky to use, but you can get some massive value at times.
Okay.
That's stint res though.
Yeah, and then we have Zealots coming out. Zealots going to be very strong against everything except for Defenso and Jolo and Dragon's deck. And then Bridge Swap just running straight past that.
Okay, Defenso's good here, but it's basically dead. Jolo needs some help. Not going to get it. Wolf it though. No longer do we get an invisible wolf. But a wolf, and if you can get the wolf res, that'll be fair.
Which I think is going to be the buff that transfers from wolves that I'm going to miss the most. Is getting that cloaked werewolf was amazing.
Looks like the red Walker might get res for a second there, but it's perfection. But massive XP lead at the moment for Katt. Okay, here we go. Oh, he tried to take it, I think, but didn't get it quite correct. It's very difficult to play that correctly.
Okay, and then Cage Prowler, while it's a strong card, is very easily countered by a lot of cards, hence Skeleton Horde. Skeleton Horde and Scrat Horde both, if a Prowler is unsupported, will just instantly level it out. So even if that Cage Prowler does get off, not that big of a deal.
Night Puff time. If Dragon was having a bad time already, it's likely to get considerably worse. Another Bridge Swap already.
Which adds in even more Night Puffs. This extra pressure against the Tombstones is just going to kill all the momentum that Dragon would have had. Dragon stops playing, he's accepted it.
Katt takes the first game in this redemption.
Oh no, but he doesn't finish it off!
Ah! It's not over yet.
No, Dragon's patiently waiting. They know they're not beating it at this point. It's just units are slow.
I think the mistake I noticed the most is that you both said night puffs instead of fish puffs. But the second mistake I noticed the most was really the placement with the lashes.
Wait. You mean the placement of the lashes or the placement?
No.
Against them.
Exactly, like Dragon placing units considering the lash.
Yeah.
Like all lashes were great value. And like, yes, Katt was playing flawlessly well. But due to the way that lash works, you can try to consider what would be the lash placement and try to go around it. Although I completely understand how hard it can be because you'd expect lash to be like 1 or 3 units, but no, the length of the lash is actually huge. It really goes much further than you'd expect. It can very easily hit from one side of the bridge all the way to the end of the bridge. So that's a very huge range. That kind of means that it makes it all harder to play around.
Okay, well, game 1. Okay, so the good news for Dragon is that KP King Puff can no longer be played for Katt, and we've seen King Puff dominate. He could play it himself if he wants to, but let's find out.
I don't think we've seen Dragon play King Puff.
It's his kind of deal.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that King Puff fits Dragon's playstyle, which is very unfortunate because with King Puff or Wrecked actually, has Dragon played Wrecked?
Nope, but he had Wrecked ban a couple times, right? For him.
That's true. But with Wrecked and King Puff being the top 2 masters, and them not necessarily fitting at least what Dragon has played in previous tournaments, I think that's kind of unfortunate for them. In that case,
true. I mean, I could see him shine with them. I'm actually curious. That would be a nice match to see. I
this
do
is
wonder.
best of 5 and Conquest, so I feel like Dragon's gonna have to try at least one of those.
I mean, he has no Morelia, right? So
yeah, he has no Morelia, so he's gotta. He has all the non-Ascension options basically.
Yeah.
I mean,
Halloween, Mortar, something else then.
Him out of his comfort zone.
For sure.
And as you were saying in the DreamHack, he was well in his comfort zone, but here, the way the bans work here, then not being allowed in his comfort zone quite so much. So Katt strikes first, best of 5, first of 3, redemption bracket final. We are going into game number 2. Hold on, are we switching with these? Or...
No.
No.
Got it.
It's the grand final that we do the hot seat.
Okay, game number 2. Dragon against Katt.
I am so ready.
Okay, we see Katt with Valorian, which I'm assuming is a constant pressure Valorian. Dragon playing their rock rivals Milloween. Already, I don't see Dragon as having an advantage deck building wise, because this constant pressure, Jolo and Zealots, I'm assuming, is gonna deal with that rock rival very easily.
Used that werewolf a little bit too soon. Got to the bridge. Small mistake.
And rock rivals is in the bottom of Dragon's deck too, which was not the greatest.
This is going to be great. I feel like he's going to take a couple of hits. Now they go to work on the statue. What's going to be left? Okay, Golem just survives. That's a good trade for Dragon. Let's give up some XP though. Now he has that blue Golem with Taunt for the rest of the game. And we've seen if he gets the face, it's terrible. I was worried about it getting placed there, but the taunt is just is going to get it. The bottom is looking scary here. A lot of damage potential there.
Okay, oh, and that's a rage hasted Zealot immediately going for the rival, peeling off half of its health.
Zealots are not going to, so Legionnaires not going to do too much there. Wolf at the bottom, nice switch. Folk 2 coming for Katt.
Light's reach grows ever further.
Dragon wants to set up the rock column. Mana God. Need to get that up and running. Tanking. The earlier game was played just a little bit too late and took some base damage, but ultimately was still able to pull that winner.
Okay, that does activate that one zealot on the bottom though.
The Tranquil Monkey lives! Massive!
Okay. Ooh, okay. Great! That was a great kite on Dragon's part.
Okay. It's nice for Katt. Head on XP. Dragon trying to put some pressure on the bridges. Searing Light available now for Katt. What's he going to remove? Things up there. Okay, while I'm taunting everything, goes down pretty quickly. Now let's have a look at the XP. It's got 14 difference. Let's see if Dragon's catching up. Trying to make zealots as far as possible. You see that you've got him getting shredded so quickly.
Alright, XP slightly in Katt's favor. Health pretty much equal.
You see, waits for the Red Reaper to get on the bridge, then transforms it, is that bridge neutral? He should be able to kill that Jolo eventually. Should be able to kill that Jolo eventually.
Should be!
Yeah,
Okay, here we go. Double Golem push.
gets a face hit on. Hypnotized, these guys will kill each other. Okay, this is a good setup now for Dragon. Golem on face
Oh, this is a
again.
huge push.
Okay, Dragon brings himself back into this. XP's equal. Katt took a lot of face damage there. But here comes the counter push. Does have perk 3 golems now. That curse is going to go straight through Jolo. Right.
Okay, and now I think these perk 3 golems are going to give Dragon a huge advantage.
Ready with the hypnotize. Knows his intended target, which is those zealots. Hypnotize is okay. Get the value that Jolo's doing pain and skills the bridge. That Wolf's doing a good job though. Okay, looks like he's going to clear everything here. Okay, that's a nice trade for Dragon. And his next push is ready. Dragon looking in an okay spot now. He's ahead on XP. He was quite a way behind. He clawed his way back and he's now ahead. Well, and knows that blue collar gets the red very quickly. And here he goes again. 10-stack golem though is murdering.
Katt's having to be very careful here because they need to get to Mana Frenzy if they're going to win. Oh my gosh, I'm just holding my breath for this Tranquil.
Tranquil lives. That's a nice trade for Katt. Still behind on XP though. Scary looking push coming at the bottom. No hypnotize available yet.
And now they have Hypnotized, but it's a little bit too late for it to be super useful.
Too much face damage. So there's the hypnotize. But that's a lot of face damage coming out on Katt. Solid needs to die immediately. 145 HP. We've got Frost Feathers, we've got Arcane Missiles. Here come the Frost Feathers. Not going for the face. Interesting. He would have gone for the face there.
Well, missiles going for face will do guaranteed damage at least to a unit. Ooh.
Plenty of time to react to that.
Yeah.
It
I
felt
don't
like it's
think
the
that
trick where you aim it at one specific corner and you feel like it's going to the middle and it just goes right to the end.
One game all.
Wow.
Game on. Goodness me. Okay.
Amazing.
The power of the Rock Rivals again.
I feel like what I liked the most was that the match started and we saw Katt send the grinding emote. Like, haha, nice, I like this matchup. Well, apparently so did Dragon.
Dragon did like it, yeah. Okay.
Terrifying deck.
One game all. All to play for. Now, we know Dragon loves to play Milo, but Milo has been played and been won with, so no more Milo. No KP for Katt, no Milo for Dragon. Nor Morelia was banned for the Dragon, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Volko for Katt, Morelia for Dragon.
Right, one game all.
Uh-huh.
This is match. This is game on. Game on. Both players have struck hard and fast. Who knows where it's going to go? The players will... Let's check. Is Katt still online? Yes, he is. Got him. Right. Players will have to adjust now. Play something they haven't won with.
King of Dragon, question mark?
Maybe, maybe. He's not been able to rely on what he has in previous tournaments, so we're going to see the strength and depth of his gameplay, his deck building with other masters or other cards. It's good because it really shows the best of the best when they can adapt on the fly. Again, we saw the power of the Hypno. Such a strong card at the moment, especially in certain situations. Those zealots just get shredded, shred each other. The players just taking a moment to figure out where we're going to go, what we're going to do next. Dragon.
Well, and a lot of this, like, it's really important what deck you build and you take in, because, like, while we've seen a lot of people like going back and forth with their decks, if you take the wrong deck against someone, it doesn't matter how well you play. Like, you're just not gonna get very far. And so the players are trying to make sure, like, this section of the tournament is just as important to the players as the actual matches themselves. And so, yeah, sometimes it takes a little bit, but that's very important to make sure that you don't just, you know, screw yourself with a horrible counter.
Yep, no way of knowing where this is going to go. Deadshot's still awaiting the winner. It's best of 5, but we've still got a lot of gameplays to go in this one. It's taken quite some time between the match.
I think a lot of it is Katt's trying to figure out what Dragon's going to play next.
Counter it, yeah.
Because before, Dragon would basically just play Ascension if they could, and then they'd fall back to Rock Rivals Millowing. But Rock Rivals Millowing is now off the table. And so Katt doesn't necessarily know what decks Dragon has outside of that one Mordar deck. And so Katt's trying to make a perfectly balanced deck. Whereas Dragon, I'm sure, has already decided what they're going to run and is going with it, because Katt's shown that, you know, the variety of different masters that they're using.
I'm curious to see if Katt is going to play the APAP we saw him play previously.
Katt's
But
some bad RNG.
exactly, that's probably what's holding him back.
But is he thinking, I can't possibly get RNG that bad again?
How many times have we fallen for that thought? Burning Casino APAP. All right, future present was terrible. Well, future past can be worse, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just got Katt, but it cannot be worse, right? Oh, I just got Blood Imps.
I've gone APEP and then got double combustion from futures before, and I'm just like, what am I supposed to use this on? My Blood Imps?
Got him. Here we go, loading into game number 3. One game all, best of 5. It is Dragon against Katt.
Okay, and Volko mirror matchup.
Showtime!
which shouldn't happen because Dragon banned Volko.
Oh, really? Let's see what happens. They're playing.
Yeah, Dragon definitely banned Volko.
Okay. Well,
30 seconds is coming.
that means that
There we go.
Katt's going to get disqualified from this.
Yes. Alright, so they're playing it out just to see what would have won, which I've definitely done in matches before.
Just gotta really pay attention to the bands. Make sure don't fall foul. 'Cause it's terrible to lose a game, especially in a final like this. Just kind of see a lot of mistakes like that.
Alright, so Scrat Horde, really good counter to Zealots. You can also bridge burn to peel off half of Zealots.
I mean, it's quite possible that neither player would have.
I'm pretty sure Dragon would have realized, but Dragon is the kind of person where they will play through a match, even if they banned the master that you're doing.
Okay, so play it out, and then we'll figure it out afterwards. It's looking like Katt's gonna get here on this one playing a banned master.
Okay, so Skeleton Horde should come out. Yeah.
It's such a simple mistake to make, but it can cost so much. And now Katt's going to put huge pressure on himself for the next game.
Yep.
Maybe just keep a notepad next to your PC, just write down the bands. He's a professional with a notepad.
What I typically do is after, like, if I have to adjust my deck for a tournament match, I always stop, and before I click the ready button, I go and I look, and I'm like, alright, what are all the banned cards and masters? And I go, alright, is this in here? No, it's not. And I'll go down the full list. Even so, though, I still got I got disqualified when adjusting decks, because then I chose a deck, you know, that was a counter to actually Dragon specifically, and I beat him. But the issue was it used Wreck Walker when Wreck Walker was banned. And so I still lost the match.
Youngsters at home, you've probably seen something like this as an emoji. This is a notepad. It's made of... You can write. Probably not familiar with it. That's where that emoji comes from. Or the emoji comes from. So XP's about the same at the moment.
Okay, ooh, good bridge burn. Yeah, XP is even, health is even. They're kind of just trading back and forth. They both have very similar decks.
Okay, so he's going to work with these, but it's going to take a while.
Wrecked Walker again, just being able to go up and contest the bridge. Like, the Wrecked Walker once bitten is just such a strong combo. Just because it's able to not only win certain trades, but also because it can just contest the bridge, in addition to dealing with the unit it's supposed to. Yes, it was something that was suggested in PTR, but I don't think they ever told us that they actually did it. It just kind of came in with one of the patches.
Looks like the bridge burn is for a friendly bridge burn, it is coloured blue. For an enemy bridge burn, it's do some good there.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Alright, so we got Wreck Walker going on the bottom. Okay, Berserker Rage, Skeleton Horde coming through. This Cage Prowler again, just getting work done. Like, Cage Prowler and Stixie, I would say, are strong components of almost any deck right now.
Berserker Rage coming out. I felt like that was an enemy bridge burn?
Because Dragon was also doing their bridge burn at the same time. And so they were both burning. Yeah.
Forget about the gameplay. Watch the bridge.
We're just waiting for the next bridge burn to be played.
Red bridge burn. Okay, I'm ready for it. There it is. No blue.
There it is. No blue.
Okay. Cool.
But as we did see, if both the friendly and the opponent Volko burn the bridges at the same time, you will still technically see blue. Well, no, not technically. You will see blue because.
Okay. I like that. XP still equal. Okay, bit of pressure coming up from Katt here. Does have some very high DPS units.
Anno does make a great point, Fish. You might not know this because you are used to using the pen and paper version, but you do have an app for the notepad as well that you can just type out for the younger people. Just thought I'd point that out real quick. I cannot wait to see your face in 3 minutes. It's gonna be so great. It can be in your hand if it's on your phone, and it doesn't use any paper. Because how much does a notepad cost? So a notepad will cost you like what, $1.50, $2? You know, like, I mean that's an amount of money. Ultimately, is what it boils down to. Whereas a notes app is free. Oh no, it's yeah, no, that's fair. No, writing is very much so dead in this current era of technology. Okay, Bridgeford coming out to deal with the Stixie. Berserker Rage Legionnaires can do a decent amount of work, but Dragon comes out with their own bridge burn.
Blue bridge burn.
Yeah, at this point I would say this is definitely Dragon's game because they have the ability to bank mana with the Cage Prowler and the Stixie, whereas Katt does not have any cards that they can kind of bank. And the Zealots are getting shredded pretty easily by the Skeleton Horde and the Scrap Horde. Yeah.
Okay. That's gonna lose this, whatever happens. If you're Katt, do you prefer to lose? Because you would have lost anyway.
Absolutely. If I were Katt, I would prefer to lose. That way I can go, oh yeah, it wasn't necessarily that I played a bad master, it's because I just lost the actual game. Like, mentally I would feel better that way, because I'm like, even if I wasn't disqualified, I still would have lost. On the other hand, it can also feel good to know that you would have won. Either way. I mean, I don't know, it depends. For me, personally, I would rather lose. Yeah. Well, technically a Stixie shot won't quite kill Katt. Because they'll have that one, it's 100 HP and he'll have 1 hit point left over.
Imagine if he comes back, takes a Stixie shot, goes down to 1 HP, comes back and what a bad move.
Would be funny is that if he does do that and then Dragon does the whole okay, but I choose what master you have to play next. similar to how last GGtoor tournament, Katt replaced the Grenadier with propeller scraps, and that like, oh, that was. The funny thing is, there's literally no face damage in Dragon's deck.
Had some real long matches today.
Yeah, I mean we're only at our fourth 10-minute match of the day. Like I know that y'all thought that these tournament matches were gonna go faster because you know the mana game is increased, but with the spells going away, it means that there's no face damage, which means you know 5 minutes in mana frenzy. Why not? Who needs nerves? God.
Okay, here we go.
Prowler can do a lot. Jolo's out. Oh, this is a great bridge burn target if Dragon can cap it. Okay, it looks like Dragon's just focusing on just banking Stixies at this point. Like, they're only burning the targets that Stixie can't one-shot, and then just slowly moving in. Ooh, double burn. Or double Stixie burn, rather. Alright, Tangelizer, the amount of power that your phone uses in a year is like less than if you just get in your car and turn it on and then immediately decide to turn it off.
Phone runs on gasoline. Okay, we're 12 minutes in. We've got an epic game here. Unfortunately, it doesn't count for anything.
The Katt's doing an amazing job of blocking these Stixie shots and not letting anything get to face.
We've got to pay attention to where the Stixies are. Even when they're invisible, we've got to make sure he knows whilst they're back here. He doesn't need to worry about face damage. Soon he will.
You gotta wonder if like Dragon's deciding, should I just let him win just to disqualify him? Like at this point, like, or like, cause like we've been in Mana Frenzy for like literally half the game now. Like it's gotta cross Dragon's mind. Like, should I just like let this match end and just take the qualify? Like, yeah, like.
Yeah. Werewolf's getting awfully close to face. Yeah. I spoke too soon.
Dragon needs to keep those Stixies just away from that bridge burn.
Minutes in. Awkward knowing that this is not going to count. Oh, bit of face damage.
Yep, oh, down to the 86. Alright, now we are Stixie lethal. The one removal. Sunburn comes out, enrage the Prowler.
I saw that
Alright, Werewolf is coming. One hit, two hit. Jolan is not pushing up because it's too light and Kai goes down.
What game should I say or not? I don't know. I am torn.
Wow.
So who's gonna bring in the bad news that it didn't matter anything at all?
I'm not delivering that message.
I want to see Dragon.
No, it doesn't matter. Dragon won anyway, so Katt doesn't even have to know, technically. I mean, they should still know so they don't re-queue, but like, you know.
Right. 2-1 to Dragon. That was an epic game. So close. The power of the Stixies ultimately just too much. Well, Volko against Volko.
And the mirror, I think the main theme that we've seen is that if you have a mirror matchup, it's either going to be decided quickly or you're going to get comfortable. Like, I don't think we've seen a mirror matchup go like in between 4 and 10 minutes yet. Like it's either over before that 4-minute mark, or like if it hits Mana Frenzy, like just grab some popcorn. You can go and make yourself something in the microwave. Don't worry, you'll have time.
Insane.
So closely balanced. ultimately, Dragon takes it. He's 2 games to 1 up. Katt now fighting for his life. Katt needs to win both of these. Next games, stay in the tournament. Big decisions to make now. What are they going to play? Dragon takes this game. He will go into the grand final against DeathShoot. If Katt takes it, will be 2 games all, and we'll go into a decider. Thank you for joining us here in GGtoor's Night's Duel number 4 in partnership with Betadwarf, the developers, and Team Mana Frenzy. Thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully you guys are having a good time. We're certainly having fun here. Some awesome matches, some awesome players, and it's not over yet. If you've missed any of the action, it will be up on YouTube tomorrow.
That hype.
Are you sure about that? Like, that seems very hesitant.
That was my thinking and talking at the same time voice.
Like, am I gonna do this before tomorrow? Probably.
You can always say
are-
in one day,
that
and
you-
then if anything happens, they're the excuse like one work day, guys. Okay, Sunday's not one work day. Okay, like next like, one day, guys.
Yeah. I mean, and you have grace. The day after your birthday, you're allowed to be hungover and not get anything productive done. Except, like, for you, since your birthday is every day, you're just allowed to be hungover and do nothing productive every day.
I'm adding you to my shit list, which is compiled
What?
here in my notepad.
We weren't there before.
Is it just my name written every time that I take a poke at you, like 50 times?
It's cosmic, and there's a tally table next to it.
Ah, okay. Is there not one for DeFogo? Damn, DeFogo, you better.
Yeah, I thought we were both there before.
I
Wow.
have a separate notepad.
I'm moving on up!
I'm not sure how to move up there, but
I have my own notebook. See, when I was a kid, most
Oh.
people brag about having their own teacher in preschool, but me, I had to have 2 teachers.
Jeez. This is so clever.
important question, Cosmic. Very important question, Cosmic.
Yeah?
Is that notebook an app?
Well, Fish is using it, so definitely not. He's over here, like, wasting paper. I'm over here. I got my own notebook of times that Fish has said that
I
I'm
am
bugging
not
him.
wasting
Open on my
paper.
phone.
I'm using it. I'm not drawing
Right.
a picture of a penis. And
You're right. I'm
throwing
sorry.
it
I'm
away.
sorry.
I'm using
right.
it.
You're using paper and wasting trees. Sorry, you need to be more
Yes.
precise.
Yeah, I was like, the paper is being used for its intended purpose. The tree was wasted because the goal that it accomplished could have been done without its life being taken. If we want to get real technical.
Real technical.
Is that better, Fish?
For a long time.
By the way, I feel like we are now going to wait the same amount of time as they were in Mana Frenzy, you know?
Oh,
like,
for
we need
sure.
to reevaluate everything.
Oh, for sure.
It's regular gameplay, Mana Frenzy, and then Lobby Frenzy.
You gotta wait 6 minutes for the brain frenzy to kick in, and then once they're both in brain frenzy, then it's another 6 minutes, and then we get some actual gameplay where we might see some wizard puffs, maybe even some fish puffs.
Hope to see some fish
Fish
puffs.
puffs. Hashtag fish puff. Get it trending.
Yes, everyone. If by the time by the time they are hearing us, they will not be in a match because we're no longer in a match. So by the time you hear us, be sure to type hashtag fish puffs on the chat. See, we're not telling them to type happy birthday fish. We're just telling them to type fish puffs.
No, but now if you want to type happy birthday via fish puffs or long live the birthday fish puffs, you are also welcome to do so.
Yes. The worst that can happen is that your name will join Cosmic in a paper notebook. Who cares about paper notebook?
Yeah, like, and I mean, like, honestly, like, you know, if you can get someone to take action while they're thinking about you, isn't that a win in and of itself?
I don't want to confirm it. I don't want to accept that. I don't want to.
Worst way of winning.
I guess it depends on how lonely you are.
Christ.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so we are waiting for the players. Let's just check.
Has Katt got you yet? Katt hasn't got you yet this entire game. Like, Katt's got a lot of pressure on. They need to not only beat Dragon, but if they don't beat Dragon, then they're gonna have gone the entire tournament without juking you. which they haven't done before.
He's either not trying or he's trying to lull me into a false sense of security by not doing it.
And then the last match. We are now waiting for the last final match of the grand finals. Everyone stay in your seats. We are just waiting. And then someone's like, but they've been in a match for 2 minutes. Katt restarted before.
He's just going to disconnect Alt F4 halfway through a game just to break.
DeFogo, did you want to take the next game if you're going to be bouncing?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And then you have the whole grand finals to troll.
And then I have the whole grand final to myself. And Fish. I mean, like, technically. But, like, you know, let's be real here.
Oh my god, how dare you. I will take that as a challenge to come up with a really awesome troll for a future next time. Like, we just, like, blow your mind, Fish Puff's minds, everyone's minds.
Yes.
Cosmic, we could show up in fish costumes.
Oh my god.
I'm noting that down. I'm noting that down.
Even better. We have different stages of the fish costume that unlock the more times people say happy birthday, Fish. Or like it's a like find these hidden fish quotes like throughout the stream kind of thing, and each time they find one and say it, like "Odally awesome" would be one. Then you unlock another level of costume.
We're going in.
About that nonsense.
See, what's more of a gift? Me leaving or they starting the match?
It's difficult. Well, let's go. Then you leave sooner, so.
Come to me, Minion.
But here we go. Dragon playing Apep and Katt playing Ratbo. All right, both very control-ish masters. We can see in Dragon deck there are some targets that might be very effective for Daka. Let's see how it goes. I do believe this is the deck we've seen Dragon play before, where he ended up just forfeiting after a couple of minutes because it was not going well. So let's see how it goes.
Seeing Jolo so often in so many different decks.
Right. Once again, Katt proactively going for those bridges. Dragon not staying much behind though. And I do feel he might be able to do more things with oh wait, actually that might be good. He just got Illusion Cleaver, but if you consider that Katt's gonna be spawning those hordes, yeah, like that might be, well, let's say not terrible. We'll see how they make it. Yep, that was interesting damage. Is that Wolf actually gonna get on face as well? A V. Okay, we've seen Katt play this deck before.
I feel like someone's giving Katt a challenge to win with Veil.
There's Katt emoting. We've seen him do that a lot. Great Screaming Scrat. Stint regrabbing. Or not. No stints. No nothing. Yep, just... Alright, now there's the stint. That was smart. Waiting to guarantee increased value and forcing Katt to play more. In most of Katt's cards don't seem to be very threatening to Dragon, so wow. This AV is gonna be procced very early. She already has 3 stacks, and if she leaves here, she might just get a 4th stack. Does she get the shield stack if she does a hit that kills her? Oh, she got the 4th one. Wow, she's 1 stack away, right? That's very huge. 2 minutes, this AV is 1 stack away from getting Spawn Legionnaires. Alright.
We've seen people struggle to get value out of that, even when it's activated. You do need to get it activated as soon as possible.
As we were saying before, like that card is hard and it's not really worth it until it's activated, but after activation, those Legionnaires are worth a lot. Okay, here we go. Ting Tang Tong not getting on face. There we go. AV is activated. Next AV is gonna spawn with 4 Legionnaires. That's a weird cycle of totem. Worldly gonna clean up bottom. Yep. as we saw, playing Deca first, then the skeleton, then the spread horde has to not lean on and tell anything about what he's about to do.
Okay, here we go.
Lash of a Moon. Wow. This dragon has the... Okay, here are the Legionnaires. And Frost Feathers to kill these Plasma Marines.
They're going to struggle against the defense, though.
Yup. It does mean the defense is going to be played more at the back end defensively than probably on the bridge, considering that Katt is going to be dividing, separating the Legionnaires.
Oh, nice. Nice. Neutralizes the bridge.
And we've seen that happen a lot this tournament, just screaming scratch to neutralize a bridge.
Turn 3, Undying Skeleton.
That's quite good, I think.
Here we go. Done so.
Alright.
That's just going to get massive back here.
Huge! And then Dying Skeleton is just keeping those guys there, just dealing damage. He has a very decent DPS.
Really doing a great job.
Wow.
It's not tanking that. Destroys the bridge, another good job, but those skeletons are going to put on more pressure.
Let's fight it
Really,
out.
with 13 XP in Dragon's favour at the moment. Remember, the Dragon wins this, he goes to the grand final. The Cat does. Back in it.
Seal the thing.
Yep, there's a Daka, but we can see already 2 skeletons there about to spawn in some 20 seconds.
Yep.
There's the FA. Oh, they are going into the defensive chopper themselves. I'm not... Well, I guess the shield is gonna do some good job there. Oh! Oh, the bridge was not neutralized. The bridge was not neutralized. That's big. Skeletons are one spawn. The other is about to spawn. The other is coming up. I really think these skeletons were good because it's the front line that that Dragon wanted. Oh, great lash.
Okay, XP Dragon pulling ahead. Nearly 20 XP ahead now.
And at this point of the game, being an APEP, I think having all that experience ahead is very good.
So are we seeing again that players need value?
There's a Daka coming.
Get a load of this.
Yeah, predictable.
Now this is where
Great
you get back to the veil.
I do feel that Katt could have pretty... Like, he could even have played Frost Feathers to tank the Daka, you know, it would have been a good value.
Right, XP.
Alright. Yep. Katt's getting really close to catching up on Dragon. 10 now.
Watch out.
Oh, okay, that was very good, the skeleton there.
Defenso still alive. Not much damage. Everything else is well. So close to Mana Frenzy. The Cat's really catching up at this point. Putting the pressure on. Can he catch up quickly enough? Defenso's going to spread everything at the top. Push.
Wow, nothing even focused the curse there. That was great for Dragon.
6 XP. Cat's coming back.
Let's see.
Bridges now. 2 defensos out. Mana Frenzy. The Dragon has top bridge locked down. Bottom bridge is being stalled by that defensive right. Not on the bridge, which is a blue for a while.
And these Undying Skeletons right here. Oh, that lash is actually... Is he gonna retarget on this defense though? He did not retire on the defense, so Daka doing a good job, but lots of things on Katt's face. It might just be too much. Katt saying the GG, Dragon got it. Wow.
Redemption bracket final by 3.
Amazing.
And progresses through into the next round of the tournament. He's in the grand final. He's going to meet us up there, and Katt is our 3rd placed player. Wow.
Wow.
I think that Illusionary Cleaver did massive work, and it was a really good perk 1 pull.
Avea, thumbs up or thumbs down?
Definitely
Middle
not.
thumbs.
I'm gonna give her thumbs down. I don't think that, like, the issue is, even if you can get her activated incredibly quickly, like, she just does not give decent value against a lot of cards, that are strong. Like Whirly Scrat alone will just shred her. Same with Grenade Scrat and literally any tank. Defensive Chopper, obviously. Like, there's just so many things that counter it that just make it not quite worth it.
Exactly. If we take a look through the bans, most of the bans themselves actually counter a V. It just goes to show we are in a season, in a meta, where what's strong will counter a V. That's the thing. Like, can you say a card is weak just because the cards that counter them are strong? I guess you can. It's like the card might be balanced, maybe the counters aren't balanced. Then again, let's take a look at Whirly has been nerfed in the last 3 months. Defense has been nerfed in the last half year, I believe. So all these cards have been nerfed, and they are still getting banned. They are still coming back with the stats, with the nerfed stats. It just goes to show they are strong. What they do, it's hard to get something else to fill up that spot.
Yeah.
And a V just clashes into that spot and cannot do anything about it.
If you're talking about what's strong and what's weak, it's inevitable that it's got to be in relation to something else.
Yeah.
Of course. To look at a card on its own and say, well, for 6 mana, yeah, we get this and we get this, but then, of course, what else can you get for 6 mana?
Yeah.
So that's always going to be, what could I have instead of this? Is this the best I can get for my mana, or could I get something else? So,
I mean, from that perspective, considering how Ascension was nerfed, which means there will be less Ascension, aka less Ghost Turrets, and walls were nerfed, that kind of makes me think that maybe a certain card might be more used now, even though we didn't see it. But Ghost Crat Launcher, I still believe in you. Your counters got nerfed. You can do it.
Well, I think Ghost Turret got a nerf through the Spirit, because Ghost Turret used to be a solid defense, because like you could get 3 mana value out of it and then also get the Spirit, but the extra Spirit is no longer worth it. And so and I think that we kind of saw that in this tournament. Like last tournament, we saw a significant amount of Ghost Turrets, and even though the Ghost Turret itself wasn't touched, we didn't really see it in anything except for a Curse Dex this time.
right, we've got the bans in. I'm just going to be right back. If you guys can go through the bans, and then I will return very quickly.
Okay. All right. So Dragon bans Wrecked, Plasma Marines, and Grenadier. So we will not see DeathShoot play Wrecked, which I think goes to show that everyone is very fearful of DeathShoot's Wrecked. To be fair,
you can see it on leaderboards.
Oh yeah, like DeathShoot has banned Whirly, Grenadier, and Morelia. So I'm sure that Dragon, while Dragon has shut down DeathShoot's favorite strategy, DeathShoot has also shut down Dragon's favorite strategy.
I think this like from DeathShoot's part, this feels like a more polished ban over what Katt did. Katt banned Morelia and Nirvir, which kind of go to the same strategy. Not saying Dragon cannot play Morelia with other things. Like if you're banning Morelia, with other thing. Like if you're banning Morelia, you're probably not gonna see the Nirvir. So it kind of feels like a double ban here. No. Grenadier goes very well in the controls. Morelia shuts down Dragon's Ascension, and World, just as we were talking about, very good card in a very good spot after nerfs. I think it could at least be replaced with a Whirly, with a defensive chopper, because we just saw how much value Dragon got off those defensive choppers. Then again, maybe that should have something prepared for that. Like Whirly, it's more annoying if you are going to swarm a lot, and even with the range and so on. Defensive chopper needs to be attacked for it, right? Whirly might not. So, and Whirly is cheaper, so you basically are forcing 1 extra man on the rotation. So that's also another very smart way of putting it. And this feels like Fish is back. Feels. Just a feeling.
I don't know. We'll find out if you're right in 3 minutes. Something's going on with that mic.
Very true.
Right.
Yes.
Defenso, is it too strong?
I don't necessarily think so. I think that it's the only reason why it would be considered strong is because the cards that are prevalent are just cards that it counters.
Maybe less damage on the return, but that's literally what they nerfed last time, right? It was 100 and now it's like 80 or something. It's now 75. It's like don't
No,
really know at what point you could change that.
I think that if you were going to nerf Defenso, then you would just need to nerf its overall health, not the return damage. Because I think
Or
the return
maybe-
damage is a vital part of the card.
What about the time of the stun?
Time of the stun or its attack. Because we've seen Priestess just straight up lose an attack. What if Defenso Chopper didn't attack?
Or at least did very little attack.
No, like
I
straight up
think-
remove it. Like it literally walks to the enemy
Walks.
master tower kind of thing. Because
But I
that's,
think that it would be very useless because like the moment the unit gets stunned, Defenso walks away and they are no longer stunned. They just move forward. That would kind of feel pointless, at least at 5 mana.
that's true. That's true.
Okay, we are here. Grand final.
And I'm going. I'm passing the thing to Cosmic, right?
Okay,
Farewell, DfoGO.
thank you so much for your help, DfoGO.
Was insane. Loved these matches. I'm really liking this new turn of the season and really hoping to see what more we are gonna see from it. It's unbelievable. It was a pleasure to be here with everyone. Thank you all the sponsors that make this possible. Thank you everyone that was casting with me and everyone that was watching. Don't make too much fun of all the little weird things I'm saying. I know you will. Well, it's part of me, right? It's part of who I am. I'm just accepting it at this point.
Okay,
And yeah.
goodbye, DfoGO.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye. Okay. Boom. Okay, DfoGO is off the screen.
Woo!
Hey, can we talk about him yet, or is he still there?
I mean, we probably can.
Right. So, we are getting ready for the grand final. If you just joined us, this is the GGtoor Knights Duel number 4, supported by Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. We're at the grand final time. It's best of 5. It's conquest rules, where you can't play a master if you've won with it. It is DeathShoot versus Dragon. DeathShoot got there from the winners bracket final. Dragon came from the redemption bracket final. That means DeathShoot does have a second life, should he need it. Will he? I don't know. But we will find out very soon. We're just getting set up here for the final.
Are they in a match? Did DeathShoot crash, maybe?
Right. Okay, let's have a look. So, okay. I asked Deadshot, have you started? And he replied, funky issues. Okay, thanks for clarifying. Absolutely nothing. As is the Deadshot way. Right. Right, DeathShoot here. Dragon. Here. Okay. We are ready for the grand final. Dragon against DeathShoot. Tournament winners previously. Only one can win this one. It's a best of 5. Potential double best of 5 if Dragon wins the first best of 5. We'll deal with that if we get there. Who's your money on, Cosmic?
My money is actually on DeathShoot, because I think DeathShoot has really got themselves hurt by bans in the past tournaments, and I think this tournament they just straight up against Dragon have banned Grenade Scrat, Whirly Scrat, and then Morelia, which I think is the most solid ban that DeathShoot has done against Dragon in any tournament setting so far. And they've now seen the decks that Dragon has, because they've been, waiting in the winners bracket that don't involve Ascension, and so they have a good amount of time to change and adapt. And so I think that in terms of like just base advantage, Dragon having Grenade Scrat removed and Whirly, which is the go-to replacement for Grenade Scrat in my opinion, removed, it really forces some tricky deck maneuvering to make sure that you don't have that giant hole in your deck.
Yep. Okay. A quick Kit Kat. Not sponsored.
Ha.
Now, of course, Deadshot's got the advantage of having just been able to chill for a while. Dragon's had to fight his way through, so I think that's definitely an advantage for DeathShoot.
Oh yeah, and Dragon had that 13-minute match that he was playing, which definitely stresses you out a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Though having a 13-minute match and winning is considerably better than a 13-minute match and losing. Imagine a 28-minute match and losing. Yeah, go check out my YouTube. Here we go. Tournament grand final time.
Give me those feelings, masters.
Alright, we see DeathShoot opening with Apep, Dragon opening with the clown emote, and Milloween.
Okay, best of 5 grand final. Opens with the Rock Rivals. Hypnotize ready to go. There's not really much there for the Hypnotize to work on. Stop. Okay. Not the most valuable Hypnotize, but it allowed the blue belt to survive.
Okay, oh, those were some great barrel scrats.
Okay, that curse doesn't quite kill Lady of Prey. Oh! Lady in Prey keeping the bounty sniper alive. There was a black hole used as well, but it was unnecessary. Lady in Prey was charged up with her third shot. Never seen that before.
And it's really easy to counter Frost Feathers now, I would say, with as slow as they go. Like, you can even put, like, Crossbow Dudes or Plasma Marines and completely shut down, you know, things that Frost Feathers are trying to kill.
Yeah, so they're slower now. They have...
Alright, now DeathShoot has to be careful down here, because Hypnotize is a thing.
Hypnotize is a thing. But Lady in Prey is also a confirmed thing. Wow.
God, Infray has been doing some work this patch. And the thing is, even if you Hypnotize Infray, that piercing shot will still hit your own units, and so it's not necessarily a way to take her out of commission.
Okay, this bounty sniper black hole. 3 mana now, so you need to save it and then get some more value out of it. Does he? Oh, sure. Right. At the moment, ahead for DeathShoot. Face wall. Trying to keep everything together so that Lady in Prey.
Wrong spell though.
And she survives, okay. Lady in Prey is a little bit of a sleeper card. I don't realise how insane she can be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, she, like, you can, like, she in and of herself can be a win condition. Like, cause you can defend your face while simultaneously attacking the other person's face.
That piercing shot goes through everything, including the master. But again, the bounty sniper's just on something solid. So it's just basically a regular sniper. Okay, so knows that the arcane missiles are coming out. Prey is absolutely shredding this entire push, time and time again. And there's not really much that Dragon can do about it.
Yeah. And this deck uses the new and I mean, I would say improved, but I'd say that it's just a tweak, not necessarily better or worse than it was before, because Wall does a lot better against bigger units like Colossus, but does weaker against other units. Alright, so we got Undying Skeleton, not a bad pull from Apep Perk 3.
Right, Perk 3 up and down. The same for both sides. Split.
Ooh, excellent bridge grab, using the Elite Swarmer to get pushed by the Werewolf.
Right, Lady in Prey's just been getting huge value. Sniper not really able to do Black Hole survive. Survive, sorry. More value out.
Okay, alright, so you have the Rock Rival managed to connect to DeathShoot's face. The Skeleton Horde was a little bit late. Infray putting a little bit of pressure on, Dragon getting their next Rock Rival Golem push going up top.
Right, Bounty Sniper getting some value that side.
And DeathShoot's been automatically black holing this Bounty Sniper. I don't think that they necessarily need to even play the Bounty Sniper because Dragon's going to be holding those Frost Feathers. I mean, if they can get some shots out of the Bounty Sniper, yeah, but the
Frey says, "Werewolf, get off my face." Hit him face as well here. Deadshot positioning. Golem.
Okay, oh, great block with that totem. Blocking damage from the Marines on the bottom as well as
Frey refusing to die. Refusing no longer, but Deadshot's got an XP lead here. Closing in on Mana Frenzy.
and they do have this Bounty Sniper, so once things tick over, then that's game for Dragon basically, because that Bounty Sniper will just slowly ping them extra mana, and they've already shown that they can deal with most of the stuff the Dragon has.
Face damage with Mana Frenzy now for Deathshoot. He should be able to close this out. Fatal Freight is shredding everything. That's frustrating because there's no there's two of them now.
Yeah, and then the double piercing. Yeah, well played coming from Dragon. They know that they're not going to be able to push back at this point. The Black Hole, if it weren't for the Black Hole, Dragon I would say might be able to come back. But the fact that Dragon can't do face damage because Apep Totem, in addition to the Black Hole completely shutting down Hypnotize if it needs to, or the Frost Feathers, just kind of took away a lot of the teeth that Dragon's deck had.
Well, okay. Game number 1 is over. Right, let me set this up. Where are we? Okay. Dragon has lost the first game. Deadshot takes the first one. Right, let's make sure we set up here. Okay. DeathShoot. Dragon. Season Pass. Booster Bundle. Right. Okay, let's update the score. Yeah, that Lady in Frey, you get a massive value. Massive value. Okay, grand final. First game goes to DeathShoot. 1 game to 0. Best of 5. Let's find out what's going to happen in game number 2.
So DeathShoot can't play Wrecked or Apep. Dragon cannot play Milloween. So we saw Dragon have a Volko deck that they took against Katt, which did very well. Having Stixie and Caged Prowler, without any removal aside from Bridge Burn. And I think that that's something that used to be like a dead loss, as if you didn't have removal in your decks. But with spells being the way that they are, like a lot of people are taking units that act as removals as opposed to spells. So things like Zeppelin Bomber, Stixie, you know, other things that are decent in that regard. And so we see Dragon's Volko coming out, with DeathShoot playing.
It's Volko against Milloween.
Yes.
Mana burn at the start, not ideal. Nailed it. Okay.
Okay, so Stixie comes out, answered with a Fireball. And I'm guessing that DeathShoot's just going to hold that Fireball specifically for Stixie. Okay, Rex Walker Once Bitten coming out, as well as a Cage Prowler. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say, because DeathShoot's running in a Zolly deck, which means that they have a lot of swarm cards, and you don't have to counter a Cage Prowler. Like, at worst, a Cage Prowler is just a Prowler, and you can kill it with, like, a Skeleton Horde.
Very true.
Now, that does make Bridge Burn a little bit problematic, though, because you have to counter it on your side. But that was done with relative ease from DeathShoot.
Come the shield from the Zali.
Okay.
Vortex to pull everything away from the bridge. More shields coming out.
Okay, shields.
Everything at the bottom row.
Yeah, Curse Bear I'd say is a very, like, if you have Curse Bear and a Defenso Chopper against an Azali deck, it's going to be very difficult for that opponent to go through just either one of those, just because of the way they interact with shields. Bridgeburn coming out, killing the Swirly.
Yeah, so the issue is that the strength of Volko comes when you get the Rage and the Berserker Rage, but if you're just hitting small shielded units, then you're getting very little value from that. That's not an ideal setup for Dragon.
Okay, Cage Prowler comes out on the bottom. Scrat Horde comes out, answered by Plasma Marines and a Wolf.
Yeah, it's a good fireball.
And that was 10 mana though to shut all that down with the Vortex.
Here comes the missiles, and here comes the push at the top. Rats will eat that for absolute breakfast.
Okay. Milliwayne not having very many missiles to defend just due to the fact that they don't have any spells in hand, and these Rage Scrats putting massive face damage.
Wow. Goodness me, Deadshot taking huge damage there, down to 1000 HP.
Yeah, Bridgeburn gonna remove those Scrats, but then DeathShoot has a Skeleton Horde to come and pick up the next wave of shields.
There they are.
Curse Bear goes and immediately strips all those away, answered by Whirly. Yeah, I don't think Azali is necessary. Like, Azali can get stripped by the Curse Bear and the Bridge Burn, as well as just Volko's basic attack, and so neither person really has the tools to completely shut down or deal with what the other person has. So I think we're gonna have another match where we go into Frenzy.
Could be, but Dragon's got a decent XP lead at the moment. Be able to push. Okay, here comes the fireball.
Ooh.
Deadshot getting a little bit of luck there.
Okay, perk 3 is going to change things a little bit.
Yeah, the Golem will just start shredding through those far more quickly.
Out comes Stixie. Now there is Arcane Missiles that can deal with Stixie, but Dragon can easily block, and you know that they're going to be waiting for that.
Right, Marnus.
There's the Curse Bear. At this point, I would try and take out Stixie with the missiles. Yeah.
There it goes. Was he ready for it? Yes, he was. Gets the
Ooh.
out. Nicely done. Okay, Stixie.
Scrat Pack got... Yes, the Scrat Horde got the shields, but Volko just immediately tears it all off. This is just... I think just a match stacked against Azali.
Yeah, here comes the fireball. Ooh, hello?
Oh no!
That's got to be a misplay. Not taking out that Stixie is huge.
Oh. Oh no. Berserker Rage Scrats. Yeah, GG comes out from Dragon. I do not see how DeathShoot can come back from
Big
this.
mistake. And the fact there's going to be another Stixie as well. The Stixie's been a problem for him, and there's going to be a second one coming up.
Unholy ground. Yeah.
Yikes. That was a mistake, and that really cost him. Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, and even if they would have hit the Stixie there, I still don't know if they could have won, just because Volko against Azali is a very difficult master to go against. I would say even more so than Mordar, because Mordar you can at least get value of the shields on the bridges, whereas with Volko, both the bridge and the Master Tower can peel your shields off without even them having to play any cards.
Okay, so yeah, that game was definitely stacked against Disu from the start, I think. 1 game all here in our grand final. Dragon fights back after Deadshot took the first. 1 game all. Apep is off the cards for Disu, which of course is DeathShoottOneyOoney, and Volko now no longer able to be played by Dragon. So we may see an Azali deck coming out, and hopefully, for Deathshot's point of view, he doesn't get countered quite so much. We will find out soon. But yeah, those Scrats, once those Scrats got on face, they did massive damage. That's definitely something that you can do, and you can just think, oh, I've got some Scrats on my face, don't worry about it. And then suddenly you're 1,000 HP's gone, and you think, what did I do? But it's happened.
Yeah. And yeah. And we've seen, what are the repeat cards we've seen? We've seen Wreckwalker Once Bitten, Caged Prowler, Plasma Marine Stint,
Defense
and Stixie. We have seen a good amount of defense though. We've also seen a decent amount of Unholy Ground, which I guess is to counter Flyby.
Yeah, I'm loving that.
With Flyby being one of the smaller ones.
A lot of Cage Prowler, you may well have said.
Mm-hmm. I would say probably the most basic staple deck. Like if you're just like, I want to make a deck for a master. I don't know what to put in it. Like literally just the Wrecked Walker, Once Bitten, Plasma Marine Stint, Caged Prowler, Stixie, and then pick the rest of your cards however you want, because those are the ones that matter.
Yeah, I think
you just need something that can touch face.
Yeah,
Technically, you don't even need that, really.
Writing those down, thanks for that. Wait to play that. Okay. Right, yes. Azali did not have a good time in that game. Which it can be. There's some cards that can just be heavily countered by certain things. And say Azali and you come up against a Mordor, it happens. Against a Volko, it happens. Cursebearer, it happens. But that's just part of the charm of some of these cards. They can be incredible in some situations, but in others, not so much so. Right, let's make sure nobody's restarted. Dragon and DeathShoot, ready to go. Dragon banned Wrecked. Disu can't play Wrecked. Which is a shame, because that's a sight to behold. And no Morelia, of course, for Dragon. Finding myself for that. Okay. We could see that Azali deck again. Let's see.
And I would say that one of the strongest counters to that deck is Volko, which Dragon can no longer play. And so the nice thing about these finals is that there are certain strategies that are taken off the table when people win. So, you know, the deck that DeathShoot had was supposed to play around the fact that there wasn't much removal for, you know, swarm units in Dragon's arsenal, with not having access to Strongest to Curse Master or the Grenade Scrat or the Whirly Scrat. And then Dragon answered that by saying, okay, well, if you want to take those away, then I'm just going to play Volko, whose basic attack is a removal as well as the bridge burn.
Okay, here
Let the fun begin.
we go. This is game number 3. It's 1 game all in this grand final best of 5, potential double best of 5. Dragon against DeathShoot.
Okay.
Apep versus Diona.
Okay, Skeleton Horde versus Skeleton Horde.
We've seen some good RNG from Apep today. We've seen some bad RNG from Apep today. Good as a bounty sniper, bad as a bannerman.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we going to see? Perk 1 for Apep is... It's a stint.
Ah,
Extra range.
I would have laughed my butt off if it was a Grenade Scrat. Like, you can just imagine
Your
Dragon,
fans are
like,
weak against
dying of laughter, being like, ha ha ha, you may ban the Grenade Scrat, but you cannot ban Apep.
So now we see in this setup, the Bounty Sniper's got a lot more targets, but guess what? Black hole. Okay, so the Bounty Sniper didn't get too much value in the last game we saw it because it was just generally shooting the blue Goller. Whereas now, the smaller units can certainly help with that XP.
An XP lead against APEP is huge. Yeah, this Bounty Sniper is getting some work done, and DeathShoot already has the next Bounty Sniper in hand. And they can just ignore bridges because they get the extra XP from Ruffles guaranteed now. I think is what makes Diona one of the strongest 1v1 masters, is because, like, if you can get that XP Ruffles potion, it's the same thing as playing a Bridge Shrine, but you're not out the mana.
Okay, Lady and Frey was clutch previously. What are we going to see here? Bounty Sniper's just shredding. Remember, the Snipers did get an attack speed reduction, so their DPS drops, of course, for the Bounty Sniper.
Oh!
That means it
Piercing shot taking out that stint.
Can't get the XP quite so far. Okay, Black Hole needs some support. There we go.
Go, boy!
Deadshot feels like he's in control of this one at the moment. We still have APEP perk 3 to see what we get, but here we see Lady and Frey. Some great work done. Of course, earlier we saw that Lady and Frey shot take out the flyby as well. That's fairly insane.
And we're getting extra mana from the Ruffles potions is huge because it allows DeathShoot to kind of cycle a little bit faster to what they need. And they can do things like trade Black Hole against the Frostfeathers because they're getting that extra 2 mana from Ruffles every time.
Go, Ruffles!
Okay, the Trap doing a great job. Bounty Sniper, Ruffles coming in for an XP potion. That's adding insult to injury right now because he's, from Dragon's point of view anyway.
Oof. Taunting Trap just completely shutting down the Plasma Marines and just feeding that Bounty Sniper even more.
It looks like Dragon
just...
up.
Yeah, Dragon just gave the GG, well played.
He knew he was too far behind. We'll never know what his perk 3 would be. Will we find out? It's gonna be too slow.
But the extra XP from Bounty Sniper plus the Ruffles potions constantly hitting is just massive amounts of pressure. And then they don't have to worry about face damage because you have Infray, who can constantly just pierce that back line.
Perk 3! We'll never know! There we have it. Dragon doing everything he could, but playing into Lady and Frey, playing into the Bounty Sniper was just detrimental. And the longer that went on, the more he was going to struggle. I don't even think a miraculous perk 3 would have got him back into it.
Yeah, I think just the pressure Ruffles puts on, in addition to the Bounty Sniper and being able to Black Hole, like if Dragon would have had 2 counters to the Bounty Sniper, it could have potentially gone differently. One to force the Black Hole and then the other one to actually kill it, but as it stands, there was just no way for Dragon to compete with that bridge grab against the constant snipers. Once that first duplicate Bounty Sniper was able to be put on the field, that was game.
For sure. Okay, 2 games to 1 to DeathShoot. He is within touching distance.
And this is it. So DeathShoot's in the winner's bracket. Like, if they win another game before it resets, then that's it. They win the entire tournament first place, and they're done. Dragon has to win 2 games just for a shot at taking first place, because then everything would reset.
That's right. So, all to play for. Deadshot in the driving seat, but it's definitely not over yet. And there we're just seeing the power of Lady and Frey in a couple of those games. Maybe something we'll see more on ladder after people see how strong she is there. Just need something in front of her, just keep her alive, and she will keep shredding.
And again, yeah, and Infray, I think, is another one of those cards that, like, it's a unit that provides removal kind of thing. I honestly don't know why we haven't seen as much of Infray up until now.
Yep.
Just because of how solid, like, with her piercing shot being like the entire field. I think that's pretty ridiculous.
Yep. And
from a
face
unit
damage as well.
standpoint.
You know, you've
And
got-
face damage. I think that we might even potentially see a nerf to her after this patch, just with the spells being as nerfed as they are, and Infray literally having a piercing shot that can clean everything up.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes as APEP, you play a deck, you've got no face damage available, and then suddenly you find yourself
Make
poked
this
free,
entertaining,
Lady in
guys.
Fray, face damage
Let's go.
included.
I just
And here we
love
go,
the smell of
game
mud.
number 4. DeathShoot 2 games to 1 up. Dragon needs to win this. DeathShoot could clinch the entire event. Let's see how it goes.
Alright. DeathShoot playing King Puff, Dragon playing Milloween, already looking like a bad time for Dragon, because I'm assuming they're playing their Rock Rivals Milloween, which does not do well to bridge swaps.
It does not. DeathShoot playing a different kind of KP. But of course, I think I'm right in suggesting that King Puff hasn't lost today. Oh.
You're right.
History is on DeathShoot's side here, but this is a very different kind of King Puff. This is a Tech Puff. King Tech. King Yard. Scrap Puff. It's one of those. Okay, nice Vortex. Flyby comes in.
Okay, and Hypnotize won't really help them here. Oh, and then the swap! So now they'll have a statue and an ATG drone just hitting face.
Okay,
Hypnotize comes out just to finish off the statue.
nice tank. Look at that. Taunting that ATG drone away. Very nicely
That's
done. Massive
Not
value.
necessarily the greatest thing though, because now DeathShoot can stack even more units behind it.
Yep. Here it comes. Was it amazing, or was it... Okay, as long as he gets aggro on it first, he should be okay.
Yeah, okay, alright. So that could have gone a lot worse. Yes, they're taking face damage, but comparatively.
That is a lot of face damage. Okay.
Okay, Scotty coming out, doing some work.
Ooh, okay. That's some great DPS from Scotty there. Okay, that's half dead. Of course, the shot's going to have some horde units, so he can hop off at perk 3 if he gets there. Careful with that blue golem coming in, that thing hits very hard. The King Puff does hit pretty hard itself. One hit coming off, okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Dragon ahead on XP though. Surprised that shot wasn't ready to block that?
Yeah, I noticed that when he placed it, I was like, he's gotta know that the missiles are out, and he did not have a counter in hand. The spear throwers came out, but they were just a little bit
It's
slow.
almost like you placed the buzzers and then wanted to quickly place the next one. That's
Okay.
not doing what it wants to do. ATG drone just shredding at the top there.
Yeah, no, that bridge swap was amazing. And any fight on the bridge can instantly go to DeathShoot's favor if he wants, basically, with those bridge swaps. Okay, that was the missile, so if DeathShoot wants to get out that scrapyard, he can, and there's not really a counter for it in Dragon's deck.
Dropping very low HP here. Can't get that Scotty on his face.
Yeah.
He can get that Scotty on his face. 10 HP. Deadshot
Oh my
takes
goodness.
the tournament.
That was...
DeathShootOneyOoney with his King Puff Scrapyard deck closing out the final by 3 games to 1. And ultimately at the end there, Deadshot seemed to be in control of that last game.
I think so.
Very damaging pushes. Ultimately just too much. And Deathshot is the victor. He's our champion. He has won the GGtoor Knights Duel number 4 in association with Betadwarf and Team Mana Frenzy. Very well played to DeathShoot. Of course, very well played to Dragon and all of the other competitors. Some of them will be sharing the $500 prize pool. It's a good day for some people, just for playing some video games. And, well, that could have been a long double best of 5, but ultimately, Disu seems to be relatively in control of that, Cosmic.
Yeah, no, I would say that DeathShoot has got a lot better with banning. And Dragon, I don't think had time to practice many of the decks that are valid in the newer season. And a lot of the decks that DeathShoot favored are doing well this meta, and a lot of the decks that Dragon favored got nerfed. And so Dragon was trying to adjust and adapt to the new meta, while simultaneously also having his core cards and strategies nerfed. And so he was like basically having to create new decks during the tournament that he was playing for the first time. Whereas DeathShoot, I'm sure, has a strong Rect, but knew that Rect was going to get banned and, you know, practiced accordingly. And so I think the fact that DeathShoot has a little bit more of a broad sense of cards that they draw on kind of played into their favor this time.
Okay, well, good news is we're going to be able to get an interview with the mighty DeathShoot very shortly. He's going to come on and tell us how his day went. Relatively well. Okay, has the game finished on stream yet?
Not quite.
Find out. Not yet. Okay. Do that soon. We've got a giveaway to do as well. And we'll get him on. Let's get the link for him to join. Okay. Right, we'll just keep an eye on the stream to see. I just want to do the giveaway. Wait for the game to finish. Okay, about to finish here. Okay. We do always do these streams with a delay just to keep it as fair as possible. We don't know any stream sniping or anything silly like that. Okay. And there we go. GG. GG in the chat. Okay, very well played. We're waiting for Deadshot to get set up and hopefully he'll join us soon. If he can get in. If Deadshot tries to join this, is somebody gonna need to give him permission? And is that somebody Defogo? No. And is that Defogo not here?
No, he will not need permission.
You sure?
Relatively sure. I can always make a new meeting.
Are you sure? Maybe. Okay, so let's get this giveaway done and speak to Disu and then get out of here. Defogo was in the chat, so I don't know if he's here or not.
He's probably on his phone, but not like physically present to do things.
Right, so we're just about to do the giveaway, get everyone get in. Thanks to Betadwarf always for supplying these codes. Get D2 on the telephone. Ring ring. Disu calling. Okay, let's do this giveaway. Okay, so he says he's asking to join the issue. Okay. Are you able to set up a second room quickly, Cosmic? Please?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Blame Defogo.
All the Fogo's fault!
Okay, the winner of the giveaway is Tangelizer. Congratulations, Tangelizer. You've won a big dwarf pack containing 300 rubies, 15 power tokens. Get your prize.
Alright, link is there. There.
Headshot sent me a GIF. Let me in! Right, okay, hold on. Let's just do this quickly so we don't forget this code. Okay. Right. New code. Here we go. Getting ready to join. Okay, asking to join.
Yes.
Right, close this down. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Right, okay, I guess we should give Deadshot the link. Seems appropriate.
Probably a good idea.
Okay, he should be able to join shortly. Right, sorry for that small delay. If you've got any issues with it, just message DfogoX and blame him for it. Thank you.
Ha ha ha!
Right, Deadshot should be joining momentarily.
Boom!
Oh,
Behold!
there he is!
Hello.
Deadshot, congratulations! You are the GGtoor Knights Duel number 4 champion.
Yeah, it was quite the run. There were so many long matches in this tournament.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And I would also like, the first thing I'd like to say here is that just a few days ago, Fish teased me for not winning the tournament, and here we are, Fish.
That doesn't sound like something I would say. Come on.
Alright, you got questions for me, or should I just start spitballing?
Well,
I have a question.
yeah, go ahead.
How does it feel to not have got to play Rex? Because I know you love him.
It's actually fine, because I think that Keen Puff, Apep, and Keen Puff, Apep, Diona. Keen Puff, Apep, and Diona were sort of my 3 main masters for this tournament, occasionally dipping into other ones, so it's like banning Rex doesn't really ruin too much for me, I don't think.
You say there was a lot of long matches, but a lot of them you just got to sit out. Do you think your opponents having to go through these long matches really helped you out?
Well, on the other side of the coin, you could say that I was just sitting there for 2 hours not playing any matches. But, I mean, personally, I don't fatigue that much. Also, it helps that I'm American, so the time zone thing is much easier for me when the tournament goes on long.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I mean, I'd say that Katt was definitely making some errors those games. And Dragon was also like he was kind of bothered by what I was doing with my bands.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the deck I'm most proud of though was that Infray Bounty Sniper deck.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, that Infray Bounty Sniper deck looked like so much fun to play, and honestly, it would work with multiple masters without having to swap out too many cards.
Yeah, I changed it to Diona without switching any cards because I figured, she's just as basically just as versatile a master as Apep. And I built that just a few minutes before the games, specifically because I was hoping I'd fight Katt, but against Dragon it worked just the same. And mainly all I wanted to do was play as defensive as possible, and I figured that since spells are so in a weak spot right now, that one black hole would basically perma save my Infray and Bounty Sniper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was a great call.
That must have been frustrating for Dragon. We saw time and time again just that blue golem with the mana golem behind it, just pushing in ultimately to its own demise against that Lady Infray. Just such a strong setup, and there wasn't really anything he could do to play around it. As you say, you had that black hole just to keep it alive against anything. So that was a very, very nice setup.
I'm pretty sure that what was I gonna say? Jeez, words. Oh yeah, yes, words. I'm pretty sure that I got over 1,000 damage with Infray on his Master Tower in that first game. Because when basically every single Arcane Golem Rock Rivals push, Infray was also hitting tower. So I was just, let's say that we were tied in XP. Like I was getting a big HP lead just simply as the match was being played.
Mm-hmm.
That is the beauty of Infray. Okay, so what was your hardest match, would you say, out of the entire day?
It'd probably be that Accursed Ascension match versus Dragon, where it went to, I think, around, it was like 11 minutes, I think, but we were just constant back and forth with the bridges. And then Katt, I think that RNG decided that I just get a free win there. Like game 1, Blastmancer King Puff into an Avia Rapo, and then I had Poison Strike, which only even got played once on the Avia when she was activated, but even if the match went on longer, that was already a really good card for me in that situation. And then game 2, just game-saving perk 3 pull Bounty Sniper. So Katt, I think he just sort of got messed over by RNG in our games. But overall, I think that this is the best deck building I've ever done for a tournament.
Wow.
Oh yeah, and even like it just goes to show you, like, you have the ability to, like you said that you built this deck like a few minutes ago, like this Ava Bounty Sniper does. Like, for me to play a deck like that, like, well, I have to practice it like a good 10 to 15 times before I could, perfectly utilize those cards. And so I think that goes to show, like, especially when you get like to this, grand final, top 3, top 6, top 8 even of tournaments like this, like the ability to build decks and play them perfectly on the fly is absolutely skill that's necessary when card and master bans are on the table like this.
And I think that since this tournament happened right after the last update, I have no problems with deck building whatsoever. Because I know Dragon was telling me on Steam that, he even mentioned it in Sinobie's Discord, that he doesn't like that this tournament's so close after the patch because it doesn't give much time for adjusting to the meta, seeing what people are going to play, building your own decks. But I think that sort of gave me an advantage because I've never had an issue with that. I'm just always ready with deck building. And even that Azali deck that I played, I think, 3 times. I never played that. That was built before the tournament as well. But yeah, it was a really good run for me.
Yeah, the patch being so close to the tournament or vice versa, that was somewhat my fault. And going forward, we'll discuss...
Well, feel free to not change that because I'll win again.
Or a bad thing overall. But yeah, any more questions for our champion, Cosmic?
What would you say is the strongest card in the game right now?
I don't think that you can say that one card is the strongest card in the game right now. I don't think that. I think that Minion Masters is too diverse, specifically because we have Masters. Like take Clash Royale for example. You don't have Masters. Like it severely complicates Minion Masters, and I don't think you are able to say there's one best card in the game, except for like crazy metas, like when Restless Dead was 3 mana. Okay,
what about me and DeFog were having this talk. Who do you think is in the top 3 Masters? Like we talked about, like in terms of versatility, Rekt and Diona just go good with pretty much anything. But who do you think takes that 3rd slot?
Well, last month I would say it was Valorian, Mortar, and Rekt. They were just cleaning house. Like I really love Diona, but last month it felt to me like she was getting out-perked, specifically by those 3. Like it felt like the traps just weren't as good as the tombstones or the healing or the shadow dances. This month, I'd say that Diona got severely buffed simply because the top masters got nerfed. I'd say that the strongest masters in the game right now, King Puff and Rekt, I can't say which one's number 1, but they're both way up there. When they fight each other, I think that it sort of benefits the Rekt in the majority of matches, just because if you're going to play a Horde cat on King Puff, which you almost always do, that's just an automatic dead, an easy removal for Rekt, and it's the same thing with a lot of characters you put in King Puff. And Apep, I'd say, is still like tied for 3rd with maybe like Diona. I mean, I think the only 2 clear-cut masters are King Puff and Rekt. And when it comes to all the other masters, except for ones like Stormbreeder and Ravager, and then Setsui, I also think is kind of down right now. But for most of the other masters, it's like it's a tie-up. Even Valkyr, I think, is in the run right now, just because you don't see very many air units.
Well, do you think we're going to see more Zeppelins, though, with Zeppelin's buff? Because Zeppelin now has no gap in between its bombs, which is huge. When I saw that attack cooldown, I literally... all that I saw was just that instead of it dropping bombs, like, kind of periodically, it meant that it literally killed everything between where you spawned it and the tower that's tiny.
Yeah, I mean, I still think Zeppelin Bomber is going to be behind Whirly Scrat and Defensor Chopper for AoE value, just because, we don't really have many good AoE spells. Like Sunburn is the only good 3 mana or less AoE spell. And so because of that, AoE minions are just being pushed in the meta. And for that reasoning, I think that Zeppelin Bomber could be better because, could be good right now. But compared to Grenadier and Whirly Scrat, I'd say that it's worse. And since those cards are just 2 that you put in a deck, you don't really want Zeppelin Bomber in there as well.
So one of the big changes, of course, is the removal of wild cards. Do you find that it's easier to practice tournament decks on ladder now that you're not facing just hella cheese?
I can't really give a definite answer to that because it's only a few days after the last patch hit, and most of my climbing was on Thursday, and I was facing a good amount of bots because I was climbing so fast. So I can't really say whether or not ladder's easy right now, or like top players are gonna have a a smoother time. It is definitely going to be a lot less stressful to play 20 decks on ladder and to play, like non-wildcard players got buffed this patch. But yeah, it's too early, in my opinion, to say that ladder's in a really good spot or in a really bad spot. It's just, it's the same week that the patch released.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for coming on and talking to us, and of course, a big congratulations for winning the tournament, GGtoor's Night's Duel number 4, the grand champion, DeathShoottOneyOoney. Let's get some clapping.
Yay!
Are you clapping yourself?
No, I'm not. No. Of course not.
Okay. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you in the next one.
All right.
Okay, that was great to have Deadshot on here. Now, do we have any further business? I would just like to take an opportunity to say congratulations again to DeathShoot and well played to all of the players that we saw today on and off stream. Another great tournament. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it at home. Thank you so much for joining us. A big shout out as always to the sponsors, GGtoor, Betadwarf, the developer of the game, and Team Mana Frenzy, of course, and my co-commentators Cosmic Vortex 42 and the part-time DfogoX. Thanks so much for you guys joining us. I had a great time. Hopefully you guys did too. It was 7 hours, quite a long tournament, but a lot of awesome games, some really long games. A great tournament again, Cosmic.
Yes.
You heard it here. Yes. Okay.
I mean, you didn't phrase it as a question. You said a great tournament again. That's a statement. Don't look at me like, oh, they didn't respond all that well. Like, that's like me saying, oh, Fish, your hair looks great. And then you go, thanks. And I'm like, thanks?
Thanks? Okay, so all that remains is to find someone to raid and to do an awkward wave. You're starting too early, okay? Relax. That's a creepy wave, Cosmic. That's a creepy wave.
How about this? Is this better?
That's more weird. Like you're doing one of those hands where you work out your fingers.
This?
I mean, yeah, that's better. I think that's better.
How about this one? Is this?
That seems like you're cleaning your webcam. That's like something out of Karate Kid. There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
Awkward wave. I got you.
Right. Wait. Minion Masters. See who's on Twitch. I think we raided someone last time who was doing a tournament. Let's... I see you waving out of the corner of my eye.
I'm ready. I'm not gonna miss the wave this time.
You don't want to start too soon because you might regret it.
That's the trick though. I got my elbow on the table.
Oh, big brain. Okay, so we got Miss Ruffle streaming. We've got Happy Feet streaming. Stillpot streaming. And some other awesome streamers. Right. Okay. Right. What do we have to do for the awkward wave, the setup? We got a 3-minute delay. Okay. Let's put a thanks in that chat. Thanks to everyone that joined us today. Okay, let's get the awkward wave going. Let's get our raid set up. Thanks to everyone that joined us today. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys did too. We need to wave for basically...
It's only like a minute or two. It's not too long.
3 minutes. I mean, you're
3
already
minutes.
like 4 minutes in.
Yeah. No, like I've been waving. Like you just gotta catch up.
3 minutes is a long time.
My wave's just started. Man, you take a while to wave, you know that?
About 3 minutes.
Yeah. Are you just waiting until you see yourself waving and then you're gonna